which you probably have to tack on an extra year or two,
Correct.
typically.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't sound like the Tigers are willing to do it because it's the only way you could explain a gap of $250 million is the Tigers are offering more of a 5-year deal.
Right.
And his camp is looking for more of a 8, 9, 10-year deal. Mm-hmm. So this is a pretty big gap, John.
Yes, it is.
And it doesn't, look, two sides start on different. You start high if you're the agent. You start low if you're the team. But this gap, I don't know that you can make up this gap. So then it just reinforces the reality.
Well, my theory on Scott Harris just going to not say anything because maybe they've come to some agreement that we're not going to leak anything out on either side. Well, that didn't last long.
And just so we're keeping it straight, John Heyman is believed to be very close with Scott Boras, that this may be from Scott Boras. This is put out for a reason from Scooble's camp to put pressure on the Tigers either to pony up or maybe it is to apply pressure to, if you're not going to pony up,
make a trade. Mm-hmm. And we want to know early where we're going to be going. And I don't think trade's not going to happen before winter meetings.
Right.
And so I'm not sure why they would want to try and speed up the process. It's just simply not going to happen.
My gut would be, I don't think Scooble's a liar when he says he likes pitching here, that he likes Detroit, that he would like to be here. I think this is pressure trying to put on the team. Shame the Tigers into ponying up or else they look like the bad guys. Like, this is going to be fought in the public through sources, and it's up to the Tigers if they want to counter it with their own narrative of, well, actually, we offered him a 6-7 year deal at $45 to $50 million. I don't know.
I think the Boras and Scooble camp, and I'll just keep it as Scott Boras. I think they've missed we're going to make the Tigers be the bad guys opportunity. And that opportunity went out the window when you can't go more than 95 pitches in a game. You can't go more than 99 in a winner-take-all game. And it's on the heels of watching teams that are still playing and thinking, well, that could be us. And our ace is a guy that, his last pitch was 100 miles per hour. Mm-hmm. And then you're telling me that it's going to go from there to what, his fastball drops down to 85 after that or 93 after that? No, it just doesn't work like that. Now, it's amazing that he's at 99 pitches and throwing 100 miles an hour, but I just don't think the drop-off is there. And then you look at last night's game. And I know I sent you this last night. It was all over social media, but if you were watching the game, you saw it live. Max Scherzer, who on game days kind of seems like a psychopath because he's visualizing before the game and he's throwing, he's going through his motion without the ball, and you see him warming up in the bullpen, and he's got the six guns going. He has 100% intensity in going into this game. Like, they're down 2-1. They have to win. They're on the road. And then the manager comes out and says, or at least is presenting himself like, I'm going to take you out. And he starts screaming from the mound before the manager is even 20 feet away. I'm not coming out. Do not take me out. I refuse to come out. And I don't know exact words. I'm guessing that there's maybe a few F-bombs in there. Mm-hmm. They leave him in, and he gets out of the inning. And that's the type of fight and intensity. Now, we've seen intensity from Tarik Skubal on the mound, right? But not the intensity of, don't take me out. I have to stay in. I'm going to win this game for the team. That's where I think they've lost let's make the Tigers look bad. Let's put the pressure on the Tigers. Because I think there's a lot of fans going, he should have pitched that 7th inning.
Absolutely, it poisoned the well, right? The perception of Skubal not being competitive enough to go back out there. There is a difference, though, in Max Scherzer having over $300 million in career earnings. Makes it a little easier to be like, I don't care if my arm falls off. Right?
Sure.
Because that is a big difference.
It is, but if you want that career earnings, there are moments where you can go earn it. And he had an opportunity to right a wrong. He had an opportunity he had a do-over because of what happened last year in the postseason and giving up the Grand Slam, and no one's going to sit there and blame him solely for the loss. But this was an opportunity, and he was pitching great. He was setting himself up for, if he had come out in that 7th inning and sat them all down or just simply got out of the inning without giving up another run, for this pressure to now be more effective.
Just a reminder of a history lesson here, John, is that Max Scherzer also was criticized here in Detroit for being spent after 6 innings in a game against Boston in the playoffs.
Correct.
They lost.
Correct.
Yes.
And what happened is the Tigers didn't keep Max Scherzer. He went on to win 2 Cy Young Awards and a World Series and pitch another, let's call it 6 to 7 high-end productive seasons. So we could choose.
I'm only using last night as a quick example of the intensity that we wanted to see in the postseason from Skubal last Saturday night.
If I'm the Boris camp, and I really think we need to reframe this a little bit. It's the Skubal camp. He hired Boris intentionally. It's a choice. He subscribes to the Boris philosophy. He wants Boris to do this. It's why he pays him.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. So Skubal's philosophy is, if I'm going to pull myself at 100 pitches, and if you don't want to pay me, somebody else will. Period. Point blank. If it's not you, someone else will. Here's our ask. You're $250 million shy. Get your bread up, or I'm pitching for somebody else.
Okay.
That's his perspective. And that, to me, says he's got to go.
Yeah. Trade him. You know, now it's the pressure is on Scott Harris to get a good return, to get the maximum for him. And it's not just, hey, we're going to send him to this team and this team because, you know, Skubal's going to get paid there. No, it is what is going to be best for the Detroit Tigers in whether it's prospects, it's an everyday player, it's what are you getting back in return for trading away in his final year the best pitcher in the American League?
There's a lot to navigate here. Got the phone number 248-539-9797. There's a lot of different ways you can play this. You could trade him. You could extend him.
Yeah.
Or you could roll into the season rolling the dice. My least favorite, because that's the scenario where you lose him for nothing. The only way I'd roll into the season without paying him is if I had a gangbusters offseason where I said, hey, we're willing to throw $50 million a year at Tarik Skubal on a 5-year commitment, and he says no, but we take that $50 million a year, and instead of adding Alex Cobb and Kenta Maeda, we add Alex Bregman and Bo Bichette.
Right.
And we say, I'll roll the dice with Tarik Skubal for this year, knowing he may leave, knowing I'm a World Series favorite. If they take the money, because that's the lesson. You lose Scherzer, you still spent that money on Jordan Zimmerman. You would have been better off spending the money on Scherzer, Skubal, or good players around them while you've got them.
And so the only way that you go into this season, like you mentioned, in not having an extension and not trading him, knowing he's going to walk, to not come away with anything is to come away with, and I'm not going to say it has to be a World Series, but it's got to be a legit shot at the World Series.
You got to be all in.
Yeah.
You got to hold nothing back.
So with this all coming down, they're getting Boris. The Tigers are getting Boris. The fans are getting Boris. If Skubal's 1,000% committed to Scott Boris and how he does stuff, Greg brought it up. It's Scherzer all over again. Scherzer wanted to be paid more than Verlander because it was after Verlander's contract. That's pretty natural in sports. I'm going to hindsight us here a little bit. Should the Tigers have given Scherzer that?
Yes, they should have.
What's the answer here then? Why is it different?
Well, I would pay Skubal. I would.
See, I'm getting a little frustrated with the. There are people who are making Skubal the villain here, and while I do think there's reason to be upset with him and the fact that he's choosing this route, I'm not going to erase what he's done the last 2 years for this team,
right,
and make him an a-hole. Like, I didn't do that with Scherzer at the time. I knew the second the Tigers came out on, I'm pretty sure March 4th, 2015, and said this is what we offered him, that he was a goner because there were no way they were going to pay him more in JV. There was no, that was a Mike Ilitch thing, and they conducted themselves from a public relations standpoint very different than they ever did under Dave Dombrowski. And Dombrowski was then let go 5 months later.
Yeah.
It started the whole avalanche of that team falling apart. I just be careful. Look,
well, I want to be clear.
the answer.
There's what I would do and what I think the team's going to do, and those aren't the same thing.
Exactly. But when are they going to pivot?
Right.
And I'm not crazy about giving him the locked up guaranteed long term. I don't know if he's interested in something like a 6-year deal, $50 million a year with player opt outs in 4, 5, and 6.
But it sounds like the Tigers haven't offered that.
Right.
Because if they did, that's a $300 million contract, and I have a hard time believing Boris is asking for $550 million. What this implies, the $400 million's been thrown out by industry sites that Skubal is like a $400 million pitcher.
Right, 8 years, $50 million a year.
This says the Tigers have offered about $150 million, which is embarrassing. That's not a real offer.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that is their offer.
Okay.
I really don't. I think that's almost a slap in the face. If we're gonna learn, look though, if it's Scherzer 2.0, if we're gonna learn from it all over again, he got 7 and 215 at the time. I think this is 4 or 8 years, $400 million.
Sure.
I think that's what Boris is going for.
And would you give him it if you were the Tigers? And second question, do you think the Tigers are willing to give him it? It's the more important question. And the answer today seems to be no. So, will they invest around him to win this year? Harris has said there is no Skubal window. I have a hard time believing they're going to pivot and go all in. So if you don't believe in a Skubal window, if you're not going to get a deal locked up this offseason, you trade him. 248-539-9797. There's a lot to talk about. We got the ticket text. We'll get to the picks at 6:35. It's 97-1. Guys, as much as we talk baseball, it is football season. And with Moran Chevrolet, you got Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. So whether you're headed to the tailgate or cheering from home, first turn to the awesome team at Moran to get you a game-winning deal. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox LT for $299 a month on a 36-month lease. Find your ride fast. Shop at MoranExpress.com or stop by. They'll take care of you in person. Great staff. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Picks in 15 minutes. A lot of football to talk on a Football Friday, but we had some breaking news. John Heyman, New York Post. The gap between Scooble and the Tigers, $250 million. More than a couple I's they got to dot or T's they got to cross. That's a cavernous gap. And it speaks to the fact that there's a length issue. Number of years on the deal is how you explain a gap of $250 million. It would appear, speculating, common sense, the Tigers are probably offering something more of a 5 or 6 year deal.
Right.
And Boris and Scooble want more of an 8, 9, or 10-year deal. And that's how you start adding $50 million a year, give or take, to get our gap. How do people feel about it? There's a lot of layers to this. Tex says I'd give him 3 years, $180 million with opt-outs and make him say no. Ben in Royal Oak. Ben, it'll be the easiest no he's ever given.
Right.
No, zero chance. Come with a better offer. This one says, how are they $250 million short? It makes no sense unless he wants a 10-year deal. And if that's the case, no one's giving him that. Rob in North Carolina.
That's the only thing I could think about in regards to maybe they, per year, they've got the same number, $50 million.
Hopefully they're close at least. Yeah.
Yeah, but if the Tigers are sitting there going, well, we'll offer you the $50 million a year, but it's for 5 years. If you want, $50 million a year for 10 years, no. And that's the easiest way to get to your 250.
Guys, the Tigers need to play hardball and put out their report saying they've offered 8 years and $360 and that it was declined. Well, that'd have to be true first. And I don't think they're going to offer him 8 years at $360, which is the sticking point. Right? Or because I agree, like fight fire with fire. This is the Boris talking point. Look how cheap the Tigers are. They're $250 million short. Well, if it's true, then what are you going to do about it?
That's where we're just speculating onto, okay, how could they possibly be $250 million away? There has to be years that are missing between the two camps.
Yeah, it would be great if the Tigers came out and said, hey, we made him an offer north of $350 million. You can leave the number of years out, but we've made a significant commitment. And they would never publicly say it, but like Evan Petzold would run the story or something.
Yeah.
And it would go, oh, okay, so the Tigers do have a big boy offer out there that is significant. And then it puts it back on Scooble. Well, you've said you really want to be here. Unfortunately, this could end up getting fought in the public. But it sounds like the first salvo was fired by Boris. So either you play ball or you get buried in PR. Because, John, I don't know that the Tigers are going to get him extended this offseason. And I don't think the Tigers, who've publicly said they don't believe in a Scooble window, are going to go all in. So then it pushes us to the conclusion that, quite frankly, I don't want to happen. I want to pay him like they should have paid Scherzer. I want to keep the best pitcher who they've developed, homegrown, who's a star. But if they're not going to pay him, and they're not going to pay to be elite this season.
Right. Well, you just don't want the Scherzer situation to repeat itself on either end.
Yeah.
And he was an ultimate bet on himself guy. He's one of the first guys to kind of do it in sports where athletes started taking a little bit more of a risk to hit free agency to get the highest paid contract at that time instead of security.
Right.
And, it's 1 year that he has to stay healthy. And if he does that, you have teams like the Dodgers and Mets out there who don't care. The Mets will pay that.
Oh, yeah, dude, they have no issue with it. How about these ticket texts? If Scooble's really demanding 10 years, $500 million or something around that, his legacy will be as a villain in Detroit. This, with not coming to pitch the 7th, this bleep will get him out of town and get prospects good riddance.
Is Max Scherzer a villain?
No. And I'm not going to hold any guy that says I'm going to settle for less in terms of years or in terms of money, and they leave for max offer. I don't think of them as a villain. I just think of them as, one, betting on themselves, and it's business.
So this is where I think it calls for, hopefully, sometime in November before we get too much into free agency. I don't think anything's going to happen immediately on this.
No.
In terms of trades and stuff. It would be in winter meetings in December. But this is where Chris Ilitch, Scott Harris, Jeff Greenberg, maybe even A.J. Hinch, some executives with the team, bring Scott Boras and Tarek Skubal into town, and you have a let's clear the table conversation. And you find out what is the intent. Give us what is your intention here? Well, because we're willing to do this, and whatever that this is, and then you find out from them, are they absolutely intent on running this to free agency? If they are, you trade them.
It was your word. It was your word. They're getting Boris. If that meeting happens or a similar meeting happens and Boris makes it clear, he will hit the open market. It's what I do with my clients. Skubal has paid me, empowered me. We're hitting the market. There's not a number you can throw out. We're hitting the market.
And they're not going to get into a bidding war if he does with the Mets and the Dodgers. And I would say the Yankees, depending on what they do next season, maybe they've kind of backed off a little bit here in terms of like, hey, we're the big spender all the time. The Dodgers and Mets have overtaken them.
Yeah.
And you got Dombrowski in Philly.
Right. I mean, yeah, don't count Philly out, and don't count out Boston either. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't expect them to pay that freight, but I wouldn't count them out of that market.
This text says, does the leak not make Skubal now somewhat of a target for fans, particularly the logical sports fan who knows there's a negative to a contract of that length? Knowing this, he goes out and he has a mediocre season. People are going to say, you want how much for that performance? Well, I don't think he's going to have a mediocre season next year.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, the risk is, I mean, if he takes the field and he gets hurt, right, then, he could lose a bunch of money.
Hundreds of millions.
The risk for the Tigers is same thing. Just if they pay him and they make that commitment that he goes out and gets hurt. So there's risk on both sides.
The right move is to trade Skubal. However, trading Skubal shows you're taking a step back next year. That's a hard pill to swallow. It says you won't even have Job next year, who you could really count on to step up. Much like Brady with the Patriots and Jordan with the Bulls, Skubal needs to take less money to surround himself with talent. He can make millions on endorsements without crippling the team.
Yeah, but if he's looking at maximizing endorsements as well, you got the LA market, the New York market.
And, let's say that Skubal should take a little bit less to be a Detroit Tiger. I'm not going to tell him he should do that, but maybe that's your position. The gap's $250 million. You think he should take a $250 million pay cut to make it up in
in endorsements? Yeah, no.
I mean, I don't think you're going to make that much on slinging Detroit style pizza. I mean, it's $250 million you're never getting back.
It is, and it's just the numbers are so huge. And I mean, here's the thing from the Tigers' perspective, and there's obviously things that we don't know. Did AJ go to him in at the end of the sixth, and instead of looking in, gazing into each other's eyes, did he say, I want you to go out? And Skubal said, no, I'm at 99 pitches. And then AJ, being the class guy that he is, says, well, this is how I'm going to phrase it, after the game.
Because the way AJ said after the game was, I looked at him at the fifth. We both knew we had one more inning.
Yeah.
He pitched the sixth. We got him out of the game.
Right. Or
you're saying how much of that is protecting the player? How much of that is
correct?
True.
Or do the Tigers know that Skubal, he just has a maximum of 95 to maybe 105 pitches, and that's all he's ever going to be able to do.
Which also would be reflective of your willingness to give a guy a contract if that's true.
Correct.
Yeah. We have our winner for Red Wing tickets. He heard the Ken Cal woohoo. So you guys who are calling in right now, sorry. It's Chad in Southfield who gets hooked up with a pair of tickets. The Wings will take on the Oilers on Sunday. Connor McDavid in the building at Little Caesars Arena. You want tickets? Go to DetroitRedWings.com. All right, we got the picks next, 97.1. I'm still not sure who Stoney picked last week. Welcome into the picks, brought to you by Shaner Roofing. The standings update. Tom with a 2-game lead. I'm sitting in second. Heather in third. John and Greg tied for dead last.
Hey, at least we're not alone.
Misery loves company.
Somebody's above 500, actually.
You are by a game.
We're going to start in the SEC. Game day is in Athens, Georgia, or as they say in Illinois, Athens. Georgia is a 7.5-point favorite over Ole Miss. Let's start with Jim.
The only other time Ole Miss hit the road was Kentucky, and they struggled. Georgia should be able to run the ball on one of the worst run defense in the SEC. Give me the Dogs.
This is tough just because, yeah, Georgia should be able to run the ball. I'm not sure I like 7 in the hook for Georgia, even though it's going to be down in Georgia. But I can't go against the Dogs. I just don't trust Lane Kiffin, and I just don't trust Ole Miss, so give me the Dogs.
All right, Heather. Going with the Rebels. Revenge game for Georgia. John, that hook is enticing you to take Ole Miss. Don't do it, Georgia.
All right, so I was really torn on this game, and I'm listening to all your guys' input, and you swung me, and the hook is a great point by Greg. I do wonder if Lane Kiffin will ever break through. Well, I've always asked that about James Franklin, and look what happens. Right. he's SEC James Franklin.
Oh, no.
And there are some numbers here to support Ole Miss. They've won 3 straight games against top 10 teams. It's a little surprising, right? Also, Georgia has trailed at halftime in 3 of their 4 SEC games. So slow starters, but this is where the Dogs come on and start making their march.
Lane Kiffin getting fired in 3 weeks. Let's go to Provo, Utah, in the most aesthetically pleasing game of the week. Utah at BYU in the Holy War. Red jerseys versus blue jerseys, the mountains. John.
I don't know what to make of either of these teams. And BYU has done an amazing job of losing their quarterback literally days before they went to camp. And it doesn't look like it's affected them at all. But I think Utah is, I don't even want to say they're better coach. I think this one is so tough, but I'm going to go with the Utes.
Heather. That's 2 for Utah. Utah can win on a ladder day. Give me baby-faced Bear Bachmeier and the Cougs.
I'm going to go BYU too here, and I know the hook is again enticing you to take BYU. Kyle Whittingham usually gets his team in a pretty good position about this time of year, and then they fall apart. So I'll go with BYU at home.
I think Utah wins this game, but I think BYU makes it close, just like last year. Give me the points.
We like Cougars.
Yeah, we do.
To South Bend, Indiana, Notre Dame is an 8.5-point favorite over USC. Heather. Going with the Irish. How can I pick against that? Give me Notre Dame.
I'm going to go with the Trojans here. 3rd highest scoring offense in the country. They post points. Big spread here, backdoor and play, even if Notre Dame dominates.
And Notre Dame has dominated since picking up their second loss. They're 4-0, winning by 119 points. They will run the ball. They will bully ball. I will take the Irish.
Somebody told them Notre Dame would miss the playoffs.
I'm going to go with USC because even though I don't know that they win this game, they just have a lot of different ways that they can score points. This is a prolific offense, and they're not going to do what they did against Michigan. But I do think, Coach, I'm drawing a blank on his name,
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley. I think he is really starting to find his way as a play caller with this offense in USC. So give me the Trojans.
Let's go to Big News Saturday. Washington at 9 a.m. visits the Big House. Wolverines favored by 5.5 points. And now that I've gotten 2 of these Michigan games right, I'm going to go with the Wolveroonies in a bounce-back spot. Michigan.
So Devil's number here. We don't know if Justin Haynes is playing. It puts us in an impossible spot on Friday morning to pick this game in my mind because I think he's really determining my pick. Because if he doesn't play, and I think he probably won't, Washington's got the 7th best run defense in the country. and you don't have your best running back, Bryce Underwood's gonna be slinging it and running all over. I just don't see it. So because I don't think Haynes will play, I'll take the Huskies.
I absolutely hate this game because I'm going to pick Washington, but I'm well aware this is a 9 a.m. kick for them coming west.
UCLA won last week at 9 a.m.
I know. And I do think 5.5 is a powerful number for an offense that can get up and go. Jed Fish, I think, will have some plays ready on this Michigan defense. And I think you made a great note about Washington's run defense. Give me the Huskies.
Yeah, I mean, the run defense there. And DeMond Williams coming off a historic performance for him. 400 yards throwing the ball, 2 touchdowns, 136 yards rushing the ball, 2 touchdowns. With some of the flaws that we saw last week in Michigan's defense, the fact that they just got pushed around on both sides of the ball, I'm going with Washington.
Heather. Heather's been infected by the blue wall. Let's go to the NFL. Chargers, 1.5-point favorites as they host the Colts, Tom.
I am buying the Colts big time. Best offensive line, I believe, in the NFL. Playing one of the most banged-up offensive lines in a stadium that doesn't really give the Chargers home field advantage. I think this is the easiest pick of the week, which is why I'll be wrong. But I think the Colts win, and they might win by disco-type numbers.
I also really like this game. And I also really like the Chargers. Here's the thing. The Colts haven't played any good quarterbacks except Matthew Stafford. Well, what happened when they faced Matthew Stafford? They lost.
They should have won that game by a stupid drop ball at the end zone.
They could be missing as many as 3 corners in this game. I'm banking on getting Joe Alt back. I'm banking on the home team. Give me the Chargers.
So I was originally in on the Chargers, backs against the wall, and I say backs against the wall because they are tied for first in their division right now with the Broncos, but I do think the Chiefs are coming on. The Chiefs are going to get Rashee Rice. They know that this is kind of a must-win game for them to keep pace with where the Chiefs are coming from and I think where they're going. But, Tom, like you, I think this is a dominant offensive line. Jonathan Taylor is going to be able to run the freaking ball. And Daniel Jones, I just think there's some magic in what he's doing this year. And I'm not saying it's necessarily Sam Darnold-esque, but I think it might actually be better
I think
than
it is.
Sam Darnold. And so give me the Colts.
Heather Park. Taking them Colts. I'm going to take the dad coach over the bro coach. Chargers. Eagles fly into Minneapolis. Will they swoop in and try to take out the Vikings? Eagles are favored by 2.5. Jim.
Vikings off a bye. O-line's getting healthy. Flores defense with all kinds of wrinkles against an Eagles offense that can't run it. Far too static. I don't care who the quarterback is. I think I prefer it's Carson Wentz. Give me the Vikings.
This is such a tough one, and I don't necessarily think it matters who the coach or the quarterback is for the Vikings. I think this is an Eagles team that was shamed by losing to the Giants. Defending Super Bowl chance. They've heard everything about Jalen Hurts. Can't do this. A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley. They get back to their identity, and that's stopping the run. They get back to their identity offensively, and that's using Saquon in a number of different ways. I'll take the Eagles in this one.
Here's Heather. She'll take the Eagles, although that is a red-tailed hawk.
She went against her people.
That's she did. I will take the Eagles.
You're on Viking Island, Jim, because I'm going Eagles, and I think it's pretty strong here. I don't trust the Vikings offense to put up many points in this game. This might be an ugly Eagles get-right game. They had that last year at New Orleans, and that started their surge last year. Kind of expect the same type of thing.
Finally, Monday Night Football, the Bucs roll into Ford Field. Lions favored by 5.5 points, John.
I think with a competitor like Baker Mayfield, he just simply finds a way. I think the Lions win, but I don't think they cover. So I'm going to take the Bucs and just that this is going to be a tighter game than the 5.5.
Thanks, Stoney. Heather. She's taking the Lions. I'm taking the Lions in a bounce-back spot. I don't care if Brian Branch is out. Lions are going to bounce back.
Lions NFL best 8-0 after a loss since 2023. That's straight up. That's not against the spread. I'm going to take the Bucs here with the points because I have a lot of respect for what they're doing right now. I think Todd Bowles has had success against the Lions offense. I think he knows how to take away the Lions run game, and that was against a better Lions offensive line in the past. And also, I think he dials up games that frustrates Jared Goff. The Lions have had to methodically move down the field against the Buccaneers in their games recently. This will be close.
Same comment. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah.
Taylor Decker trending the right way. It's a big feather in the cap for an offensive line that's going to have a tough matchup against a good Bucs run defense. But I love the bounce back, and I love that the Lions are going to make a statement on Monday night. Give me Detroit.
Double digits?
By how many?
A touchdown.
So we are different on all 3 NFL games, Jim.
I need to pick up a couple games, so I'm thrilled with that.
We'll split.
How do you split in 3
Well,
games?
we got the USC game different,
How
too.
am I
so-
losing to this guy? He doesn't even know you can't split 3. It's the picks, 97
and they all got the hook, so you can't get a push. Hey, ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel has a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boosting with the Boys, and it's giving everyone in college football a profit boost every single week. And here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. And so, remember I said everyone, it's no opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/97 Detroit. Download the app. Check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer and get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/97 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I want to point out something that nobody on the ticket text pointed out. We didn't pick MSU. And no one even noticed or cared. The old brass spittoon. Spread's 27.5. Punished for irrelevance. Too many other good games. I hope people understand.
It's a great trophy.
The old brass spittoon?
Yeah. It's a great one.
Where does it rank in your Big Ten trophies?
For John, number 1.
It's close. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't love a good spittoon?
I don't know, but Little Brown Jug?
I guess
of
it would
Rosedale?
probably be top 5, just in terms of the trophy itself.
What about when Illinois and Ohio State used to play for a live turtle? The Illabuck. See, I like all this cheesy, traditional Big Ten trophies.
Which one's you got the giant pig? That's a Minnesota one.
Yeah, that's
with
Florida Rosedale.
Yeah.
I'll just say this. You omitted a local team for irrelevancy, so no more irrelevant games and picks ever again. Because I know last year, out of nowhere, you plucked this Panther-Cowboy game, and we're all like, why are we picking this? It's because he had some tell on it, and then he was wrong.
Yeah,
Remember
so
that?
I was punished for my own... Yeah.
Yeah.
Karma.
Trying to put a pick in there that you thought you just sneak one by us.
I got an edge. They'll all slip on this banana peel.
So when Michigan becomes irrelevant, we can't pick them either.
Well, it could be.
Well,
as
we're going to
quickly
have
as
to
this
make
week.
a pick next week.
Yes.
Between
Yes. Yeah, I
What
was
might
only
be
one
two
game,
irrelevant
that's all-
teams.
We'll make that pledge. The Michigan State game, of course, will be in the picks. Beyond that, though,
I actually like that we're omitting irrelevant games because Sony was always adamant on having the local teams in no matter what. And I remember it was like one time, what are we doing picking this? There's not even a spread out there.
I tend to want to put the local teams in. But, guys, this week you have 5 ranked games in college football. We couldn't even get to all of them. We didn't have Bama, Tennessee,
Right.
or LSU, Vandy. Vandy finally favored in a game for the first time in the history of time. There were too many good games.
All right. So if you were to pick the Indiana-Michigan State game, which is down in Bloomington, and what's the spread, 27.5?
Yeah.
Let's just,
Yeah.
Who would you
Unofficially,
pick?
Unofficially.
yeah.
For S's and Jesus's, as Stoney said. Remember that one?
Hoosiers. Hoosiers alt spread lay 41.5.
Oh, wow.
I don't think Signetti's going to let his guys let up after a big win, and I think MSU's dead as a doorknob.
Well, and I do say it's in Bloomington, and this is on the heels of him getting an unbelievable contract. I say unbelievable. I don't think anybody was surprised that
He deserved
he
it.
re-upped. Yeah. But the numbers are staggering. What is it? Third highest paid coach in college football. And if he's going to go in on Illinois the way he did to make a statement, I think statement coming.
Do you know how the margin of victory in that game was? 53 points. He beat Illinois by 53 points.
Right. And so I just think this. So I would take Indiana with that spread. It's a huge spread.
Boys?
I would take the points and take Michigan State. I
Well, damn, we should have put it on the card. I could have made up a game.
look, winning by 27.5 points, 26 points isn't a bad thing. You
in
know,
the Big Ten.
That's a ton of points. And I guess I'm at least thinking that Michigan State has a pulse to bounce back from last week. That might be stupid, but these are still college kids. Indiana's got a lot of press clippings this week. They had a long trip back from Oregon, all feeling good. You got this coaching contract. Yeah, they'll want to, but maybe they come out a little slow, just because of the distractions I was talking about. It's a hard spread to cover then.
UCLA almost covered that, and it was in.
Yeah, but last week isn't this week.
I understand that.
But that was homecoming. Greg?
Little collegiate up-down with the emotions going in opposite directions for both teams. I would take the points in Michigan State.
What do you think Heather would do? Take her Spartans?
Well, I don't know. She went against her people in the NFL picks,
And then she even took the Wolverines.
and she took the Wolverines.
You know,
so,
you know what it is? She's losing some ground.
and
she's getting cutthroat.
Desperation
Yeah.
picks.
You know what it
Yeah.
is? She's one of these Spartan fans who want to see Michigan win by 50.
I'll defend her on that one. I don't think that she would be able to stomach that.
We got a text from a Spartan who says, I can tell you, you guys can skip the Spartans every week until the job search starts.
Oh, until we're laying money on who the next coach is going to be. Yeah.
It's depressing because this can be and has been like a
John Gruden
really
plus
good
300.
program. Okay.
Did you see Gruden in the green and white?
Could I see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. He wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't want that as a Michigan fan, would you?
No.
That's all the more reason to hire him.
So if you're asking me, like, who should they hire, it's probably best if I tell you the coaches that I don't want them to hire. And one of them would be Gruden. Obviously, one of them would be Pat Fitzgerald. Yeah, go ahead and hire James Franklin. Get you really close, but never be able to beat, win any big games.
Right. So there's your explanation. Not that anybody cared, but that's why we didn't have the Spartans in the picks this week. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Brendan. Brendan Shabath on the updates is in the studio.
Yeah, Brendan, so who you taking if it was a pick?
I will say Chris Villar over at WWJ asked me this morning how many points I think Indiana is going to score.
Yeah.
I don't see there being any way that it's less than 49.
Okay.
So how many does MSU score?
Let's just say they score 50.
Right.
How much do you think Michigan State will put on the board?
An injured or perhaps zero Aiden Giles, I don't think it's going to be more than 13.
Blowout City.
Yes. Which is what we're hoping for at this point.
Okay, so that's what we're going to tap into as the show rolls on at some point today. Like, do MSU fans want to be humiliated? That's the point that they've reached. You would say yes.
I think most, yeah, because I think Valenti put it well earlier this week that Michigan State needs to be humiliated into action.
Well, let's took Penn State. They had to lose not one, not two, but 3 straight games, including one to Northwestern, before real change happened to James Franklin. Anyway, we will spend time on it later in the show. We'll get to his update in a second. At 7 o'clock, John, did we miss a story with the Lions this week?
May have.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Cade Cunningham scored 16 points and had 12 assists last night in Detroit's 119-98 preseason win over the Wizards, with major news of former first-round pick Jaden Ivey's departure for 4 weeks after undergoing knee surgery yesterday. Pistons star Cade Cunningham was asked about that situation. Jalen Duren also shined with 20 points, 6 boards, and 3 blocks last night. Meanwhile, Danish Jenkins has been a preseason standout this year. He had 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals over the Wizards. The second-year guard out of St. John's averaged 11.5 points and 4 assists in total this preseason. The regular season begins next Wednesday on the road in Chicago for the Pistons. It was the battle of the 40-year-old quarterbacks on Monday Night Football last night. Joe Flacco got the better of Aaron Rodgers in a 33-31 victory for the Bengals over the Steelers. After being traded within the division from the Browns to the Bengals, Flacco threw for 342 yards and 3 touchdowns with no picks last night. Rodgers, 249 yards and 4 TDs, but 2 interceptions in the loss. In the MLB, the Dodgers are on the brink of a sweep against the Brewers after a 3-1 win yesterday. Game 4 is tonight at 8:38 in L.A. In the ALCS, the Blue Jays even the series with an 8-2 win over the Mariners. A pivotal Game 5 gets started tonight in Seattle at 6:08. The Red Wings taking on the Lightning tonight, looking for their 4th straight victory. That's at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Congrats. You made it to Friday. Jim Costa, John Jansen. No Heather Park today.
Nope. Vacation.
A little extended weekend. Gov and Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates. We got the cookie jar coming up at 7:35. And John, with Tiger season ending and just the raw emotion of that Lions game, we spent a lot of time on a couple things, and we may have missed something big.
Yeah, and so I don't want this to devolve into, the integrity issues that the NFL now has, the credibility issues that they have, but we may have missed maybe the easiest question of all. Should the NFL be able to look at every play, not just scoring plays? And so what frustrates me is the uneducated that say, oh, well, it was, they're going to review all scoring plays. Yes, they review them for touchdowns, not for penalties, to see if it should count or not. should they be involved? The eye in the sky doesn't lie, right? And we use that term in coaching parlance to be able to look and say, how did we make a mistake? Or, what went well on this play? And you can't hide from it. Should the NFL be able to review every single play? And if the officials on the field miss a call, hey, they get buzzed down. Oh, there's a flag on that play. We had it for a little bit of time with pass interference. That went bye-bye because it just was ineffective, and it slowed the game down. That's the issue that I have. Do I want them to get the penalties right all the time? Yes. But you're going to miss things from time to time. And then you throw into it the whole gambling aspect where, yes, there's human error baked into all of this stuff. And there always has been since the beginning of time when you have human officials that are officiating humans playing a game. So that's baked in. But do we need to make sure that every single play is officiated correctly? And then you get a buzz down from above that says, hey, you missed a call on this one. You need to go back and throw the flag.
Hey, on the backside of that play.
There's a high-low. There was a holding. It was something. Illegal hands to the face by the defense.
Can I answer yes and no, but let me explain? I don't want every play to be put under a microscope and delayed. And here's what I'd like to do. I'd like coaches' challenges to extend 2 penalties. So you can pick and choose the 2 or 3 plays a game that you want them to review. And you got to make a call. Is this a big enough play? Was it egregious enough of a miss for me to ask the booth to buzz down on it? Because a big pass interference call can swing a game. A play where someone was clearly offsides that they missed should not be ignored. But I leave it on the coaches to find and strategize the couple times a game where they want it done. And if they're right, they keep their challenge. If the league keeps effing them, they get to keep challenging. But that would then mean we don't have to do it every play, and we also don't have to accept that human error is just going to bone our football team.
Does that include the final 2 minutes of the game? Because if I'm a coach and there's a scoring play in the final 2 minutes and I haven't used my challenges, I can't take them with me.
Right.
Throw the challenge flag. There was a penalty on that play.
And make them find a penalty?
Right, yeah. Because, honestly, I've said this before, too, and they may not be egregious, but you could literally call a penalty on almost every single play.
What if you made it so certain, like we're not going to review for offensive line holding. Like certain things are not, but certain penalties could be. Illegal formation, offsides, pass interference, things that would be pretty cut and dry. You were over the line. The Eagles tush push. You clearly went early. I want them to buzz down and get it right, because it's one thing to say we're bigger, faster, stronger. We can get away with it because we're dominant, but you can't cheat. So as a coach, it's a big 4th and goal, game on the line. The guard jumps on the tush push. Yellow flag on the field. Go get it right. We have the cameras. Go get it right. I wouldn't be mad at that. I'm mad what happened with the Lions because they broke this protocol. But if they change the protocol and lied about it, but if they change the protocol, I think you could do it in a way that does get more calls right.
Are you worried that it's going to slow the game down like the pass interference plays did?
I have a solution to that as well.
Oh, okay. All right.
One of the greatest answers. I put a lot of thought into this, John. One of the great inventions we've had in sports in the last 50 years has been the pitch clock.
Right. Well, we have a play clock already.
When the yellow flag hits the turf, 30 seconds on the clock. Go review it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. And then what I need you to do, what's your best guess? You've watched it up close. No more deliberation. What's the best call you can make? And then the game plays on.
Does it work in reverse? I've been accused of holding many times, and I don't think any of them were legitimately.
Oh, you want to say I want to challenge that a penalty didn't happen?
Yeah. You got to be able to do both, right?
I suppose if you want to say that player was not offsides, that pass interference didn't happen. Take one more look at it.
See, that's where you start to get into the minutia of every play. And I do like the fact that maybe you do include it with the coach's challenge. But I just think that you get into the minutia of all of that stuff, and then we start to lose the flow of the game. We start to lose what should naturally happen throughout the course of the game. Are officials going to miss calls? Yes.
Yeah.
It is going to happen. Do I think that Kansas City goes through a game and doesn't commit a penalty? Like we saw it, right? The hit on the block on Brian Branch was a penalty. It wasn't called. Now, would Dan Campbell use his flag on a play like that? Not at that time of the game because they're already down. They weren't going to win at that point anyway. But I do think that there is a place for this. I think it all comes in the execution of it.
Yeah. I think there's a way to do it.
Maybe there is a pitch clock, but then is that, hey, as soon as the red flag for...
It could be as soon as the ref puts his eyes in the lunchbox, you got 30 seconds. That's enough to see the replay at least twice, maybe a third time, and make a judgment call.
Well, I don't even think it's the refs on the field that should put, that should be the ones that are seeing it. It should be in the booth. And, hey, if that call does not come down within 30 seconds, hey, play on. And they should be setting up to run another play. Like, so it's not just, hey, the play clock starts at that point. No, it's, hey, you're ready to run another play.
I guess what I'm saying is to link it. If they change this rule and the Chiefs saw an illegal motion, challenge it and get the call right. If that's
because
how it was
the onus isn't just then on, hey, some obscure rule that, hey, the officials,
Correct.
how could they possibly know every single rule in the rule book? Maybe I do think they should, but
if they miss it, the coach
then it's up to Andy Reid to say, hey, wait a second here, that doesn't look right.
And then there's no bitching or complaining about it. Hey, the call was made because you're allowed to challenge the call, and the Lions ran an illegal play.
I don't think how that would. I mean, if we are under the assumption that now we are rerunning that Sunday night game with this new set of rules you have, I think the officials still do what they did. Like, I still think they converse a minute and 20 seconds later. That's the number that TJ put out there. And I think they overturn the touchdown on their own. I don't think it solves that problem.
Okay.
I don't like this at all. I think we're having short memories on having pass interference reviewed for one season, and they got rid of it. That is a pretty harsh reaction. The league hated it. Everybody knew it was a tough watch. It slowed down the game. Remember, this is supposed to be entertainment, and this game flow, 3-hour windows, all those things apply. You don't want a 4-hour game. And I just think it opens up the door. Like if you put a 30-second clock on it, Jim, and they run out of time and they didn't get it right. Well, that doesn't work for this. The goal is to get it right, group of people.
Right.
But I'm
So
trying to
now you
thread,
gotta go
I'm
to
trying
60 seconds.
I know. I'm trying to thread the needle, though. I don't need 2-minute reviews.
But in the pass interference, that's why I brought up, well, if you could challenge that there was a penalty, then you should also be able to challenge that was a flag that shouldn't have been thrown. And that's where it really got into an issue with pass interference because the guys up in the booth didn't want to discredit the officials on the field. So it was rare that they were going to overturn. But that's what happened.
So what would you guys think is if something controversial or blatant happens in a game, New York comes in?
If they made that the rule, which currently you can't, right?
Right.
If they made that the rule, I would be okay with it because I want the call to be right.
So they can only come in on influential moments?
No, if something is just egregious and kind of got missed or there's confusion with the officiating crew and if this is right or wrong, that they step in. Less is more, obviously, on this.
Yeah, I mean, we
want
want the game.
What if they stepped in New Orleans on that pass interference?
Right, I think everybody would agree that you want to get the call right.
So isn't this what the NHL does with Toronto?
Yes, to an extent, yes.
Why not apply it to the NFL?
Yeah. Again, if this was the rule, I wouldn't be against it. But again, it's the implementation, John. You can't do it haphazardly.
Yeah, and you're going to have to be able to do it both ways.
Yeah.
And so I just don't think that there's going to be many calls that the official throws a flag on the field, and then you go back and look and you'll be like, that wasn't really a penalty. But because a lot of the flags are at the judgment of the official on the field when it's happening in real time. And that's part of why the eye in the sky, when they had it for pass interference, didn't want to overturn the call on the field.
Couple ticket texts. I love replay assist being able to help with spots and catches, non-catches, things of that nature, but you can't have a sky judge calling penalties. So that's their line in the sand.
Yeah.
You should be able to challenge missed game-changing calls. Signed, Ray. So that is a vote for situationally getting the call right and challenging. For a city built on tough grit and blue collar, this is 5 days later and people are still talking about refs. Come on, this is sad for you guys. And this one says, we lost and we're still using one play to be reviewed as a cope for a loss. We lost. Time for the Bucks.
Yes, you are correct. But, I mean, again, I don't want it to devolve into the integrity of the NFL or the credibility of the NFL, because I think that's taken a hit, a major hit. The fact, what we're asking is, okay, we saw what happened on Sunday. The officials got it right. The process of getting there is not a part of the NFL rule system as it sits right now. So we're not questioning whether or not in this conversation whether that was right or wrong. We're just saying, should they make it so that they can do that and get it right?
Yeah, again, we've talked about this enough, but people are in and out. They don't maybe know where we stand on this. Made it very clear. The Lions did not play well enough to win in Kansas City on Sunday night. That has been my position from the jump. The Lions didn't play well enough to win. The Chiefs punted one time in the game, scored on 5 of their 7 drives. The Lions found the end zone a grand total of 1 time in the second half. The Lions didn't play well enough to win. Second, the play the Lions ran on the opening drive to Jared Goff was run with an illegal motion. The Lions' play should not have counted. Pause. Deep breath. Final point. The league violated protocol by getting involved with it and then lied about it, which is a problem beyond the score of the game,
right,
beyond who won the game, beyond all of it. It's a thing that matters moving forward, that the league can play favorites, buzz down, break their protocols, and then try to cover it up. That should bother Chiefs fans, Lions fans, Bucks fans.
Well, it's not going to bother Chiefs fans because they're the ones that benefit from it mostly.
My point is it should bother football fans.
Yeah.
And if it didn't benefit the Chiefs this time, it could, in theory, hurt them in the future if the league suddenly finds someone else in their favor.
Right, yes, whenever Patrick Mahomes retires.
248-539-9797. If it came across as sour grapes, none of us are saying change the result of the game or that the Lions really won when you think about it or anything like that. But, John, I thought it was a good observation. It's a zoom out, big picture. Should the league have been allowed to do it? Moving forward in future seasons, should they amend the rule so that they can get something like that right without having to intervene and cover it up?
Because anytime there's a, hey, let's convene and throw the flag, now every time that happens, it's going to be, did the NFL buzz down?
Yeah, they've opened themselves up to that. We got Cookie Jar at 7:35. We'll get some of your thoughts. It's 97.1. All right, guys, if you're injured in a car accident, you need someone who cares about you. You need KG Law. Lawrence KG and KG Law, 877-KG-CARES, KGCares.com. If you or someone you care about is injured in a car accident, it's simple. You need someone who's going to give you that level of care to win. They specialize in car accidents. They're not going to settle for a low ball offer from the insurance company. The attention to detail that comes with someone who cares. Get my guy Lawrence KG. That's KAJY, 877-KG-CARES, KGCares.com. John, you had a question. People have answers.
Yeah.
Question was, hey, after what happened on Sunday night, and we all know what happened Sunday night, should the league change the policy moving forward so that New York can weigh in and get the call right, so that there isn't a controversy about intervention and lying and pool reporters?
Right. Or just the eye that's up in the booth, the sky ref.
And I do think it's worth getting key calls correct, even if it means reviewing for a penalty. If a player was clearly offside, like the Philly tush push, let's say it's key play. The difference in winning and losing a game is that Philly tush push, and the guard clearly jumps a second early, and they miss it on the field. I'd love if the coach could challenge it, use the cameras up top, and get the call right.
All right, but so what institutes or what constitutes a key play? Because it could be an opening drive, tush push.
I leave it to the coach. The coach can challenge. It's his discretion. It's strategy. If he thinks his team got screwed and it's clear and obvious and he wants it reviewed, he only gets a couple a game, right? It's roped into your current set of challenges.
Yeah.
And that way we don't have 100 reviews and 100 minutes of replay. It's only when the coach deems it necessary and he keeps his challenge if he's right.
I go back to the call on the field should be the call on the field. They're going to get some right. They're going to get some wrong. I get it. I don't like replay in any way, shape, or form. And so that's always been my stance. And so just to add another one to it, like this is part of why I didn't like it to begin with, because now all of a sudden we're going to be, well, we have the technology, so let's just go ahead and do it. It's always that next step. Eventually, why even have officials on the field? You could just have them up in the booth replaying all those different calls and say, yep, penalty.
But isn't that what we're doing in baseball? We're slowly pushing the umps out with the robo strike zone. Don't we just want to get the calls right?
Which is why I am against replay.
I am for expedited, timely replay, which may feel like an oxymoron to you and me and everybody who watches these games, but I'd put a pitch clock on the replay. Let's go, boys. You see it once, you see it twice, maybe a third time, and ready, break. What's the call? Don't waste everybody's time. If it's clear and obvious, they'll make the switch.
Yeah, but if the point is to just make sure they get it right, then why put a time limit on them? They may need an extra camera angle.
I gotcha. I get your point.
No, I mean, so it's just that slippery slope.
Where do you guys stand? 248-539-9797. John in Kalamazoo, what's up?
Hey guys, yeah, I was I'm on the side of not reviewing penalties. Mm-hmm. I personally think that we should go the other way. If it's not blatantly 100% obvious the first time you look at it that's a penalty, there should be no penalty. If you have to huddle up and talk about it, well, maybe this, maybe that, you should let it go. They always say that you can call holding on every play in football.
Yeah, well, offense or defense, sure.
Right. And so where does this lead us to? All of a sudden a team picks up a key first down, right, to maybe ice the game like the Lions do when they go for it on fourth sometimes to hold the ball. And the other team goes, you know what? I bet you if they look hard enough, they'll find a holding on that play.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe there's a can of worms. Maybe you make it so certain penalties can't be reviewable. But things like offsides, right, illegal formation, illegal motion, stuff that we can definitively say would have been a penalty.
If it's that blatant, you'd think you would be able to see it while it happens. Now, this is an obscure rule that we're talking about.
Yeah.
But if it's just, when you have the tush push and you slow it down and you go frame by frame and you go, oh, that guard went before the ball was snapped. Well, if you watch it at real time, which the officials are doing, and even people in the stands are going, man, it's hard to stop. But then you slow it down frame by frame, you can see it, but you can't see it in real time.
Texter says, I'm with John. Everything looks like a penalty when it's slowed down. Just call it how it looked in real time, move on, deal with the mistakes.
Yep.
Clear and obvious would suggest that if you take a quick look, you'd know it. How clear is clear and obvious? What if it takes 5 to 6 looks?
Right. That's the slippery slope.
I like the idea of a sky judge, but instead of having an on-field ref go to the lunchbox, just have 3 sky judges, majority rule, make a quick decision.
And so you're just going to be standing around, and then the official reaches in and pulls out the yellow flag and throws it. Like, I mean, it's just, I don't think it's going to play well. I don't think the the court of public opinion is going to like that either.
Are they going to have the judges on the side and they'll have like a check mark or an X, like a right above them?
Yeah, you got to hit the red button.
The Simon judge that's always in favor of
penalty.
Yeah, exactly. Ticket Texter says, terrible idea. We don't need more challenges. Just joined in. Sounds like Costa's talking about the ultimate or extreme challenge from the original XFL, where you can challenge anything like offsides on the tush push.
Yeah. How'd that go for him?
Guys, you're normally my favorite show on the station, and I can't stand Valeni, but your take on Sunday's game is egregious. Why can't you admit the Chiefs didn't play a flawless game and that the script writers were on it, that the fix was in? 0 penalties, 0 penalties, 0 penalties, and he adds one more for good measure, 0 penalties.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I'm feeling about it.
You feel like...
I agree.
Okay, so I don't think the refs decided the game. I think the refs made mistakes in the game.
Well, yeah. I don't think that any ref, I don't think any player, I don't think any coach, I don't think anybody on the field has ever played a perfect game or called a perfect game.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think there's a script for 0 flags, but 0 flags is BS. I believe I'm kind of in the Doug Karsh world where there's subconscious favoritism to the Chiefs.
I, for one, am welcoming our lizard people overlords.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Kev, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good morning, Kevin.
Anyway, hey, thanks, John. To your point, and you played. Okay, it's to the flow of the game, and the question is if the NFL was all proud, basically from New York, they should have admitted that they made the call. So that brings into question that that they knew they were making a mistake and they knew they shouldn't have been doing that. That's why the fans. So if you go look at this play this past Sunday night, then you look at what happened in Dallas with the 2-point conversion. Then you look at what happened with Eric Ebron. Then you look at like you said, the Kansas City Chiefs, and that when Kelsey actually used the ground to retain the ball. I mean, you can go on and on and on. It's sure the officials on the field should be the ones making the call because it's human error. That's part of the game.
Yep.
So if the fans basically, let's face it, they have no. I'm a Lions fan for over 50 years, and I've seen them get raked over the coals. I don't know how many different ways over the years. They've never been to the Super Bowl, and they're the 5th oldest franchise in the National Football League. And to me, it's absolutely sad. It really is sad that we have to be sitting there talking about this.
Yeah.
Because I'll say one more thing. These are kids on the field. Basically, to me, they're all kids. And let's face it, if you're on the field and you're playing this game and you have overturned 90 seconds after the play is over, they thought they had a touchdown. And the thing is, that was a statement. And would you admit, John, since you played, that the game is emotional?
Oh yeah, there's no question the game is emotional. Yeah, but in regards to, and I do think that this play had an impact on the game. You also have to be able to overcome things that don't go your way. It's the same as throwing an interception or having a turnover. Like, hey, those are momentum killers, and they are hard to overcome. But as adults, you have to be able to overcome those. And I mean, some of them, I could classify them as kids. If you get a guy that comes out of a school after 3 years and he's 20 and you're starting to really stretch the kid moniker. But when I was playing at 33, I was not a kid.
You got grown men with mortgages and children.
Yeah.
They're not kids. Everything else we can discuss there. I thought Dan Campbell was great on this all week. After the game, he said, it did not cost us the game.
Yeah.
Because as a coach, you do not have that mentality that it cost you the game. The officials didn't hold the Lions to 7 points in the second half. So I love that Dan Campbell said it had no bearing on the game. But I also love that Dan Campbell took accountability for the play design.
Yeah.
And I love that Dan Campbell, to us, acknowledged the issue with officiating where they violated protocol and a ref told him New York weighed in on a play they're not allowed to, and then we knew they lied after the game. I think that's the total story.
Yeah.
We got the cookie jar next, 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Fair or foul? Moving up to better seats at a sporting event or concert.
Oh, I think it's fair. I mean, if and as long as hey, somebody comes and sits in those seats. Hey, those are my seats. Hey, no problem. Then you move on and try and find some better ones. I don't have any issue with that. In fact, I actually have a situation at a concert where Lisa and I were at a Luke Combs concert, and she wanted to go down on the floor. So we timed it out to where, you're down at Ford Field and you get to the entrance of being able to be on the floor, and you time it out so there's kind of a group of people and you just kind of work yourself into that group of people and find your way down. Well,
you, Mr. Rule Follower?
I think it may have been the uncomfortable look on my face that gave me away. It could also be the 6'7" frame that gave me away. Lisa goes down and she is out the gate. She's actually already jumping around with the crowd. And then she looks back as Ford Field staff is questioning me. Let me see your ticket. Where's your wristband? I'm like,
it's the bouncer effect. Women get in and men don't.
Yeah, well, that too. Yes. Yes.
It is fair to explore boundaries. It is also fair to have boundaries set
imposed
and enforced upon you.
Yes.
I'm just curious, would anybody on this show tell John Jansen to get out of their seat? Like, there are people in the world that would not because of your size. Seriously.
Yeah.
Anyways,
we'll go find our other seats.
It's fair within reason. You judge the attendance, especially like a sporting event. And, if you're at a playoff game, you've got to think, all right, this is sold out. You got to be smart. Maybe sit in your seats for a little while and kind of examine but you can do it.
Yeah, I think after about a quarter or in a baseball game, once you get to about the third, if you're looking going, hey, they're not in their seats, I think it's fair game. And of course, if you get called out, you got to leave.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they're showing up.
Yeah.
They don't play quarters in baseball games, Jim.
That's why I clarified. Name a random Detroit sports athlete.
So I'm going to go with an 84 Tiger, Rusty Kuntz. Every time, I don't know why he always comes to mind. I just think
I know why.
It's just that random sports athlete that comes to mind.
George Lombard.
Tom?
Joseph Fourier.
Oh, wow. Touchdown dances?
He had 7 touchdowns that 1 year, and then he had 1 other touchdown the rest of his career, and he vanished.
Christian's brother?
Yes.
Brett Lebda. Total forgotten Red Wing defenseman. Unremarkable in every way.
Okay. Why'd you pick this one?
I don't know, just something goofy. How many chicken tenders should be in a tenders basket?
So the question is, are you ordering off the adult menu?
Adults.
Or the kids menu?
This is adults.
All right, adult menu, it should be, size matters, how big are the chicken tenders, but...
They're tenders. They're good length. They're not bites or nuggets.
Right, yeah, that's why I said, I think it should be 8 tenders.
8?
Yes. 8, yes.
Wow.
8 tenders with appropriate dipping sauce to go along with it. And don't charge me for another dipping sauce. 8 tenders with a nice bunch of fries to go along with it.
I would argue that 8 only exists on an app menu.
Where
like
have you
at
ever
a restaurant.
had 5? 5 is my number. Where have you ever had more than 5? 8 is ridiculous.
That's why I said it should be 8. You asked me the question. I gave you my answer. And now you're going to chastise me for it?
Should, to me, implies minimum. Minimum is 5. 6 is also a good number, but it should be at least 5.
It should be 6 because it was always 6 until restaurants started getting cheaper with us and making us pay more and downsizing their menus. It was universally 6 10 years ago.
Hey, you go to a Red Wing game, guess how many you're going to get?
3.
3.
Yeah.
3 has
so it
become
used to be
the
6, so it's not that big of a stretch to say 8.
3 has kind of become the norm. It should be 5. John's greedy and wants 8. Who doesn't want more?
Right. Yeah.
What's the best noodle shape?
Ooh, this one took some research because there are some great noodle shapes, whether it's the curly or it's the shell or it's the elbow or what. My favorite, gnocchi. Oh, I love gnocchi, and it's one of those things where, especially if you let it sit for a little while and it kind of starts to really start to soak in the juices. It's one of the only pastas that I think really absorbs what it's cooked in. And it could be butter with a little sprinkle of Parmesan on there. It could have a little garlic sauce. It could be a bolognese version where you get a little meat sauce in there.
Don't find this often, and I don't typically buy these noodles because I just can't find them. I love Radiator.
Okay. I don't know
Cool.
what that is.
All right.
As I say, can you describe the noodle?
It's like, I don't know, it looks like almost like a beehive or a beecomb.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
I know the ones you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But you usually get medium shells. Those are really good for tuna noodle casserole.
Yeah.
So for presentation, I think like farfalle or farfalle, isn't that what it's pronounced?
The bow ties.
Yeah, the bow ties. It
Farfalle.
look the best, but they slide all over the place. You can't.
It's hard to
you
stick
can't-
'em.
You can't fork them.
Yeah. You need some good forkable pasta.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I almost went with the bow tie.
Well,
The
that's
bow tie-
that's what I'm
Same.
saying. Yeah, that's the same thing. Bow ties is
Oh, okay.
that's not the
Oh,
official
see,
name.
I disagree. I think you can totally fork a bow tie pasta.
Slide all over. It's sloppy. All right, no, but a sneaky one is orzo. It's
Oh, yeah.
it's really good. Like when you put like vegetables with like zucchini or
Yeah,
squash,
yeah, I'm
onions,
out.
green
You gotta
peppers.
if you got to put vegetables with
some
it.
oil and stuff. But I know this is plain Jane here, but if you're just talking spaghetti, I like thin spaghetti.
Like an angel hair?
Yeah.
See, I like an angel hair. I think with a lighter sauce, an angel hair is great. Now, if you do a heartier sauce, you do rigatoni.
You need a meatier noodle.
Yeah. So rigatoni's my answer. Besides candy, does Halloween have a signature food?
So I don't know that there's necessarily a signature food, and this is obviously not something that you put in a trick-or-treat basket, but I do, when I think of Halloween, I think bobbing for apples. I think candied apples, caramel apples. So I would say, different forms of apples is kind of the, you go to a Halloween party and you got the bobbing for apples
Yeah.
sort of deal, and you dunk somebody's head in there, and yeah.
I would caramel apple. No, you don't think there's any Halloween food?
Caramel.
Nope.
It's funny how we interpret these because I never thought of those things. I thought about what do you eat before you go trick or treating.
Okay.
And so the two standbys that my mom always did back in the day, it's easy. It's the crock pot early in the day. It's either chili or sloppy joes. You can just go grab it, eat it quick. It's there when the
Yeah.
kids got out of school. They can put on their costumes and all that, or you go pizza.
Yeah. Yeah. Or you can, you could leave it in the crock pot and eat it at halftime of trick or treating, or when the game is over.
There's no halftime at trick or treating. It's a race
Sprint
for
to the
2
finish.
hours
Yeah.
with the pillowcase and trying to fill it the whole way.
Last one. Wait, Greg, you said there is none?
There's none.
Okay, good.
Okay.
F, Marry, Kill. 3 Halloween candies. This week, you got to pick between Starburst, M&M's, and Snickers.
So for this one, it really, I think this is depending on the time of life that you're in. At one point, I would have married Starburst because I loved them. Now I look at it as what is in that Starburst. It's just it's goo with the square shape, and what am I putting in my body at that point? So
Sticks to our old teeth.
yeah, I'm gonna F some Snickers. I'll marry the M&Ms, and I'll kill the Starburst. I don't think in my life I'll ever have another Starburst because I just don't know what it is.
Okay.
F, M&M's, marry Snickers, kill Starburst.
Okay.
I will marry M&M's. Again, I like chocolate and
Yeah.
that kind of candy over the sweetie, other candies. Starburst, I'm going to kill. It's just I'll have one more and then I'll kill it.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
That means you
Wait,
got
no.
Yeah, you got
Starburst is the F. The kill is Snickers. It's like,
Oh.
I don't like nuts in my candy.
All
You're
right,
gonna
genius.
poke Me just saying nuts, and then you have that one,
I don't
and
know
you
what
can
you're
play
talking about.
nuts, balls, nuts.
F, Starburst. Because it is like you have too many of them. You get that like aftertaste, that artificial flavoring. So it'd be like a short thing, a one-time deal.
Oh, wow.
F, Starburst.
That's not how- okay. Yeah. You want a little short, little
burst.
instant pleasure? Yeah, a little burst. Yeah.
For Starburst. I would marry M&M's,
Okay.
and I would kill Snickers.
Did we all marry M&Ms?
No, Greg killed him, I think.
Oh, no. You married Snickers.
Yeah, I F
Okay.
M&M's.
Okay.
He likes nuts.
And that is the Cookie Jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1. Good morning. Happy Friday. 8 o'clock. We're going to get into a Michigan State question. We'll get the picks. We did open the show with some Scooble news. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. Pretty cavernous gap between the two sides, according to John Heyman in the New York Post. We'll revisit that a little later. But if you're itching and you just got to hear about it, you can use the Odyssey app and rewind. Go back to the start of the show. John, we got ticket text on the cookie jar.
All right.
Is a Jell-O shot considered food? Roy in Clarkston.
Yeah. You partake of it.
Pizza should be the answer for Halloween food. I work in a large pizza chain corporate office. Halloween is the biggest sales day, even more than the Super Bowl. Alex in Highland.
Wow. I could see that. Nobody wants to sit there and cook. If you're getting ready, getting the kids ready, getting the costumes on, and, I got to cook dinner too. Now let's just order pizza.
Halloween is one of the busiest times of the year for pizza places, from an unnamed texter. A vote for chili or stew. Those are classic fall foods.
Sure.
John, you're wrong. Gnocchi is not pasta. It's potato and eggs with a little flour. And another question says, should we consider this a noodle? From my Italian heritage, I've known gnocchi to be a type of dumpling. What's your backup noodle, John?
No, it's part of pasta. It's you Google it and it says pasta. I'll fight you on it.
Internet's always right.
I believe everything I read.
Third one, gnocchi's not pasta. Or not, it's a potato, not a noodle. But it still may be a pasta. Maybe that's the catch-all. How did I phrase the question?
I don't know. What's your
Whatever.
question?
I'll go back and look at it.
Greatest pasta shape?
Best noodle shape.
Whatever.
Ticket text says, now I see why Valenti calls you a fake Italian. What did I say that was fake Italian? What's wrong with the rigatoni noodle?
You should know if this gnocchi thing is right or wrong.
I should have called it out right away.
No, you should have the heritage in your background to know what true noodles are and aren't. Mike would know.
And he'd tell you all about it.
He'll tell you from 2 to 6. I'm a Jansen guy.
He thinks gnocchi's a noodle. John is not being greedy. I want 8 tenders too, with a basket of fries and an adequate amount of dipping sauce.
Thank you.
John is ordering off the man menu. 5 or 6 is the magic number. Your guys' reaction to John is hilarious.
The menu.
Yes, that's right. American food.
8 tenders? John needs a 6-7 menu.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, so that whole 6-7 thing, my kids go nuts every time it comes up. And as soon as somebody asks, because they ask me nearly every game that I'm at for the Michigan game, it's like, I don't know, I run into some random fan and they're like, hey, how tall are you? And I'll tell them 6'7". And my kids are standing behind me doing the whole, hands up and down. 6'7", 6'7". Dad said 6'7" again.
So the Wings had a 6-7 cam at their last game.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, where everyone's doing the little bobbling dance. It's a thing.
It is. Yes, it is.
8 is insane, John. 9 is $20 at LJS.
What's LJS?
Long John Silver.
Oh.
They're still around.
My goodness.
They're still around.
I have not been to a Long John Silver in decades.
Same.
I knew at one time there was still one in Taylor. I don't know if it's there. I haven't been in that area in a while.
Last time I was at a Long John Silver's was when I was commuting back from Washington to Detroit, and there was one in Morgantown. Random. But, yeah, I would always stop at the Long John Silver in Morgantown, West Virginia.
So, John, I'll create an example here. Buffalo Wild Wings, they have tenders on their menu. They give you 5, and then you get fries with it. Would you order 2?
I would not there because I think they charge way too much for all their food.
I didn't mean to go there with it. But.
Well, but that's the thing. I think you should be able to get good value, and I just don't think you get it there. So
everybody's up, though, right now.
All these restaurants.
Oh, sure.
It's absurd.
Yeah.
Arby's, I got 3 tenders a few weeks ago. Just needed kind of a quick hitter, not a full meal.
Yeah.
And I got 3 tenders, and it was like 6 something.
Yeah.
It's like, that is...
Oh, yeah, but you go there, you get, so first of all, I wouldn't order it there. I would get bone-in wings.
Yeah.
And, by the time you order the bone-in wings and a drink, it's $20. Are you kidding me?
Few more text to round out the hour, and we can knock out some phone calls, too, if you guys have thoughts. Actually, if you Google gnocchi, it's a pasta. Or it's not a pasta, it's a dumpling. Come on, John.
Stop it.
And this one says, when I Google John Jansen, it says Neanderthal.
There we go. Believe everything you read.
The internet's never wrong.
Yeah, it's either it either comes up to two things: Neanderthal or meathead. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Text says,
The noise just comes out over your speakers.
Text says that the offer for Skubal was from last year. Guys, it really doesn't matter. That's a huge gap to make up in a year's time. For those that missed the $250 million gap.
Oh, that's the offensive offer from last year?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was last year. If that's the offer from last year, then...
Are you bridging a $250 million gap?
It's years. That's what they're talking about. That's what they're arguing about is the length of the contract.
It's a length issue.
Yes. It is. Kind of always is.
Tends to go that way.
Yeah.
But look, you're going to find yourself in this fork in the road moment where if Scott Harris doesn't believe in a Skubal window, i.e. doesn't believe in going all in while you have Tarek Skubal, this offseason's not going to be one where they supercharge the roster aggressively, and Boris is not someone who's going to settle. They're going to want the richest deal possible. And if they're that far apart, a huge part of it is number of years. If the Tigers aren't willing to give up that number of years, they're going to lose him for nothing. Nothing. And again...
Well, for nothing if they don't go all in. If they lose him for a World Series, then okay.
Then it's something. It's more than something, yeah. But you'd have to tell me, hey, we're going to offer Skubal a lot of money, and if he says no, we're going to put that money into our baseball team in the form of 2 legitimate bats, and we're going to try to chase a World Series with Skubal. If you're doing it, I understand rolling the dice with Skubal. But the public comments from the organization don't support that they're going to go break the bank and win multiple bids for multiple high-impact bats. So they're going to be put to the test. Nobody wants to trade your number one pitcher. John, I'd rather they paid him, but it might be that he is not open to the type of deal, like any type of deal, until he hits true free agency when the Dodgers and Mets can bid on him.
Right. And I mean, if he is just dead set on, I'm not going to agree to anything the Tigers offer right now because I want to get to free agency, then the Tigers' backs are against the wall, knowing that we're going to have to compete next year with every single team, and I say every single team, with a handful of teams.
The heavy hitters.
Yeah. And I just don't think they should.
Yeah, and look, there's people who are soured on Skubal because of
the seventh inning.
He didn't go off for the seventh inning, and then I know you watched Max Scherzer last night fight
to stay in the game.
Yeah. Once upon a time, though, Scherzer ran out of gas in Detroit, and once upon a time, Detroit let him walk, and he went on to win 2 Cy Youngs in a World Series and pitch his ass off for most of a decade.
I would have preferred, as I'm sitting there, not knowing that's going to go 15 innings, I would have preferred to sit there and go, yeah, that 7th inning, Skubal ran out of gas, versus
wondering
what we're living with now.
Yeah. This is what Skubal wants. You hire Scott Boras. This isn't like he's a victim in all of this and his agents playing pulling the puppet strings. Skubal hired Boras for this reason. Wants to get paid. Gap $250 million. Heyman with the report in the New York Post. All right, 8 o'clock hour. Question about Michigan State fans in their emotional state. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Pistons picked up a 119-98 preseason win over the Wizards last night. There were some big performances from Cade Cunningham, who had a double-double with 16 points and 12 assists, and Jalen Duren, who dropped 20 points and added 3 blocks. The team announced yesterday that it will be without guard Jaden Ivey for 4 weeks after he underwent knee surgery yesterday. Cade was asked after the game how the team will get by without their former first-round pick. The Red Wings looking for consecutive win number 4 tonight when they take on the Lightning at 7 o'clock down at Little Caesars Arena. Puck Drop can be heard right here on 97.1. The pregame show starts at 6:45 with Mark Ryan. New York Post reporting yesterday that the Tigers are reportedly $250 million apart from Tarek Skubal in negotiations. Detroit Free Press and Evan Petzold reporting this morning a little bit more specifics on the deal. Apparently the offer that was rebuked by the by Skubal and Boris earlier last season was for 4 years and less than $100 million. We had double-barrel action in the MLB playoffs last night. The Dodgers started the night with a 3-1 win over the Brewers. After yet another impressive pitching performance, they allowed just 1 run on 4 hits to take a 3-0 lead in the series. LA could sweep Milwaukee with a win tonight in Game 4, which starts at 8:38. And the Blue Jays even the series at 2-2 thanks to this home run from Vladdy Jr. Five playoff home runs, the most in Blue Jays history for Vlad Jr., an 8-2 win for Toronto over Seattle. Game 4 tonight, just after 6 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, hold on. That's something there. I didn't realize that. So the latest from Petzold, the offer last offseason was 4 years and just under $100 million. Clearly, the offer's got to be a lot better today. That was when he had 2 years of arbitration left.
Yeah.
Now he's in the last year of team control. But is that what Heyman's basing the gap on? So last year, let's say the Tigers offered rounded up to 100, and Heyman wanted, or Boris wanted 350. So there's your 250 gap.
Is that over 7 years?
Yeah, that's a good question, too. I don't know.
Because it really does come down to how many years you want to put on that contract and what's going to be the average annual value of the contract. That's really what it comes down to.
You would think they could agree on that number or close on that number, right? He's going to be paid per year as much as any pitcher in the game of baseball, right?
Right, and then it comes down to, does Skubal want to get locked in for 8 years? Because we all know that his best years are going to be within the next 4. And then after that, it's going to be the Garrett Cole where you're paying for years where he's not the top pitcher in the American League, but you're paying him as such.
In terms of pitchers, Zach Wheeler's $42 million per year is the high water mark in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Skubal's camp is going to look for more than 42 a year. Could be 45, could be, we've thrown out huge numbers, $50 million a year. But really, it's not about that number. It's about the number of years.
Right.
The Tigers may prefer a 4 or 5 year deal, and Boris probably wants his client to sign that 8, 9, or even 10-year deal. So how do you bridge that gap? Is that a gap you can even bridge? I guess meet in the middle at 7 years. But if Boris says, I'm not going to cave early, we have free agency looming.
Right, yeah. If he's sitting there going, and okay, there's no way to prove it, but he's getting whispers from L.A., hey, we'll do 8 years. In fact, we might even do 10.
And we're not going to blink.
Right.
We're not going to bat an eye. The Tigers have effectively 3 options. 1, sign Skubal this offseason to a long-term deal.
Mm-hmm.
Option 2, trade Tarik Skubal to somebody else for the biggest haul possible, a la Milwaukee Brewers, Corbin Burns. And you should get a little more than Corbin Burns. Skubal's a better pitcher. And Milwaukee ended up with the best record in all of baseball shortly thereafter. The third option is the walk the plank, walk the tightrope. Mm-hmm. We're not trading Skubal. We're not extending Skubal. We'll be in contention with Skubal. We're going to keep him on the team. And if he leaves, he leaves. It's the Scherzer thing all over again. Well, if you're going to do it, you better win a World Series next year. You better have an offseason that supports the idea that you're going all in to win a World Series, because otherwise that's the worst scenario, John. Losing him for nothing is by far the worst case scenario. Trading and getting something might not be super appealing, but it's better than nothing.
Right, unless you win a World Series.
Unless you win a World Series.
Yeah.
And I'm of the belief that if I was the Tigers, I would float him a real big boy offer. And then I'd leak that I offered him a big boy offer. And if he doesn't accept it, then I got to make a decision. Do I instead reinvest that money in Bichette or Bregman or Tucker, or it doesn't have to be one of those guys, but just a couple legitimate bats and say we're going to win the World Series with Tarik Skubal? That's what I would do if I was running the Tigers. What I think they're more likely to do is not add those bats, walk the line, see where they are at the deadline, and really drag this out.
So with all the information we have, we truly believe the Tigers are getting Boris, meaning he 100% intends to take Skubal to free agency, make him the highest paid pitcher ever, probably at $50 million per season, 8 to 10 years. We all believe that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is Scherzer all over again. Scherzer became the highest paid player because he wouldn't get paid the highest contract when the Tigers offered an extension. The extension was pretty much like Verlander's contract. Scherzer bet on himself. So it really is playing out to be the same thing all over again. And all I can say is there are people within the organization were here when that happened. Mm-hmm. What did you learn from that? Because I would say the Scherzer's outcome is the worst outcome.
And I think the answer was you should have kept Max Scherzer. I mean, look what happened immediately when he left. He won 2 Cy Youngs in a World Series, and his pitching really didn't drop off for several years.
And heck, he still had it last night.
Right. I mean, he wasn't last night what he was at his prime, but yes, he's still pitching at age 40.
Yeah, I mean,
and we all know the last few years don't age well on those deals. We lived it with Miguel Cabrera. Is it worth locking a guy up for those prime 4 or 5 cracks at a World Series, knowing you may have an overpaid athlete on the back end?
Well, what I'm compelled by is had they kept Scherzer, I think especially the 2016 season might have played out differently because you don't get Jordan Zimmerman. And the Tigers were right on the verge of a wild card there, and that was the year that JV had the bounce back. So, there could have still been another run at it there. I mean, but look, you can't just let this guy walk and not get something. You can't. That was the 2 critical mistakes that the Tigers and Lions made at the same time with Sue and Scherzer. You just don't do that.
Yeah, like we get this ticket text: sign Skubal for 5 years, $50 million a year. Alan McComb.
So it's a $250 million contract.
But Al, there's no way they're doing that deal.
No, when they know that they can get 8 years at the same price per year from 3 other teams. We
had a text earlier. Give him a 3-year deal for $180 because it's $60 a year. Give him the opt-outs. Give him the Bregman style deal. They're not accepting that.
No, because when that 3-year deal is up, he may not be able to command
Correct.
50 a year or even 40 a year.
Correct.
I don't think he drops off like that, but there is that possibility.
248-539-9797. So that was one of the big headlines from last night, the gap of $250 million, and it does seem to stem from the initial offer last offseason. I just would make...
They're willing to go all in this year for their best chance at a World Series with Tarik Skubal.
Texters, why don't we let Skubal go, get a huge bat and a solid starting arm, as well as a bullpen piece and a high-ranked prospect?
That's one path that you could go. And it will come down to, can Scott Harris manufacture that type of a deal?
I don't believe the $250 million gap story at all. That has Boris playing his agent games written all over it. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think
they aim high and then they use that as the number.
The educated baseball fan is going to look at this and go, yeah, this is an agent game.
But let's say it's not a $250 million gap. Let's say he's exaggerating. Is it a $200 million? Is it a $150? These are still huge gaps.
Oh, yeah.
So last year, Garrett Cole got the 9-year, $324 deal, right? I believe he's a Boris client, or Boris is his agent.
Yeah.
It has to be past that. It just has to. You're looking minimally. I don't know what world you're living in that it's not 8 and 360.
Can we back up for a second? So the Petzold stuff's the new stuff. That last year's offer was 4 years at just under $100 million. Do you have a reaction to that?
It's way too low. It's that if I was Tarik Skubal, I would have the same reaction. Or if I'm Scott Boras, it's offensive.
It's insulting.
Yeah.
And I know they're going to say we had 2 years of arbitration to leverage. There's no world where Skubal was going to sign that contract.
Yeah, that's insanity.
So,
I just brought up Cole.
I know there's precedent, but just so we understand, we're doing Boris is like a super villain agent, right? He's the super agent who's playing all the media games. Who is he in the arena with? A team that made a laughable offer last year. So that explains the gap, right? You have one side that has no concept of what the market is, and you have one agent who's going to shoot for the moon, so then you stretch this thing out to $250 million. That does not sound like two parties who are going to sit down in a week or a month or 2 months and iron out a deal.
That's what needs to happen, though. All right, it's already starting. The back and forth, what was offered, what wasn't, what needs to be offered, what's the market. And what I really believe, let's all be adults here. Chris Ilitch, Scott Harris, Jeff Greenberg, AJ Hinch, other executives, host Scott Boras, and Tarik Skubal, and let's have a sit down and What does it take to get you signed right now?
Yeah.
What do you want right now?
As we describe Scott Boras, and I know, you use the term supervillain agent. Like I'm not going to villainize an agent for doing his job. Like his job is to get the most money. And I don't think he's looking at it as, well, I just simply want to screw the Tigers.
I think the other question, is there a right now that the Tigers need to ask? Are you willing to sign a long-term extension with us right now?
Is there
what
a
do you
number?
want?
Yeah.
Is there a right now or isn't there?
Right.
Are you going to free agency no matter what?
Right. And so the word villain, right? It's all about how you cast the light in this. Nobody truly is a villain. This is the business of pro sports. Tarek
Right.
Skubal's not a bad guy if he says, I want to be a Detroit Tiger, but I also want to get paid the most amount of money. Scott Boras isn't a bad guy for trying to get his client the most money. Detroit, they got to make big decisions for their club. If they ultimately don't think it's justifiable to hand a starting pitcher a 10-year commitment with the looming possibility of Tommy John, looming possibility of a strike or a lockout, all right. But then you got to pivot accordingly. Like, that's the thing, is just don't get stuck with your pants down here. If you're not going to sign him long term, are you trying to win with him everything
Right.
you can right now? Or are you conceding, hey, 26 might be a minor step back to reposition everything for what we've all thought from the beginning, 2027 is the Harris window.
Right. And if they get that answer from Scott Boras and Tarek Skubal that, no, we're not willing to sign anything right now, we do want to get to free agency, then the Tigers can move forward with one of two plans. Trade him, get your maximum value, or we're going to add as many pieces to the puzzle as possible so we can go win a World Series right now.
We can be a formidable baseball team as quickly as this March. 248-539-9797. We'll get the picks in this hour. I mentioned a Spartan fan conversation, the state of Michigan State fans, but some Tarek Skubal thoughts, phone calls, and feedback next. 97.1. Guys, when it comes time to get a new roof, it's probably something you're dreading. And, your roof's leaking. It's been too many years since you addressed it. Nobody plans for a new roof, and it always seems to come at the worst time. The cost can feel overwhelming. This is all bad stuff. I'm going to give you good news. Shaner Roofing is the company you need to trust. Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. I want you to know about these guys. Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have to skimp on the quality and Band-Aid this thing. You can do it right and get the quality you need. That means you don't have to stress about that upfront payment. Here's the thing. Shaner's not a fly-by-night company. 30 years in business, 4.9-star Google rating. They've earned it. Thousands of satisfied homeowners. They rave about the professionalism, the craftsmanship, the customer care, all the stuff you need. So if your roof is leaking, if it's aging, if it's just time to get that peace of mind, don't wait. mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. just keeping people up to date on the latest with Scooble, some of the headlines. And we'll get to the picks coming up at 8:35. John Heyman, New York Post, headline, Scooble and the Tigers, $250 million apart. That's not exactly got to dot a few I's and cross a few T's. That's a $250 million gap. And it's believed that that gap was from last year's starting point in negotiations. It's a huge number to make up this offseason. Evan Petzold of the Free Press saying that offer by the Tigers was a 4-year deal for just under $100 million. That was with 2 years of arbitration, so that's probably the Tigers' thought process. He would then be a free agent in 28 and could get an even bigger deal. That's probably how they pitched it. But it's wholly uncompetitive. There were headlines last offseason about the Tigers not having a serious offer. That's not a serious offer. So what's going to change this offseason? Scott Boras, if we're going to use those numbers, was probably looking for $350. But now without a year of arbitration, could balloon up to a $400 million deal. Well, isn't that what everybody's been speculating it's going to take to keep Tarek Skubal? And it's John, it's ultimately, it's going to be about the number of years. It sounds like a length issue.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely going to be a matter of how long does he want that contract to be? How long does he want to make that guaranteed money? Because as soon as he signs it, it's guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. And if you're Boras, you're going to shoot for that 8, 9, 10-year commitment. And if it might not even be something they're signing right now. They might want to get the biggest possible payout in free agency a year from now. And from the Tigers' standpoint, it sure sounds like they're more comfortable, and I think fans might be with them, more comfortable with a 4, 5, or 6-year deal. But that's how you start stacking $40 million a year, $50 million a year, and you get these $100, $150, $250 million gaps in the contract. Mm-hmm. So we can check in with people, 248-539-9797. I know we got ticket text. DeVell in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Okay, so this is what I would do, and I heard John say this, and it's like combining a couple of his options, but the minute that we knew that Scott Boras was Skubal's agent, we knew right there, I knew right there, he's not coming to Detroit, signing to Detroit. It's just not going to happen. So, I mean, trade him now. I would trade him now, get the haul from him, make sure you get a starter and a back-end bullpen help and a player to be named later, something like that, right off rip. And you're not going to get 2 Skubal-like pitchers coming back either.
Right.
But as long as we get somebody, like we can all agree that Kyle Finnegan was the best piece that we got from the trade deadline.
Yep.
We get that level of a pitcher, of a starting pitcher and a reliever, we're good there. And then the money we would have paid Skubal, and the Tigers would have paid him, that's 2 5-year, contracts with 2 right-handed great bats. For 5 years, you can get 2. We're competing next year for a World Series, not for a playoff or a division. We're going to the World Series next year. If you get 2 great bats with that money, 5 years apiece, you get the 2 Finnegan-like pitchers, reliever and a starter, and a future consideration. We're good. We're good because it's not realistic that we are not competing with the Mets and the Dodgers with salary for Skubal. And he set it up like that with Boras as agent. He's not dealing with Detroit. So you do that and just compete. I mean, we've been here before, with, like you said, with Scherzer, Verlander, even though we traded Verlander. Yeah. But, yeah, just go ahead and do that. And we're competing seriously for – I'm looking at what Guerrero did in Toronto. I'm real jealous.
Well, but that would be an argument to keep your star player. Like ultimately, Toronto bent, right? They weren't going to give him all this money, and they did. And you mentioned Scherzer. Don't we wish the Tigers would have just paid Scherzer, who went on to have another 5, 6 really good years of runway, Cy Youngs, and World Series performances?
Or do you just agree to that 1-year deal with Skubal like they did last year? Now it was $10 million last year. It'll be more this year, or arbitration, whichever path you want to go. And then add those bats like he was talking about. Instead of spending the money on Skubal, you're going to spend it on the bats and then win with Skubal for a year.
Yeah, use them and lose them. But at least you do it with the belief that we're in the top 1% of MLB teams chasing the World Series.
So the argument, though, of the caller, he brought up Guerrero. I mean, isn't that the argument not to keep him? It's an everyday player.
Right.
He's hit 5 home runs in the postseason, and he plays the entire game. That's like the argument to not pay a pitcher almost.
Well, I do
Seriously.
wonder. I do wonder if the Tigers' philosophy is we would hand out 7 and 8 year deals to position players.
It's the argument-
homegrown position players who we could lock up in their 20s, as opposed to they don't want to give Bregman an 8 or 9 or 7 or 8 year deal.
Right.
And I understand that.
But it's the total argument for going and getting 2 hitters this offseason, keeping school and letting the thing ride, and the only way you move them is at the deadline. You got that in your back pocket.
As like a parachute if your season goes south.
You're probably not getting quite the return if you wait till the deadline, but he becomes tradable to a lot more teams that are in the hunt, and that becomes like the Kawhi Leonard situation,
Right.
where basically he's not staying there.
Yeah.
Like,
Right, but so this is what's tough is we have to go through all these scenarios and all the different ways it could play out. If the Tigers are willing to add legitimate bats and spend legitimate money around Tarek Skubal, then fine, you roll the dice. But then I'm going to pull back and just say, Scott Harris has told us he doesn't believe in a Skubal window. They didn't act aggressively at the deadline when they had the best record in baseball. What's most likely to happen is they're not adding these primo bats that DeVel's calling about, that we're bringing up on the radio, that the fans want this offseason. We're going to get a Gleyber Torres 1-year deal, equivalent, and bring up McGonigal argument. Well, at that point, what are you doing just letting Skubal go?
is there a player out there that would take kind of the Bregman deal from last year?
I mean, we brought up some of those names this week. Like, John, I know.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Pete Alonso. I don't have the list in
I
front
don't
of
know
me
if
right
Alonso would do it or not, but it is kind of plain for this year. Guys that have big bats, 1-year options, overpay them.
now. Bo Bichette,
I think Bichette at 27, 28 years old,
Yeah.
probably looking for
a long-term deal.
long-term deal. We know Bregman wants the long-term deal. Maybe.
And I just don't know. We don't have enough information on this potential looming lockout after next year. Guys might want to get locked up right now.
Yeah, don't play the game. Ticket Text says, much like Stafford defined Holmes and Campbell, Skubal will define Scott Harris. If we have to make a deal, we have to win that deal. I mean, this does feel like a defining.
Oh yeah, he's going to be defined by. I mean, right now he's defined by the lack of movement at the trade deadline and what he's done, whether it was Erod or last year, this year, the inactivity. But the headliner is going to be, what does he do with Skubal?
I think it's Skubal, and then it's Clark McGonigal. Like those two. If Clark McGonigal end up being like everything he's built them up to be,
Yeah.
and all these Baseball America rankings have built them up to be.
So if they trade,
That's the only other thing that he's being judged on is you kept your prospects, they better be great. The Skubal thing is a huge decision for the organization.
if they trade Skubal, do you have to get a proven commodity in return? Would you be willing to play multiple prospects?
No,
Hey,
you'd
but-
have to get something of that's tangible.
Because I think that's the wild card, or some sort of proven bat out there that's kind of a sneaky proven bat.
You scratch their back, they scratch yours.
But then you're throwing in a bunch of prospects too. Like, I wonder if the Orioles would do that. They're the type of team that has that.
yeah, well, they're the ones that screwed up the year before, right? Sitting on their young players.
They need pitching. Would they give up one of their core hitters and prospects?
But hold on, but then they have to extend Skubal, right? Because they're not an all-in team
Yeah.
next year.
I don't know.
Tigers need to stop effing around. Offer Skubal $400 million over 8 years. Make him the highest-paid pitcher ever. If he turns it down, nothing you can do, and then you trade him, but you leak the offer.
Yeah.
I think that's a viable strategy here. Requires you to pony up. I'd offer $50 million for 8 years. That's the same deal. Says if he says no, I'm trading him at the winter meetings for the best deal I can get. Tom in Chesterfield. Line in the sand. But that is required that you are making the big boy offer first and
Well,
making
and-
him say no.
Yeah, and
Not $100
that would be an
million.
intriguing offer for him to say no to, because that would far surpass the $42 million that the top pitcher is making right now.
And it might be more in line with what he was asking last offseason. So you'd meet him where they're at and force him to say yes. All right, picks are next, 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and their communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, all you got to do is go to firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Nobody caught it on the ticket text, but we'll just come out and say it. We didn't include Michigan State in the picks.
Nope. 27.5 point spread. That feels like a week 1 pick.
Yeah, it's a tough sell. Look, there are so many good games in college football. We didn't even get to Bama, Tennessee. Vandy is a favorite top 25 clash with LSU. And to be honest, I don't think Spartan fans care or were offended. I think they're kind of done with their team for this season. Fair to say?
It feels that way. And I think they're all going to, I don't think they're going to go Spartan free, like we are the Lions free, but and they'll be paying attention and hope for the best, but prepare for maybe the inevitable.
The state of Michigan State fans, their mental state going into this weekend. I know both guys in the afternoon want a humiliation. Brendan Shabath is on the updates. He's a Spartan. He has shared the sentiment. I bumped into Luke Sloan. Remember him? He's a Spartan grad.
Yeah.
Bumped into him at the drinking fountain. He said, yeah, we're going to get humiliated. Is that what Michigan State fans want to happen? Because we saw it with James Franklin. Penn State had to be shamed repeatedly week after week after week before they were willing to buy out their coach. Do State fans want Cignetti to drop a bomb on their school? I mean, they beat Illinois by 53 points this season. Is that what you want in a sick, twisted way to still watch your football team? You're hoping for change and you're hoping they get embarrassed?
I don't necessarily know. I mean, I don't know if I could ever go into a game hoping that I want my team to just get bombed. But I think it all comes down to, do you trust, in this case, administration, to make the decision if they, let's just say they lose by 2 touchdowns to Indiana. All right, they didn't get bombed.
It's a moral victory. We hung in.
Well, I'm not saying it's a moral victory.
Got some fight from the team. Jonathan Smith still got some buy-in.
But it's still not a competitive game. And so whether you get bombed or you lose, and maybe it's the same thing against Michigan. Hey, you put up a great fight, but you lose. Don't lose your minds. I'm not predicting that game right now. But I think if you simply feel like we need to get bombed for a decision to be made, then you don't really trust them to make the right decision.
Well, I just think it's a natural position of, until they fired him, I don't know that they will.
Right.
And apparently they need more evidence. They have not received enough evidence to fire Jonathan Smith as evidence that he has a job. So I need to create a bigger, stronger case for him to be fired. And it wouldn't be, well, we were within 2 scores on the road with number 3 Indiana. Or, hey, the rivalry game was kind of tight this year. It needs to be, we lost by 5 touchdowns.
Well, and I think up until that UCLA game, all right, they won the games they were supposed to win, right? Western, Boston, and Youngstown. And then they lost in a more respectful way to USC than Michigan did. And Nebraska, all right, you lost by 11, but, okay, it was at Nebraska, and Nebraska's got a good quarterback. So you're sitting there going, ho-hum, all right. But losing the way they did to UCLA at home, because you always think, okay, is there signs of improvement? Mm-hmm. Is there things that are better this year than they were last year? And originally, we thought in those first 3 games, maybe there was.
It's just gotten so bad so fast. So, 2 weeks ago, after the game, Jonathan Smith was asked about his tackle play, and he said, I didn't really see anything, paraphrasing, anything that was egregious. Meanwhile, if you watch the game, the tackle play was terrible. And I think he even admitted after watching the film the next day, we needed to clean some stuff up with our offensive line. Okay. Then UCLA, it's homecoming. They drop 38 unanswered points against you, and Jalen Berger, former MSU running back, is now on UCLA, says they didn't want to play anymore, saying that you guys quit on your home field. We know how last year ended, and it looks like they're going down that same path again this year.
So it's time to respond. And, if he can get his team to respond, because it goes through the whole process of, in past eras of college football, because we're in a brand new era now, it used to be 4 years. Well, you don't get 4 years anymore. And if halfway through your second year, things are following the same path as they did in year 1, and your athletic director is not the one that hired you.
John, there's a ton of ticket texts that support this idea of getting blown out. Texter says, I went to MSU. I want him to get destroyed this week so Smith can get fired before they even kick off against Michigan. If he stays and somehow beats the Wolverines, we're stuck with him. Wes in Grand Rapids. Can't have that. Another one says, 50 or even 60 burger, please. Steve in Livonia. So it's one of these things. I don't want to let the afternoon show speak for all Spartan fans. That's how they feel. But it's getting echoed by our listeners, too. Like the MSU fans in our audience, they were mad when they were 3-0. So you can imagine with how they're feeling right now.
Yeah.
John, they want their team to get humiliated.
Well, and they just saw a team that did make a change and come away with 2 big wins.
Ding, ding, ding. Guys, MSU is a hockey and hoop school now. The D'Antonio era seems like a long, long time ago. Guys, I graduated in the 90s. They were coming off the Rose Bowl in 88. They've had some down years, basically until D'Antonio took over. And what I've learned is this team, they'll rise up. They're good for a few years, and then they go back into security. They're simply not a good football program and not worth your time on Saturdays historically.
Yeah, but that's not what that program should be.
Shouldn't be. You're right.
I mean, it should be competing for playoff spots every single year.
Can and should, isn't.
So as a Michigan fan, I've only been truly apathetic one time, and it wasn't the Rich Rod era. I was anti-Rich Rod from the get-go. I knew it would fail, and I was like, all right, when he's fired, I'll care again. You know, that's a different kind of apathy.
Sure.
Versus it was the Brady Hoke era, and got sold a bill of goods when they went to the Sugar Bowl the first year, you know, and then you're like giving them some time and some rope the next couple years. But 2013 was the -48 game at Michigan State, and that's when I was like, whoa. And I kind of like, okay, well, still because of the first year, let's give them some time. And you get into 2014, and it was the Minnesota game at home, that 30-14 loss. I'm like, this is over, and I really don't care anymore. So I didn't care about the Joe Bolden State game, the next Michigan State game that year.
Oh, was that planting the stake?
There's a stake in the ground.
Yeah, and it was. I was just like, after Minnesota, I didn't care. I didn't care that State did that. It didn't bother me that they did that.
Okay, so that's another way of framing this. Are you just apathetic? Like, you don't want your team to be humiliated. You just don't have any energy to muster into the game. Are you even going to watch Michigan State if you're in the apathetic crew? Because I do think the people who are watching for a blowout. If you're not watching at all, you may just self-admit, hand in the air, hey, guys, I'm a Spartan. I'm apathetic towards my program. That's the other way of looking at it.
And the fact that it's on Peacock.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going to have to actually jump through an extra hoop to go from the games that you were watching to another app to watch it.
You're like, I'll watch Georgia Ole Miss. That's a top 10 showdown going on in the SEC. So that's there for Spartan fans as we check on your mental state at Michigan State. John, for as much as we talked about Lions and Chiefs, you think we may have missed a pretty big storyline. A question that we should have asked people earlier in the week that we can fix. Yep. It's a Friday. We'll ask it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Red Wings take on the Tampa Bay Lightning at home tonight at 7 o'clock. They could win their 4th straight game with a victory, which would mark their longest win streak since February 4th of last season. Pre-game coverage on 97.1 starts at 6:45 tonight. Puck drop at 7. We're waiting for updates on the health of Lucas Raymond and if he'll play tonight. He missed last game. We should hear final word on that around noon after morning skate. The Lions face the Buccaneers at 7 on Monday night next week. While they'll be without Brian Branch and a number of other players on defense, they do get back defensive tackle Aleem McNeil, who's been itching to return to the field. McNeil hasn't played since tearing his ACL last December. Detroit is also likely to be without 7, possibly 8 other players in the game. That one possibly missing player is left tackle Taylor Decker, who Dan Campbell told the media would not practice yesterday. Then roughly 10 minutes later, Decker was then out there practicing in individual drills. Campbell will not speak to the media today, but offensive coordinator John Morton will. Hopefully he will provide an update. MLB playoffs continue tonight. The Dodgers can clinch the NLCS with a sweep of the Brewers at 8:38, while the Blue Jays and Mariners show down in a pivotal Game 5 at 6:08 in Seattle, with that series all tied at 2-2. The Tigers have a decision to make this offseason with Tarek Skubal ahead of the 2026 season. Last year, they tried to extend Skubal for, quote, 4 years and less than $100 million, as reported this morning by Evan Petzold of the Free Press. That offer was obviously declined by Skubal and his agent Scott Boras, leaving the two parties where we are today in a state of waiting. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's a Friday, last hour of the show. Cookie jar coming up in 35 minutes. We also have a sports radio host that did something embarrassing last night on social media.
Oh, boy.
We'll get to that at 9:50. Well, yeah, heebie-jeebies.
Yeah. So I did want to ask a question in light of what we witnessed on Sunday night. I think maybe we just missed the easiest question that we should be asking. Do you want more replay in the NFL? Does the NFL need to, because they got it right by going back and saying it wasn't a touchdown, that was a formation of a motion penalty. Should the NFL be able to do that? And whether it's from New York or it's the ref that's up in the booth, hey, buzz down, you missed something, here's what it is, throw the flag, or whatever it might be. Do we need more replay? Do we need that extra ref up in the booth to say, hey, you missed something, here it goes?
To quote, get it right.
Yeah.
It would be something they'd have to do starting for the next league year.
Correct. Yeah, they're not going to make that change now.
And look, the argument to do it is then you don't have to worry about cover-ups and lies. You just get the call right.
Right.
And I think one way it could be used, not focusing on our game from last week, is whenever the Philadelphia Eagles line up with this tush-push and the offensive line goes early, that's not reviewable. Should it be? Should you be able to throw a challenge flag and have somebody up in a booth go, hey, it's one thing to run this play.
Yeah.
You got to follow the rules. Should you be allowed to involve the booth to review plays involving penalties? That's what we're asking, right?
Yeah. And so if you say yes, I want to know, okay, how do you do this without slowing down the game? And if you are going to say yes, they can call penalties, then you also should be asking the question, are they going to review the ones that are called and say, you know what? In hindsight, that's not a hold. Or
boy, is that tough. That's hard to do.
Sure. But it needs to be able to go both ways. Not that it ever will.
If you open Pandora's box, that's what it means.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, what's the mechanism? Where do you want to draw the line? Or do you just want to say, you know what, human element's going to be a part of this, and we have to accept that players are imperfect, officials are imperfect, and we just have to live with it?
The way it currently is.
Yeah. And I've never been a fan of replay. I don't like replay. I don't like it in any way, shape, or form. I don't like slowing down the game, and I understand the want to get it right. Sometimes they're going to get it right. Sometimes they're not. The game happens quickly. It's at a fast pace, and I like. There's enough TV timeouts now to slow the game down.
No kidding.
I want to go ahead and just say, which they're not going to do, but I don't want to add more to it because it just is that it's an avalanche. It's a snowball. It's a slippery slope. You're just going to, well, if we're doing this now, then why not include this? And then it's not, why not include the next step?
I do want them to get the calls right. I do think.
Don't get me wrong.
I
want them to get it right.
I'm not painting you as a guy who doesn't care about that. My perspective is this. We have the cameras. We have the technology. We should get as many calls right as possible. My fear is, of course, bogging down the game. So what I would propose is not every play is eligible, but the coach's challenges could extend in scope. So if you go, hey, I'm sure they lined up offsides on that play. I'm throwing a challenge flag, and you're going to take a pitch clock amount of time to verify it. Not some 2, 3, 5, 10-minute review. We'll put 30, 40 seconds on a clock. Verify. 1 replay, 2 replays. They get in the lunchbox. Quick decision. And it's not every play. You have your challenge flags, and now you can use them to challenge what you feel as a coach to be egregious. If you're right, you keep your challenge. If you're wrong, you lose your challenge. You got to be strategic about it. That allows me to correct obvious blunders with penalties without involving conspiracy from the league and lying after the game. And I'm hoping to do it in a way that doesn't slow the game down. That's how I would do it.
Okay, so let's just say they put that clock at 30 seconds. And there's no way for them to be able to run to the sideline, pull out that little postage stamp camera, and watch it with enough views to then make a call. So it's going to have to come from above. And I say remove the officials if this is the route we're going to go. And then you still have an issue of how many views are they going to be able to look at? And then in the pool report, are they going to say, well, if I had seen that view, but there wasn't enough time. And then all of a sudden, well, let's go from 30 seconds to 45 seconds. Well, let's go from 45 seconds to a minute. Like it because you didn't get it right. Now we want to make sure we get it right.
Right. I know how this could go slippery slope and turn into a disaster. And it's kind of what happened when they tried this with pass interference, right?
Yeah.
They thought it sounded great on paper, right? Let's not miss obvious pass interference. It's a huge swing play. It's a spot foul in the NFL. It makes a hell of a difference if you call it right or wrong. But they found that they couldn't adequately pull that off.
Right. And even the ones that were called, and you're like, it doesn't look like it's pass interference, they weren't overturned.
I think some of the challenge, too, is when you slow anything down.
Everything looks like a penalty.
You got there early. Yeah, but you got there early in slow-mo. Was it bang, bang?
Right. Well, then you're talking about the tush push, right? Was it bang, bang? You left just a tenth of a second early?
Right. Do you guys want to see this? Clearly it was done against protocol on Sunday.
Yeah.
Do you wish that they changed protocols so that any team could have that play officiated properly and there wouldn't be controversy? There'd be delays.
Yeah.
And there may be...
there's already a lot of delays.
So you guys let us know. Rich in Detroit, good morning.
Hey, yeah, I do want them to get it right. I think it's critical. You know, we've been boned enough, and other teams can make the same argument. So they've got 8 TV timeouts per half. Why don't you just tell the sponsors that these reviews of these plays are going to be when your TV timeout, like when your ads pop up? We don't have to watch the ref look at the replay. And then the sponsors are happy. We don't slow the game down, but you still get the right call.
And if there's no challenges, they just lose those TV spots?
They
it defaults to what it was.
No matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do it on a natural stop. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that makes sense, but that was just what popped into my head, and I thought, well, maybe everybody wins this way. Because I know it's just driving the fans nuts, and the NFL has to have a little bit of a stake in the game in terms of dollars and cents that equate with their credibility, right? It's got to stay credible for people to spend their dollars and to get that TV money in the first place.
Right.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's in a perfect world, the timing all works out like that, but, hey, you spent your TV timeout, and then all of a sudden, the last couple seconds of the quarter, there's a challenge.
Now what do you do?
Now
there's an extra
stoppage of play.
Yeah.
What about adding more officials to the field?
Are they already getting away enough?
To watch for things. Like maybe they're positioned behind the main ref or near the main ref, but they're looking for other stuff. I don't know.
I mean, you start adding more bodies to the field. I mean, it's congested enough with these guys. And,
I know, but this is out of control if we're going to start reviewing everything.
I agree. I don't want it.
You wouldn't be reviewing everything. It would just be a couple plays.
Well, but no. You do that, but then, no, you missed this. And John's right about the clock would get longer. People would say, oh, well, they didn't have enough time to get it right. Isn't the goal to get it right?
Right.
If the goal is to get it right, you should review every play. Seriously.
But that's not going to happen.
We
So
all
acknowledge you can't do that. Yeah.
I think the NFL, that New York should actually buzz down and get involved on confusing slash critical moments, games like less is more is what I'm saying. But like the New Orleans pass interference that brought the pass interference review for 1 year.
Yeah.
That they should just buzz in and say, whoa. I'd be fine with that. The problem with that is that they won't do that right at some time that somebody wants it.
Right.
There's just no right answer
so
here.
How do you determine that play is obvious? But it's the ones that aren't obvious. You're like, well, why are you calling that one egregious and not this one? It's like targeting. Why are you calling that targeting and not this targeting? Why is this guy suspended and this guy's not, or fined and not?
I think maybe the answer would be you could expand the scope of replay to things that are more definitive. Like offside is pretty definitive, right? You had 12 guys on the field. That's pretty definitive, right? Things like that are penalties that we can't currently challenge, but should be easy to identify. Like it's hard to judge bang, bang pass interference or Was that a hold on the interior of the offensive line or the backside of a play? Maybe that's not something you can challenge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then, I mean, what might be important to you might not be important to me. And what could influence a play, I mean, are you going to then say, well, everything backside of the center, we're not going to review. It's only got to be at the point of attack.
Well, if we did that, you as an offensive lineman would know, hey, I'm on the backside of this play. I can get away with more, right?
I already know that.
Yeah, but it would be explicit.
I mean, yeah, then you start taking away the tricks that crafty veterans can use that they can get away with. And I mean, it just the snowball effect is not something that not a road I even want to go down.
We want to hear from people on this because you had the thought, hey, did we miss something this week? We spent a lot of time fixating on our perspective, but from a league standpoint, should we want them to be able to get involved with this stuff and get the right call, or does it bog the game down and it's unnecessary? It's 97.1.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio, he's got decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes David different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who works hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Ticket text, phone calls, your feedback. Get to the cookie jar at 9:35. Happy Friday. Good morning. Question was, do you want to see more help from the booth in the NFL or keep it the way it is?
Mm-hmm.
Ticket text. How did they play in the 50s with no replay? Keep it out of the game.
Exactly.
Wants to go backwards. Kevin and Jackson, do away with instant replay entirely. It's accomplished nothing. Makes officials lazy. When replay first came along, they proved that most of the time the officials were getting it right. That's no longer the case.
I'm going to throw a question at you out of the blue.
Okay.
What's the greatest overturn ever?
I don't know. Do you have one that immediately comes to mind?
No, I don't, and that kind of supports that. It does.
But at the same time, when I watch
a part of me that wishes it never came in the game.
Yeah.
I disagree with you guys.
I don't want any part of it. It takes away from the flow of the game, and I don't know what the numbers are, but if you're looking at it and going, yeah, they get it right 90% of the time. I know the goal is 100%, but there's always been a human element to sports.
But I'm okay with the human element coming from the competitors. I don't want human error coming from the officials. I want
It's always been a part of the game.
But we don't have to have it always be part of the game.
But part of this is about entertainment and keeping this within a window of being able to watch it and have your life.
I agree.
You know, I mean, I don't want football.
I don't want 500 replays either. It's why I would just expand the scope of the challenges the coaches have. So if they have something they feel is egregious, you have to speed up the replay time, but allow the coaches to challenge more freely.
So I mean, and then the question after that is, all right, we did that once with the pass interference. How did it go?
Not well, John.
Let me run my idea by John of helping out. Let's add a Skycam ref. So he's above hovering.
You put him on a drone?
Yes.
He throws the flag from 40 feet
Just
above.
don't hit him in the eye.
Yeah. Yeah. How high does he have to go then when there's a punt?
Imagine
he sits on the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean,
and
if I'm a punter, I know I'm aiming for him.
Once the ball passes him, then he hovers in over the play.
Can I knock a wing off?
This one says the best answer: the refs should just stop blatantly favoring the Chiefs. That would fix everything.
Yeah.
You guys are a couple whiny bitches. Move on. They lost.
We're not talking about that.
No.
I just want to know if you're of the mindset, hey, they got it right, then are you then of the mindset that they should always be able to call the flag from above?
Yeah, should that be a permanent change?
Yeah.
Let's get to Gary Coldwater. You're on 97.1.
Hi, I'm calling in about the replay situation we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why we need super or slow motion or super slow motion views of a play when the game is played at a certain pace. The referees and players are played at a certain pace, and just have a replay that has natural replay and without going into all the slow motion and super slow motion details.
Well, then you just get rid of replay altogether because if you're talking about a catched ball, sometimes it's hard to see if it is it trapped under their body or if there's a fumble. Is he down before his knee goes down? As the ball comes out before the knee goes down?
Toe on the sideline, blade of grass versus the white out of bounds.
Yeah. Or is his knee down before the ball crosses the goal line? There are some situations where you need to be able to slow it down to get a definitive look. But Gary, I don't know if what you're after is just get rid of replays altogether. I'm in that camp.
Actually, I was just getting rid of slow-mo and just having a quick review with the human eye on a regular replay camera.
And you just settle with whatever they can determine from the game speed replay.
Mm-hmm.
Phil in Detroit. Phil, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing today?
Good.
So, we all watch the game, and you can see on every play, it can almost be a flag thrown, just about. I think a great idea would be to have AI just watch every play and determine, trajectory or if that particular foul has anything to do with the outcome of that play.
You want to hand it to AI?
Hey, because again, listen, the game is judged by human eye, right? And now we putting all different kinds of replays in or whatnot. So again, on every play, you can throw a flag. It's either holding, you've got pass interference. I mean, these guys are chucking down the field. So the refs kind of, you can see on plays, the refs kind of judge whether or not that particular foul has something to do with the outcome of the play. And you've also seen where they've called pass interference and the ball has been 20 feet over somebody's head.
Right.
So there's no way that they can catch the ball. So I think AI should be able to judge trajectory, whether a player could have got to a quarterback off a holding, and different things of that nature.
Well,
So did they not call the block in the back on Brian Branch because it was backside of the play? And because if that's the case, then backside of the play, I'm going to be geared up to do whatever I want to this defender because it's not going to impact the play, but it's going to make it a lot more fun for me to block this guy.
Yeah, I see that.
So I mean,
yeah,
that's
but you know, as you look at it, like I say, we can throw a flag on every play. We all watch the game,
Yeah.
and if you're a Detroit Lions fan, you watch Aiden Hutchinson get held on damn near every play. So
I want to back up on the AI point. I don't feel like AI is anywhere near sophisticated enough for me to rely on and give authority to in these moments. I mean, when you Google stuff, it's not even right half the time with AI. Ask AI to sum up your last email. It's going to be gobbledygook. There's no way I go, hey, you know what we should do with $1 billion sports league?
Yeah.
Just leave it up to whatever the computer says.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at that point, I'm probably done watching.
Yeah.
The AI and the refs are virtual. They're like holograms.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I had one more thing.
Yeah. These aren't the drones we're looking for.
The one more thing with the Skycam ref idea. It would take the dispute out of those questionable field goals where they truly in when they're above the upright and they sometimes look, wait, was that really good?
So you want some guy strapped to a drone.
He'll be way up top above that and can see that. He'll have that angle that nobody really has.
You know, the safest way to do it is instead of so maybe you have the camera, but then on wires above that, you have the 4 wires hooked to an official and then somebody with the remote that is whipping him around.
Yeah.
And he's flying like Superman.
I mean, I'm not the engineer here, but I think the idea works.
Sure, the concept, yeah. Yeah, I got an idea. You guys figure out how to implement it. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Brian, next up, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
What's up?
So I think it wouldn't slow the game down if you gave each coach 4 replays a game. You can only carry 3 into the second half, and you can replay anything. And so those would be the only replays that get done the whole game. If you get them right, you keep them. So just like in Eagles game the other day, you know, they did 4 tush pushes in a row, and 2 of them, the guys were offsides. You get one of those offsides, they get backed up.
And it changes everything. Yeah, then it's 4th and 5, and they can't run their tush push anymore.
Exactly. And so, you know, that there'd only be 8, maybe 10 reviews the whole game. You maybe put a minute pitch clock on it, and so you might get 10 replays the entire game. They replay more than that now.
Yeah.
And when they do a replay, most sane people can look at the first replay that they do in slow motion, and you can tell if it's a catch or if the guy's inbounds or out of bounds. You don't have to look at it 50 times.
The number of times you've been
But
there with me.
they got to write on their little 3x5 card.
I know, but Brian, you've been there. You go, what are we doing? What are we still waiting for?
Exactly. I don't understand why it's so hard. And a holding penalty on a long pass is just as egregious as a pass interference, because if that gets called back on a holding call, that's an 80-yard penalty against the offense. So you should be able to replay that.
Okay.
If the coach wants to throw that flag, he's only got 4 of them, because if the guy slips and falls and the ref calls holding, you should be able to replay that.
And the trade-off for you, just so people are keeping up with you, we're not going to have any other replays that aren't called for from challenges. Everything else would stand on the field.
Exactly. You only get 4 a game.
All right. John, thoughts? It would minimize the amount of replays we currently have, and it would just focus them into the most key moments in the eyes of the coaches. I don't hate it.
So right now we have 2 replays per half, and you have So a total of 4 already by the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're just removing, you got 4 for the entire game, but only 3 in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here's the thing is we're looking at, even when we talk about slow-mo, and let's take the Travis Kelce catch, not a catch, that wasn't reviewed. I think you're going to have some officials look at that and say, well, he was bobbling it and it should have been a no catch. Others are going to look at it and say, well, I don't know that the ground necessarily assisted him. He had possession before it went down. I'm not going to say what I thought either way. You're still going to come away with some of these replays going, they didn't get it right.
Right.
And how many times do we watch a replay and we're like, what are the officials looking at? And then they don't confirm it or they turn it over. And you're like, that they're not looking at the same film I'm looking at.
The ones that really bother me that get argued about is when the ball barely squirms. Like, to me, there's somewhat of a natural element to that in football. Now, look, if it actually moves out of your arms, yeah, you're not in possession anymore. But like when the ball just barely turns, like, ooh, Romo.
Like what?
Ooh, Jim. Ooh,
Too much
Jim.
squirming.
What about that last text has to be at least noted. The one right there.
Oh, I love when he brings in a page with one text. You know, it's an
This
important
guy
text.
is so good.
Yeah, you all caps.
This is pretty funny. They should allow one challenge flag per game for the fans. Ray in Shelby Township.
Throw it. Like everybody's just one guy's got
there's
it.
a designated fan, and he's sitting there with the flag, and he's got to make a call. Dan Campbell's pleading with him. Throw the flag.
Yeah. Next year's giveaway. Yeah, we're hey, you want to be the one that calls the flag?
248.
Yeah, 248-539. Be the 10th caller.
The Bullseye Event Group's got your back. Okay, here's how we're going to wrap up the show. End of the hour. An Odyssey Sports Radio host made a fool of himself last night. I sent it to John. It made him very uncomfortable.
Yes.
We will get to that at the end of the hour. Next is the cookie jar, fair or foul at sports and concerts, and a controversial noodle. So what I said, 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning new Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price based on due at signing of $3,569. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details. Hey, NFL Sundays are right here. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now FanDuel's making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you want to play the game, FanDuel's got your back with some extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like and be all about. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the app and get in on all the action before kickoff. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big boy likes his chicken tenders.
Yeah, who doesn't?
8 of them.
I don't think it's out of line.
Certainly don't think that's standard.
Of course it's not. That's why you asked the question.
What should be
What
standard?
should be standard?
I don't think it should be standard.
Well,
You got a big mouth, big boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Says a little guy. I only need 3.
I said 5.
I only need 5.
And everybody's little compared to you. That's not fair.
Yes.
Okay. So I have something from an Odyssey sports radio host.
This made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
So his name is Andrew Filipponi. Hosts in Pittsburgh. May have heard his voice in different little podcast promos or whatever. He tweeted yesterday, "There's no way the Steelers lose tonight. In fact, I'll get my nipples pierced with no numbing agents if they lose to the Bungles. It ain't happening." John?
That's going to hurt.
Steelers lost to the Bengals. Or the Bungles.
That was a game I couldn't look away from last night either. It just, I mean, you got 2 aged quarterbacks, and you got a quarterback in Joe Flacco that has only been on the scene for 8 days, 9 days. And then he goes and wins against the Steelers, who had only 1 loss going into that game. And then on top of that, oh boy, thanks, Tony. And then on top of that, you have this unbelievably awkward, cringy, and painful tweet.
Kind of gives you the heebie-jeebies.
He's got to follow through with it, right?
You would think so, yes, John.
But it's not like he can hide. Like, you know, I think there was a
the FSU fan with the poop.
Yeah. The and so yeah, like, okay, nobody's been able to identify that guy, and so we don't think that he ever followed through with the solo cup full of excrement.
All right. So would this be acceptable if he came out and said this? I will get them pierced, but I'm going to get numbed. And he has to keep the piercings in until the Steelers beat the Bengals again.
Do they play again this year?
Yes.
Okay.
But if not.
There's got to be some caveats. Only if he watches. Like, you can't look away.
Oh, while they're numbed?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason I say this, it is a compromise, because Stoney, when we had this Michigan bet years ago, he agreed to it that I said Michigan would go 10 or 2 or better. He said, no way, they're Iowa, they're 9-3, blah, blah. And I was really confident in where Harbaugh was moving the team. I think this might have been 2016, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Anyways, whatever. So the bet was me grow my hair out for 6 months, or Stoney can't cut any hair for 6 months. And I won the bet.
Yeah.
And so I made him do it for a while, and then I just look at him in studio one day, and I
couldn't take it anymore.
No, it wasn't. I felt bad for him. I'm like,
so you
come
can't.
on, he's a public
Here's the
figure.
thing, though: you don't make a bet that you can't pay off.
Which is what has me thinking Andrew Filipponi has always wanted his nipples pierced and now has an excuse.
Yep, it's got a secret life.
Didn't people think Ryan Day had his nipple pierced after one of the games this year?
Yeah, one of those pictures.
A non-flattering photo. This would be his life. He'd have the 2 headlights for everybody to see.
Oh.
By the way, can I get the background on cross-eyed nipples? I don't know why you said that.
Greg, you remember, I think.
People were having plastic surgery done on their nipples to have their nipples look like David Beckham's nipples.
I don't know how cross-eyed came in, though.
Yeah. That's some weird swinger lingo or something.
No, Tom.
Yeah, hidden meaning. I don't know.
Anyway.
So, I mean, is there any way to, I mean, obviously, he's going to have to at least say he did it. Does it have to show proof?
Yeah.
Do a show without a shirt on.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
I'm sure the Pittsburgh Twitch crowd will love that.
Ugh.
Anyway, that's Andrew Filipponi. The other story from that game, Steelers lost, opens the door for the Ravens to still win the division, boys.
Yeah, I think I was listening to Al Michaels said this during the game. If the Steelers won they were going to have like a 3.5 game lead. Obviously, it would be 3 after the weekend. They lost. They only got a 1 game lead. And just think about that swing that early in the season.
And they still play twice down the stretch.
Right.
Lamar's expected to come back after the bye. Roquan Smith, the same deal. They'll be at home against the Bears. Suddenly, they're still 1-5 Baltimore, but suddenly the door's open.
And that's why, it is such a long season. And I know there's only 17 games, but so much can happen throughout the course of a season.
The last thing I wanted to do before the guys come in for crosstalk is shout out you.
Oh, what's that?
Tonight.
Oh, yeah.
You're inducted into the Michigan Athletics Hall of Honor.
Yeah, there's a little banquet
ceremony.
tonight. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Congrats.
Well, thank you very much. It's a tremendous honor. And I'm going in with a number of other individuals. One of them is Carol Hutchins. And I got to run a show. Guess who has to go after Carol Hutchins? Me. I'm going after one of the ultimate legends in Michigan athletics history. So, but just to be in the same class, I'm very honored. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah. It's fun just reading through the bio they have for you. Captain of the 97 National Championship team, mainstay on the Wolverine offensive line, program record 50 straight games as a starter, a then program record.
Yes.
So, do you have to wear something unique or something like that? You guys get jackets like?
yeah, we get the Mesa blue jacket. No, it's just wearing a suit.
Suit.
Yeah,
blue, yellow tie.
Blue. It'll be a blue and yellow tie. Yeah, this is my wardrobe, right? Even when I dress up, I like blue.
What's that outrageous thing you had on that? There's that one picture on the internet.
The blazer?
Oh, yeah. That was a John Wangler special from Valiant. When they first came out, and they're like, "Hey, would you wear this for game day?" I'm like, "Yeah, why not?" It's the only place you could actually wear it.
You look like Josh Brolin in that photo, big time.
Yeah, well, when I had the really defined goatee. Yeah, those are the days.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, congrats, and you guys should have a fun night tonight.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. So, thank you.
Gator?
What are we congratulating John on?
John's going into the Michigan Athletics Hall of Honor tonight.
That's awesome, man.
And you'll be honored tomorrow during the game, right?
Yeah. I think it's in between the third and fourth quarter.
Now, do you have to run down from the booth? And
No. Everybody else will be on the field. They'll swing the camera up, and I'll be the guy waving next to Doug.
That's awesome, man. That's a great accomplishment.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. Although you're off on your pasta noodle.
Oh, you don't think that gnocchi is a pasta?
No, it's a dumpling, but they're fantastic. They're delicious, and whatever you want to stuff them with is great. But
you don't stuff them with anything. You mix them.
Yeah, I've had them with, and maybe it's an accoutrement with the sauce.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Oh. Dumplings. They're just like, I'll just have one more scoop.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's a little left. I don't want to waste.
I was in Vegas a few years ago. We went to some really nice Italian restaurant, and one of the people at our table got this gnocchi that had this like braised short rib with it. Ooh. It was I had a little drool there. One of the best things I've ever eaten in my life. It was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
What would you say your top noodle is?
I'm kind of basic when it comes to I love angel hair pasta.
Okay.
I just think the chew is nice and easy, and it's simple.
Yeah.
Whether it's great with if you want to use a red sauce, or if you want to do a cream sauce and add like prosciutto and peas or something like that. It's great. I love angel hair, but yeah, I try to limit my pasta intake because pasta can be a real problem for me.
Oh yeah. Well, and it's kind of one of those things where it just never fills you up, and then before you know it, you ate a whole lasagna.
Yeah. Right. That's right, Garfield.
Yes, and my wife, in fact, she just earlier in the week, we had grilled a whole bunch of Italian sausages, and for the ones that we didn't partake of, she used those to make a lasagna. She makes an unreal lasagna.
I love lasagna.
Just can't stop.
Okay, so we're going to do Are You Going to Eat That today? I don't want you to read this on the air, but one of the items I circled, what do you think of that name? Don't read it on the air. You like that name?
Yeah. Wait a second.
We'll get to it later.
Oh, wow.
Would you eat it?
Oh.
Yeah,
I would.
It's the name, though, that gets me.
Yes.
Let me just look at
Gator. I want Gator's authentic reaction on the air.
Yes.
What do you think of that name?
Yum. Yeah, first of all, you're going to have a good time with the name, but I think you'll have a good time with the food itself.
So, and we'll get into... I thought we'd put a story to bed, but it's got new life. The NFL, the deleted tweet. You guys talked about the deleted tweet.
We did not talk about it.
The Branch stuff?
The Brian Branch stuff, yeah.
Oh, my God. What the hell is the NFL doing?
Well, what's the NFL doing? And Louis Riddick he was in Washington with me for a couple of years, and there's a lot of things that I could use to describe him, but I'd have to use the dump button.
Oh, wow.
Those that know him,
I don't know if he just read a script here, but let's just say
It's a hit.
hey,
Let's
it's your
John finish the
choice.
sentence here.
It's your choice when you read the script whether or not you're going to go with it.
Okay.
And if you have any class at all, you're not going with it.
Okay.
And he doesn't.
This feels like a smear campaign against Brian Branch.
Oh, it absolutely was. People
Okay.
who watched
We'll
it,
play it.
yeah.
We'll play it next.
It's a hit piece. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hi, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I am Doug Carson. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Scott the Gator Anderson, how are you today?
Okay. Just a little. It was a little sad yesterday that the passing of rock legend Ace Frehley, the guitar player for Kiss, back when Kiss meant something. He died at the age of 74, so that's kind of sad.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that would be something you'd want to talk about, and we will get into it as the day goes on. You just heard the bulk of the NFL films. Let me be clear on this. That was the section that they tweeted out to promote their show, Turning Point. We have decisions to make every day about what we're going to talk about, what we're not going to talk about. We have decisions to make every day about, okay, what does the audience want to hear? We had kind of put to bed the Kansas City game and what happened in the Kansas City game yesterday. Kang brought up something in the Blitz thingy, and it led to a bit of a topic. People were sounding off on said topic, and then we're like, okay, it's time to move on, barring any new news. So the new news on Wednesday was Dan Campbell reiterated that the call came down from New York. He was told that the call came down from New York, even though the league denied that. Jared Goff, when we asked him about it, I think he just echoed Campbell's comments. So that was News Wednesday, and we're like, okay, it's probably going to be put to bed. And then it came up yesterday in the Blitz thingy, and so that was our choice. And that, some people might have had it with the topic, and I get it. Then what happened with the NFL TV show Turning Point? It brings it back, and the NFL tweeted out their show Turning Point is kind of a deep dive with their mic'd up players and mic'd up coaches into games. And they did the Turning Point. They focus on a couple of games, and one of them was Detroit and Kansas City. That clip you heard in the update was near the end of their breakdown of Detroit and Kansas City. And it definitely appeared to be trying to make Brian Branch look bad. And you heard him say the four things. It was a rough night for Brian Branch, and Louis Riddick was reading the script. This is a league outlet that wrote a script and put out a video. Now, as far as I'm concerned, there's no problem with pointing out when a player had a rough night. However, there are examples. Burned by Kelsey's basketball move, okay? Branch comes up from a safety spot, what appears to be zone coverage. He may have outside leverage on this play, and he forces him back into Jack Campbell, and Campbell runs right by him.
It's hard for you to say. I know.
I know it is hard for me to admit that it might have been Jack Campbell.
But yeah, upon replay, when they show the play, it's like it's clear that Jack Campbell's coming over from the linebacker position and over pursues the play, and Kelsey just goes back to his right and east-west up the field.
Yep.
To freedom.
Okay. All right. You can call it burn, whatever. It's no big deal. Got showed up by Patrick Mahomes.
When Mahomes scored the touchdown.
Yeah, they call the league's video partner, NFL Films, for Turning Point, called what Mahomes did to Brian Branch showed up.
Would you call it something else, Doug?
Well, there's a word that is used when the rules are applied called taunting.
Oh.
Now, do I care about the taunts? I really don't. Do I think it's silly? I really do. However, the consistency throughout the league, there's an example of Puka Nacua flexing and pointing in the direction of a defender that got flagged.
Mm-hmm.
Was that last weekend? It was last weekend, or was it 2 weeks ago, Kang? I think it was, I can't remember. But it was a very similar play. Puka Nacua got flagged. Patrick Mahomes didn't. But the NFL, to point out what a rough night it was for Brian Branch, calls that showed up. Then he said he got juked by Xavier Worthy. Okay, fine.
Xavier Worthy freed himself from a tackle. I mean, Branch was wrapping him up, but he spun around and broke the tackle. It's a nice play by Worthy.
And took a shot from Juju Smith-Schuster.
Well, it took an illegal shot from Juju Smith-Schuster that was not called a penalty, is how it should have been read, but that was not it.
So they're using two things that very well could have been flagged that probably crossed the line with the rules, and use them as an example of Brian Branch's bad night. And I'm like, is this a smear campaign against Brian Branch?
In addition to that, they show the exchange after the game where Patrick Mahomes is trying to dab him up, and Branch is not having any of that, right? As if that's another piece of evidence that shows that what a poor sport Brian Branch is. When there have been a number of occasions after a Kansas City loss that Patrick Mahomes will storm off the field and not dab up the other players. But we won't mention that because that's bad Patrick. We only talk about good Patrick.
Mm-hmm. Well, as we watch the whole thing, and Kang, we're very sensitive to trying not to be just homerism radio, even though we admit that we are homers. Like, we don't want to. Is this a big deal in just Detroit? And that's why we're kind of leaning into this one a little bit, because it's not a big deal in just Detroit. Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio wrote about how dangerous it is that the NFL buzz down, if they did buzz down to change a rule that they are not allowed to have them drop a flag, they're not allowed to. Florio wrote about this again yesterday afternoon.
Well, and obviously we're local.
Yep.
We're going to talk about it,
yep.
But it's not just us. National TV and radio pundits have all talked about this, and specifically about the NFL buzzing down to the officials and getting them to change the call on a play that is not reviewable, but got them to take the extra 74 seconds after the play and discuss it so you get the outcome that the NFL wanted. So it's not just us. And,
okay, so the Detroit fan in me, I watch this thing and I'm like, oh my God, this is such Chiefs propaganda. I was like, and then I step back and I go, what about the reporter in me thing? The reporter in me, or whatever we are, trying to be as professionally, like to step back and look at it from a media standpoint. I can't believe in the current climate, with concerns about the league being pro-Chiefs, that they approved putting this out. That's one. Two is they took it down.
Well, that's the interesting part to me.
They took it down, and they took it down for a reason. What do you think that reason is?
I think the Lions, here's what I hope. I hope the Lions bitched about it vociferously. I hope that they pointed out all the flaws in what they were doing. I hope that they reminded them that it was the NFL that buzzed down to the officials on the field. Because that's what they told Dan Campbell. That's what they told Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing you say now is going to change what they told them during the game. So just a reminder, we know what happened. And yes, we have commented on what happened. And we're not backing off that.
I'm flabbergasted that the NFL put this out there. And do I think they tried to make Brian Branch look bad?
I think that was
sure
the point.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's one thing to do just a fluff piece on Kansas City. And those are easy enough to do. And they won the game.
They're all too enthusiastic to do that.
Yes, they are. And the whole thing starts off with Taylor Swift. Hey, it's another Taylor Swift game. But that's what they're doing because they're trying to they're riding the wave as much as they can when it comes to Kansas City, when it comes to the Taylor Swift effect, the Patrick Mahomes effect, because they know it can change like that. All it takes is an injury, and then there goes the wave. So they're riding this as much as they can. I find it interesting that they took the angle to smear Brian Branch along the way. That I don't understand. Like, if you were going to just talk about how great Mahomes is, another piece of like that, okay, fair enough. Hook him. I got it. It's nauseating, but whatever. But when you decide consciously to go after a player on the opposite team and do it in such a way where you're framing it where the only way, if you didn't watch the game, to interpret what Brian Branch is to follow that narrative, that's incredibly unfair. It's reckless. And it's completely uncalled for, which is why they pulled it, because it was.
248-539-9797. Kang, I want to get your take on it. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback, your ticket text. It is Carson Anderson. We are looking at another one of these stories that I thought was dead. I thought was over. And then I feel like the NFL made a really odd choice. They use that to promote it. The video's still up on Turning Point. It's their tweet that they took down. So you can see it for yourself if you want. It's on ESPN's website. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel's got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works. Each week, FanDuel is giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy. It's fun. It's only on FanDuel. So what you do is you go to the FanDuel app. At the top, there's a banner. You can scroll the banner and see the Boostin' with the Boys promotion. You click on that. You opt in. And then you can go make your bet. Make sure you click on the toggle so it applies to whatever bet it is. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration of maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so there it was from NFL Films and their show Turning Point, and I in the current context, where we are, the climate in the NFL, not Detroit-centric, is that league favors the Chiefs. Subconsciously or consciously, the Chiefs get special treatment, not a Detroit complaint, and what's turning into a national complaint.
Yeah.
And they just leaned into it in a story that they probably should want to go away.
The NFL.
The NFL. Yeah. And now, whether it was it's their media branch, their NFL Films, their show. And it was NFL Films that tweeted out that clip promoting their show this week. And I'm thinking to myself, is this a real concerted effort to make Brian Branch look bad? To justify their suspension? Is it make Brian Branch look like the bad guy here? Are the Lions, what Dan Campbell said yesterday, I'm not worried about his reputation. He's a good person. He's a good football player. I'm not worried. Should we be worried about it? Because this feels like an effort to make him and the Lions look like bad guys here. And maybe none of this matters, okay? Maybe none of it matters. I'm just really surprised. And they took the tweet down for a reason.
Yeah, I was past this because we
were done with it.
Yeah, well, not only that, the Chiefs won. Chiefs beat the Lions. The Lions didn't get enough done. They just didn't. They made mistakes. Amon-Ra St. Brown dropped a pass that he never drops.
Yep.
And they just didn't make the plays they needed to make the plays. They couldn't run the ball in the second half. The Chiefs won the game. They beat them. So days later, you come out with the smear campaign against Brian Branch. I'm not sure I understand why that is. And it's like there's plenty. If you just wanted to focus on him knocking the hell out of Juju Smith-Schuster, which, by the way, was hilarious to see that other NFL players are like, yeah, it's about time somebody did that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was kind of a funny take. I'm not
advocating see that.
Yeah, I'm not advocating that, but there are a bunch of podcasts out there. And that's okay, fair enough. But if that's what you wanted to focus on, go ahead and do that, because you don't want that as part of the game. After the game confrontation, it gets physical, and it's a bad look. And Juju's bleeding, and these chiclets are a little loose or whatever. It's not a good look. And then Branch gets suspended for it, and appeals the suspension, loses the appeal. He's out for the Monday Night Football game, and that's going to hurt the Lions.
It's going to hurt.
And that's all on Brian Branch.
Yep.
This external stuff that they put with his video out there is completely unnecessary. And by the way, Brian Branch is one of the better young players in this league. He's probably a top 5 safety in the league. And you just crapped all over him for what purpose?
Really? They put this out there thinking this was going to help their cause, I think. And once they realized, oh no, it did the opposite, they deleted the clip to promote the show Turning Point. Now, the whole episode of Turning Point is still online and available for anyone watching. That's where you and I, Doug, we watched it and got the clips. They clearly, to me, are making Brian Branch look bad for a reason. And if your narrative is that the league favors the Chiefs, this does not, this is doing exactly that. They're gaslighting Brian Branch and the Lions. I don't know how else to put it. This is I couldn't believe it. I thought it was fake last night until this morning, until you were able to log into your account, Doug, and we saw the whole episode.
It was weird because we were like, okay, this is
AI, right?
AI generated.
This
isn't real. They wouldn't do this.
But I'm sorry. Everything, it's like if you're in a courtroom and this one guy, all you're hearing is from one side's lawyer. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. This is not down the middle at all. This is all slanted towards Brian Branch is a bad dude. He did
Chiefs,
a bad thing at the end of the game. Yeah, Chiefs,
Lions,
good guy.
guy.
Yeah. And so, it's ridiculous. I couldn't believe it.
All right, let's get to your phone calls. Bill, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Morning, guys. Hey, first thing, you guys and everyone else out there, let's just leave Taylor Swift out of this. She has nothing to do with it. She's not asking for any kind of
leave Taylor alone.
Yeah, just leave her out of this. Be a man. Just leave her out of it. All right. This has to do with the Chiefs.
So what's the matter with you, Bill? What's going on?
No, man. I'm just saying.
Here's the thing.
Just don't. What are you?
Careful.
I almost said it.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Bill. I don't think there's a conscious league effort to fix anything. I think there is a fascination with a cult of celebrity in this country, and it's showing itself in weird ways in the NFL. I think Mahomes is a celebrity. I think now Kelsey is a celebrity. And I think that I think subconsciously stuff like that impacts the way specifically Mahomes
People
got
think.
away. The celebrity status of the Chiefs only rises because of Taylor Swift.
What if she had married Jared Goff?
It would help Detroit most likely. But he married a celebrity too.
Jared did fine.
Yeah, but I think it would. I think there is a subconscious thing that is perhaps at play here, because I don't buy into conspiracy theories when it comes to the league. So you can say leave her out of it. That's fine. Except, are we sure there isn't some celebrity that's boosted with the Chiefs because of her?
It's not her problem. They're using her. They're using her.
Okay.
She has nothing to do with
Understand
it.
this, Bill. We're not ripping Taylor Swift. We're ripping the league.
Fine, good. But and then let's get back to ripping the league. I'm with you guys. I don't understand what in the world that video was all about. I can't. Like, it's just like one of you guys said. I mean, they should want this story to go away. I'm glad this story's not going away. It shouldn't go away. Because finally, I think it's getting to the point where it's so obvious now that the Chiefs are getting special treatment that they've got the networks trying to it's crazy. It's crazy I think that trying to make Brian Branch look bad, whatever. Hey, look, whatever. We don't mind being a bad guy in Detroit.
I guess we're gonna be. I guess we're gonna be.
Everybody's gonna wear the villain shirt now.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, there's other stuff going on, and we will get to it. We're a bit shocked that the NFL put out this tweet, NFL Films particularly. I mean, you got to remember that there are different branches of the machine that is the NFL, and this is maybe the one arm of the NFL's machine, not knowing what this might come across as to people in Detroit and elsewhere. And I have no problem with pointing out a player's failures, okay? I mean, that's just part of the job of being a professional athlete. But when you talk about how he had a rough night and you include 2 plays that could have been flagged against the other team, that feels very pointed and on purpose to make maybe one team look good and the other team look bad. And there's feedback coming in on this, and we will get to it from an unnamed texter. Gaslighting Brian Branch by the NFL is crazy. Rick and Hal, every Detroit Lions defensive player should play with a green mouth guard in their helmet Monday night. I love this idea.
Solidarity.
Yep. Free Brian Branch. Put the green mouth guard in that helmet hole, the air hole in the top. What a great idea, Rick.
Here's a free marketing idea for the Lions. You know how they sell those like inflatable helmets you can put on kids and stuff? You know, you just blow them up.
Yep.
Have one with the green mouth guard out of it. That's a Brian Branch one
Let's go.
there.
Yeah. Let's go.
And also actually use a mouth guard.
Yeah, that ain't happening, dude.
So
do not understand.
Does he do this because you have to have the mouth guard attached to your helmet in some way, and so he just sticks it in the air
I don't know
hole
if
in
he
the top?
actually uses one too, and he's just always done that. But I mean, I just don't understand why players don't have the mouth guard in place during play. It helps reduce the effects of taking a monster hit.
Yeah, it's good for concussions. Next text. Over the next month, there will be carnage when the Lions get done with these games. It's personal now. Can you imagine the vibe in Allen Park right now? There's going to be steam coming out of Dan Campbell's ears, almost literally. Next text. The NFLPA was probably on the NFL's ass when they caught wind of that. Next text. I don't watch WWE wrestling. Not that I have anything against it. I just don't find it that interesting. It's scripted and fake, which is fine. I'm now putting the NFL in that category. I was a casual NFL fan, but the reality of what's going on in the last week is a clear indication it's fixed. Well, I am comfortable in not believing it's fixed. Yesterday, I moved off a position that I have held my entire pro football and professional life. Pro football, like I played my entire professional life as
You're tall.
Fan and a broadcaster. Yeah, I might have been like an outside linebacker, maybe a tight end. Put
Let's
on
not
some
get
weight.
excited. Because you're tall.
What position would I be?
You're probably a wide receiver.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Actually, this came up in the office yesterday. Valenti said, you'd be more like a Joe Jaravicious. I don't know why it came up, but it did. Anyway, I got sidetracked. I never believed anything was fixed or influenced in any way. And I moved from a 0 out of 10 to a 1, which is a big move for me.
Yeah, I don't think things are fixed necessarily. I think that players are shown preferential treatment at times. It's not just Patrick Mahomes. It's throughout the league with the star players. That's just how it is. So, but after the NFL phoned down to the crew and got word to that crew, that's why I moved off from like a 2 to a 3. And it's not that high. It's very selective.
A ticket text 248-539-9797 from Scott. Yeah, poor Taylor Swift. Don't step. I will just, on behalf of the thousands of texts that we got from the previous caller, I have no idea if he was a Swiftie.
I think Bill may have been a Swiftie. Or Bill's got daughters that are Swifties. It's okay.
Yeah. Could be. Very well could be. So anyway, the story by Mike Florio, as a follow-up and maybe put a bow on what Dan Campbell said Wednesday, here's some of what he wrote. New York's involvement in Jared Goff TD catch potentially opens Pandora's box. This came out yesterday afternoon, and I'll read some of the highlights from this. Something the NFL needs to address sooner rather than later. Lions coach Dan Campbell said he was told the illegal motion call that wiped out a Jared Goff touchdown reception came from New York. Referee Craig Wolstead denied it, which in a pool report that outside help was used to drop the flag, which had to be the official position. The situation wasn't reviewable. Under the rules, as written, outside help was not allowed. If the officials missed it, they missed it. You want to get the correct result, which is fine, And Florio goes on to write, on the surface, that's fine. It's always better to be right than wrong. But the device that the league implemented per Campbell opens up Pandora's box, especially as to one specific play. If New York can tell you Rolstad to drop a flag more than a minute after a legal motion foul occurred in Kansas City, why can't New York tell the referee to penalize the Eagles for false starts that the on-field officials missed? It's critical that the rules are written, the rules as written be respected. Failure to do so creates clear inconsistencies. Failure to admit that it happened undermines transparency. Lack of consistency and transparency are two things that, in an age of legalized, normalized, and heavily monetized, sports betting can directly result in normal and abnormal incidents of the game becoming grist for the speculation, distrust, and accusations of point shaving or game fixing. Yeah. Yep. That Sunday night game, man, feels like it may have ramifications. And now the Lions move forward, and Gator, it is I've known you for a long time. It is one of your favorite storylines. It is a card that you play more than any person I know. Chip on the shoulder.
Cultivated.
If the Lions
sculpt
want a chip
shine it up
on
real
the shoulder.
nice. Get that chip going.
Mm-hmm.
Work it.
And you know what else is a popular take? And perhaps someone should make a shirt. Detroit versus everybody.
Oh.
Yeah, Detroit versus everybody. Okay, fine.
There again.
Fine. Because this feels like it leans into that narrative. They got the league putting out promotional videos, gaslighting one of our players. You got New York buzzing in. Did they or didn't they? See, I think the NFL really needs to come out and say whether they did or they didn't. And maybe the fact that they aren't saying anything should tell us what happened.
I don't think they're going to say anything. And if, let's say they did say something, and they come out and they say, we didn't, you going to believe them?
Well, I think that they would maybe call the Lions. And if they didn't, okay, who told you that? Because this is not doing us any favors because we didn't. You would think that they would want to clarify it with the Lions, and maybe they have.
I mean, seems pretty obvious to the Lions what happened.
Yeah.
Two different people saying, yeah, no, we were told by officials that it came from higher up, either from somebody in a booth in Kansas City or somebody sitting in a room in New York that related to people in Kansas City.
All right, there is news on other fronts, including Tarek Skubal. I hate public negotiations, and this is one of the reasons why. One side is getting a word out, and it may or may not be true. I mean, I have no reason to I believe what some reporters have reported, but it looks like there is a bit of a gap between what the Tigers offered him 2 years ahead of free agency and what he wants now. I'm sure as they get closer to free agency, the Tigers move off that position. Sometime, what did they do with Colt Keith, right? They locked up Colt Keith for a long term by offering him money earlier than they had to. This is what you offer earlier than you have to for a little bit less than what you might get on the open market. But a player starts getting paid sooner than they would, and so that player might want to take it.
What is it, 6 years of service in Major League Baseball, and then he become a free agent?
6, 7, whatever it is.
And they gave him a deal
time
before he had accrued a single day?
So they tried to do it with Skubal. It clearly didn't work. And now apparently the numbers are being reported, but we will get to that and the gap between what he's reported to want and what the Tigers offered a year ago. We will get to that today at 10:50. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Rake in the savings. Low payments on the remaining 2025s. Lease a new 25 Trax LS for $299 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $299. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. GM employee discount, Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees. With approved credit, offer ends November 3rd. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Big football weekend to preview as the show goes on. Of course, what we do here is we open up the phone lines and talk about what the people want to talk about. So 248-539-9797. Anything on your mind, fair game. And it's great to be with you on a Friday. It's a Friday, Scott. It's a Friday.
It is indeed.
Yep.
Hell
Hard to contain our guy. Even though you're a little down about the passing of Ace Frehley.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that, buddy.
Sorry, man.
Yeah. Yeah. But a weird story, too. Fell in a studio and hit his head.
I guess I think he had a couple of falls recently. But the latest one was I guess the one that did the most damage, had a brain bleed, and then ended up dying yesterday. Sad.
Yep. All right. We got a question here on Twitch, and I want to read it and ask you. It's from Kitech. Is there a celebrity Gator would defend the way Caller Bill defended Taylor Swift? I love this question. I love this question.
Oh.
Who is the celebrity that could do no wrong? Scott Anderson.
I don't think there are.
I think there's one.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think there's one.
Who you got?
Kay Adams.
No, I wouldn't defend her to the hills.
Okay.
No. I don't even know her.
Okay. You're a liar.
I know. I think you can
Kay.
point out foibles of Kay Adams. That's fine.
All right. Is there a celebrity? You think there's a celebrity Gator would defend the way Caller Bill defended Taylor Swift?
Ooh, Kay Adams is a good call. Back in the day, Aaron Esurance.
Yeah.
That cartoon insurance agent.
She
chick.
was wonderful. She's trying to save you money. Never cheat on you.
What other ones have you really been liking? Not Alba. Jessica Alba, you're a big
like
fan.
Jessica Alba a lot.
I'm a big fan of hers. I
I
just
was
brought that up for
watching-
me.
Watching a little bit of the Mechanic Resurrection last night with Jason Statham, and she's in that. She's flawless.
How about a musician? Is there a musician you would defend?
No, because music's just subjective. If you like it, great. If you don't, nothing I'm going to say is going to convince
All
you.
right, people like all kinds of different things.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
What about people that are in Taylor Swift cover bands?
He's no longer in Taylor Swift cover band.
That's a good point.
That's a good friend of yours, right?
That's his guy.
That's your guy. You
That's my
defend
boy.
him.
Yeah, I do.
No matter what.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he reached. Look, this is a local guitar player. I don't know if he reaches celebrity status, but sure.
No, I don't think he reaches celebrity status. But if you want to see him at the Token Lounge tomorrow night with Jimmy Bones, go ahead and go cheer on Garrett Balanik and Jimmy Bones from formerly of the Twisted
All right, so
Record Band.
the answer is probably no.
No, I don't. I
All
think there are things that you have to take a stand on, and then there are things like, all right, well, I can't even defend you with that.
Yeah,
like that's a little too much. Anna de Armas, but yeah, it's tough.
Okay. I've never been a fan of public contract negotiations. I always think that contract negotiations are. I'm going to exaggerate my side. You're going to exaggerate yours. We're gonna make hard stances, and we're gonna say things that we don't mean. And in the end, it's all in an effort. I'm trying to get as much as I can, and you're trying to give up as little as you can. Right? We know how negotiations. Agents play a role to distance themselves. The clients, you hire an agent to distance yourself from the ugliness of negotiations and how they work. And so when I see stories like the social media headline today and John Heyman, I think it was Bleacher Report that tweeted out, there's a gap of close to $250 million in contract negotiations between Tarek Skubal and the Tigers per John Heyman. And then a Freep report today that the Tigers offer was less than $100 million for 4 years. I don't doubt that Evan Petzold got that from good sources. He is a good reporter, and I suspect, Gator, it's from Boris himself or a Boris source.
I think it's probably a pretty good place to start.
Yep. And I don't know that Boris is lying, but we have to keep in mind here, and that offer does seem actually pretty low, and I'm not surprised it got turned down, but it was 2 years before free agency.
All right, so I was just going to say, let's break that down to really what that is, because in the grand scheme of things, a 4-year deal for Tarek Skubal at less than $100 million, heck, let's just even give it $100 million to make it easy, is woefully low for a pitcher of his status. But what it was this was made a year ago before he won the first Cy Young Award, like a week before, according to the report. So what you were doing was paying a guy big money before you had to for 2 years. Now, arbitration for Tarek Skubal is expected to pay him north of $20 million for this year. So in hindsight, maybe it was really, really low, even by what I'm trying to help him out with here, because you're paying him for 2 years before you had to, and then you're going to give him the first 2 years, and then he goes to free agency after 4, which actually, it's interesting that that's the offer the Tigers made to Tarek Skubal with a Boris client, and yet when it came to Alex Bregman, who's a Boris client, they went with a bigger deal, and Bregman took the shorter deal with the other team.
Right.
It's kind of ironic how that kind of works out, and yet the reason it didn't work out is because the money that was offered to Bregman was huge on a 4-year deal. The money offered to Skubal on a 4-year deal was maybe less than market value is a kind way to put it.
Yeah, okay, and whatever.
But it's 4 years. He would have gotten to free agency quick.
He made $10 million this year, so he would have made $25 million this year, and $25 million next year. Arbitration, is pending here with him to what his contract will be next year, but it'll be healthy. But at the end of the day, whatever, it didn't work out. No. The $250 million gap is not a story that I'd really buy, because it's like it's comparing an offer a year ago under completely different circumstances to what the ask might be now.
Yeah.
And so, but whatever, I will continue to stand by the position. I don't think you hire Scott Boras for any other reason than to get to free agency. And Scott Boras, once you get to free agency, is going to go around and he's going to drum up all kinds of offers, and then he's going to call New York, and then he's going to call the other New York team, and then he's going to call Chicago, and then he's going to call LA, and then he's going to call Boston, and all those teams. No matter whether or not the Tigers are not paying enough for their players or not is almost irrelevant. It's those teams have more resources. I mean, the Dodgers luxury tax threshold, like there's no cap, but if you go over a certain amount, you pay a tax.
Yeah,
they're paying $157 million in taxable contracts. They don't care what it costs.
No, it's like you go back years ago when the Golden State Warriors had their dream team with Kevin Durant and all that. Yeah. They were, I don't know how much money they were above the luxury tax threshold there, but they were paying, I think, well in surpassing $150 million in penalties. They didn't care because they were winning, and they can afford it because it's the NBA. And look, most professional sports leagues, you don't care because you can afford to pay it. When you're a market like Los Angeles or New York or Chicago or Boston, you can afford to pay whatever. It just doesn't matter because you've got the money coming in from other revenue streams that other markets don't have that advantage of. With Skubal, I wonder this, okay, and you bring up the Boris effect, and obviously, if you believe the article, no reason not to. I'm not impugning at all. I think good reporting. Here you go. So if the Tigers made a 4-year offer, and you've got a client of Boris's that hit free agency that accepted a 4-year offer like Bregman did because it was way more, actually accepted a 3-year offer because it was way more money per year than what his best offer was in a long-term deal. Could the Tigers get a deal done with Tarek Skubal on a 4-year deal, but give him $50 million a year? Do you think that's possible?
I don't know. It depends on what he values. I'm always in favor of more money, shorter term. But that's what Doug wants for the Tigers, because I want to protect us against, what could be long term. What does Skubal want? Does Skubal want a 10-year deal? If he wants 10 years,
then I'll let him walk.
Yeah.
Or I won't let him walk. I'll trade him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let him walk. I'm going to trade him if that's what he wants. Yeah, because there comes a point where, as we'll do it as hosts, and we'll ask listeners to do it as fans as well. What parameters are you looking at? Because if I'm looking at the first parameter being years, okay, the term of the deal,
yeah,
I'm not going north of. I'm uncomfortable with 8 years.
Yeah. And if that's what he wants, then so be it.
Well, and he still has a year left on this current deal. So if it's 1 year and then you get the 7-year extension, right? So that would be 8 total. Maybe I could do that, and that might be my ceiling on the term. I'm not going beyond that. If he wants 10 years, I can't give you 10 years. I can't do it, man. I can give you, 7 plus we'll rip up the last year here and give you the 8th year here. And then it becomes a money issue. How much money is it going to cost? And the Tigers have a threshold of what they can afford to do and still pay other players to keep this team competitive, but it's not going to be the same number that those other markets can do. So then it's just a Boris question.
248-539-9797. In the meantime, we got one media market celebrating that Skubal is now going to get traded.
Right.
So much as to say they think they're getting him. We'll play you some sound coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Paulson's Audio and Video. Red Wings versus Lightning at 7 o'clock tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan has the pregame show starting at 6:45 as the Wings look for their fourth straight victory all over Atlantic Division opponents. Mac Boltman of The Athletic reported just a moment ago that Lucas Raymond was, quote, rotating in today during line rushes. That's noteworthy because Raymond reportedly did not skate with the first line during practice yesterday. He obviously missed Wednesday's game against the Panthers and is day-to-day. We'll see if he can get back in the line lineup tonight. In taking a deeper look of the NFL Films X/Twitter account, it does appear that NFL Films has a clear inclination towards the Kansas City Chiefs. During the Lions-Chiefs Sunday night game, the account reposted 3 posts that had to do with the game. All 3 were posts about the Chiefs, one about a KC touchdown, and 2 that were the same video about Travis Kelce's catch, in which he burned Brian Branch with a, quote, basketball move, as Louis Riddick eloquently described it. On Wednesday,
what a stunner.
NFL Films posted a video promoting an upcoming in-depth piece on Chiefs defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo. Then, just a few hours before posting the Brian Branch video that Carson Anderson had been discussing, NFL Films posted an 11-minute-long video from the Spagnuolo piece in another promotional effort. Without Brian Branch, the Lions will take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this Monday at 7 o'clock from Ford Field. With numerous injuries, the Lions are excited about the return of defensive tackle Aleem McNeil and hopeful that left tackle Taylor Decker will be available. We'll look for an update today on that one. Michigan football takes on Washington at home tomorrow at noon from the Big House. Wolverines 5.5-point favorites in that one, according to FanDuel. Michigan State, at perhaps a turning point tomorrow, heads to number 3 Indiana in Bloomington at 3:30. The Hoosiers, 27.5-point favorites in that one. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, look, as I like to say, it's not a Detroit story. It's a national story. 248-539-9797. I want to say this about all the reporting as it pertains to Skubal and the contract and the negotiations, et cetera, et cetera. I take it all with a bit of a grain of salt. 2 weeks ago, Bob Nightingale reported that the Tigers and A.J. Hinch held off on a contract because they didn't think it was a good time to go public with it. The reality was he was signed months prior to that. They could have announced it in the middle of the season. But, so you always, when it comes to these contracts and stuff, I'm a little, okay, it's interesting, but I don't take it all verbatim. But, it is a topic. And one thing I would love to do, I was thinking about during the break.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was wrong. I want to say this. I want to say the following. Oh my God, I was wrong. The Tigers have re-signed Tarik Skubal. I want to say that. I'm pretty convinced that with Boras as his agent and the enthusiasm to have Tarik Skubal on the roster, which will play some of it for you coming out of one major market, is going to be hard for the Tigers to overcome. And can they trade him? I mean, at this point, I think that's the best case scenario, is to try and trade him for major league ready guys that can help now, that are good.
Well, I think there's the ability for the Tigers to get creative when it comes to hanging on to Skubal. Georgia Jimmy just came into the studio. We were talking during the break. I actually love his idea. And it's a 6-year offer to Skubal. It's like a 6-year, $240 million offer, which is $40 a year. But there's an opt-out after 4 years. So you can front load those first 4 years. You want to make those first 4 years $45 million each year or $50 million each year, whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it. And then there's an opt-out after the 4th. If Skubal pitches anywhere close to how he's pitched the last couple seasons for the next 4 years, he'll, of course, opt out and hit free agency, but he'll have kept this window open with this current group of Tigers for 4 more seasons. And, gets the team an opportunity to still do what they're going to do afterward.
That's great, fine and dandy. I think if you go if Skubal, if the Tigers make that offer, Boras goes to New York and says, "Will you do $50 million a year?" And they say yes. So I
hate you.
Am I wrong?
No.
You hate reality then.
Well, I hate people.
No, you don't. You strongly dislike people. The word hate gets thrown around too much. We agree on that. And we
Fair enough.
Yeah. We try.
Way to dash my hopes and dreams. I thought
sorry.
Jimmy and I were solving all the world's problems here.
Yeah.
And then you come up and say, dose the reality. Wouldn't New York do the same thing? Shut up! Of course they would. Of course. Yes, but he could stay here for 4 years and go to New York afterwards. He could stay here with this team that that he loves, right? This team that he's fought with and, bled and sweat with for the last couple years in the playoffs. Come on, this team, these guys, this ragtag group.
Your guys. These are your guys, Tarek.
Come on.
You own this town. Let's go to Frank in Clinton Township. Hi, Frank.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I wanted to talk about the Jared Goff touchdown reception on Monday night. Sunday night, I'm sorry. I don't think the NFL is doing itself any favors with the way they're handling this situation. I mean, right now the Lions are the greatest show on turf. I mean, they are very exciting to watch. I don't think the rest of the world, there's a lot of bad football out there. I don't think the rest of the world wants to see the Saints and the Ravens or the Raiders, the Jets and the Dolphins slug it out for 6-3 games. They love seeing what the Lions are bringing to the table. I don't think they care that had he lined up in the shotgun as opposed to under center, it would have been legal. I just think they're ruining the game by putting in all these rules and it's so picky. I don't think
if they drop the flag immediately, Frank, if they drop the flag immediately and said this is an illegal shift, quarterback, if as established as a quarterback under center, cannot move without backing up and setting for 1 second, and they drop the flag immediately, as penalties are routinely enforced, I think we all would have been good with it. It's the fact that it's possible that a non-reviewable play got buzzed in by the league office that is the issue. And so, look, it's as Greg Hargrave from the morning show is so freaking smart, and he put it perfectly off the air to King a couple days ago when he said it's like inadmissible evidence in court, and you can't. There was no search warrant.
Well, it's immediately after the play, they're celebrating, and the rules official who's up in the booth with the guys doing the broadcast, he points it out right away, which tells you that the officials on the field should have done it right away, but they didn't.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why it's painfully obvious that someone from the NFL, either there at the stadium or in New York, informed them that you have to call a penalty on this. It's an illegal formation, and it took them 74 seconds after the play.
Right. Let the players play. I didn't even see the Chiefs arguing about it. They had no idea. It's just like a technicality, like the fine print. Let the players decide the game.
Well, even if you violate fine print, throw the flag.
Yeah, throw the flag.
No
you
issue with
thrown a
throw
flag, but you didn't throw a flag.
Let's go to Kevin in St. Clair. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Nary a flag was thrown.
Hey, you all.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kev.
Hi, guys. Doug, I'm with you. Short term, big money. Gator, I love your idea that you came up with in the break, too. But I'm going 5 years, 250 or 6 years, including next year. And if he doesn't want it, I'm trading him because Boris is taking him to free agency. There's no doubt about it.
So you're going to go $50 million a year.
Negotiating against themselves.
I guess
50 for 5 or 6, and then throw it in his court and see what he's going to do.
The problem
I don't hate
here's
that.
the problem is literally, Kevin, you liked my idea, and Gator, you could have thrown my argument back at me. Hey, shorter term, but massive amounts of money. He could just take the same contract to New York or Boston or Chicago and say, can you top this? And the Dodgers, they'd say, yeah. And so, it's just, it feels like I hope that they try, and I hope that they try very hard within reason. But I'm skeptical that he would agree to anything.
Let me bring up this point.
Please do.
Okay. Tarek Skubal is still Detroit property for all of next season, correct?
Correct.
Now is the time for the Tigers to make an offer to him because, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott Boras can't take the Tigers number over to New York or to L.A.
He can't,
and have them negotiate. No. That would be illegal tampering.
Yes, he can't.
So now is the only time. The only thing Scott Boras can say to Tarek Skubal is, hey, man, I think you could get more from on the open market if you get there. But he can't negotiate.
He can't negotiate yet. This is their only hope.
And that's why right now is the time to do it. You're exactly right. $250 million, whatever works, 5 years, 6 years, whatever the number is, 5 or 6. I'm not going more than that. $50 million per season. Yes or no? If he says no,
then you trade.
You got to trade him.
Yeah.
Kevin, thank you for the phone call.
I think it's I like those. Are those parameters okay, King?
Yeah, I mean, I always find it funny when talking about contracts with fans. It's like, Yeah, I'd do that. Well, really? Cool. Now you got to get Scooble to do that, And
But you're saying it with you're thinking that is that a number that's good enough for Scooble? Good is it too painful for the Tigers to accept, or is it that's the threshold?
If you believe the John Heyman report is accurate, then it's not good enough because the report is 5 years, 250, and they want 500 million and 10 years, right? So that's the report.
Well, I don't know if Heyman said that the Tigers offered 5 and 250. Did he? Did I miss that?
Well, that isn't that the gap we're talking about?
Well, they said there's a $250 million gap, but he might want if he's comparing last year's
$100 million offer,
and they have they want $350 million. That would.
I think what Heyman said was he expected it to be a near a $400 million contract total.
Yeah, dude, this is I feel like there's a way out of this because the Tigers aren't in the business of keeping Tarek Skubal at all costs. They're in the business of winning the World Series.
Correct.
If you cash that chip in and get good players in return, the question is, can you find a trade partner that's going to trade you major league ready assets or major league established good players? Because there's the team that's trading for Skubal's trying to win the World Series too, right? So when people called about when people called about the Tigers prospects, or when the Tigers called about let me invert this. When Scott Harris called about getting somebody's closer or starter or bat, if somebody said in response, "Yeah, we want Riley Green," the Tigers say, "Well, we need Riley Green. We're trading because we're trying to win a World Series." Any team trading for Skubal's in the same position. The Tigers are going to want people that are good major league players now, and that team's also trying to win. So it's hard to find a trading partner. But there's some enthusiasm, and I want to play this coming out of you from one major market. We'll do that today at 11:20. What they're saying about this news today regarding Skubal and what appears to be a large gap as it stands between an old offer and what he wants now. We'll get to that coming up today at 11:20. NFL Sundays. Well, they're coming up. Another one right around the corner. You got your crew, you got your couch, you got your snacks, you got your slate of games, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place the perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now they're making it even better because this week's FanDuel is bringing the bonus. That's right. Now all customers get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So my advice is to skip the prop and skip the parlay. My advice is just take advantage of that and find a favorite, get that 50% profit boost, and get a better return on a bet that's likely to hit. And you can do it however you want. I'm not a parlay guy. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sunday should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. coming up today at 11:48. I want to change my answer. I want to change my answer, Scott.
30 minutes from right now.
Yeah. I said something on the air yesterday, and I want to change my answer.
Okay.
Yes. I'm going to go back and ask for a mulligan.
So yesterday was NFL football questions.
You can stop right there.
I'm just okay.
But anyway, so as far as the Scooble thing's concerned, one of the more interesting things to try and figure out is if indeed the Tigers are concerned and don't think they are going to keep Scooble. One of the things that they can do, they could ride it out and try and win the World Series and take the money that they had earmarked for him and spend it elsewhere, which I would advise to make as strong a roster as you can to make a run at a World Series in what would likely be his last year in Detroit, or explore a trade. And with the idea of we're giving up a known commodity and we are getting it back, we want, two really good major league players, whether one's a starting pitcher and another one's a position player. And we also want a prospect because we're the ones taking a risk here and you're getting the known commodity team. And so you explore the trade to see if you can come back with a better baseball team or the same level baseball team with other parts. Now you might say that's impossible. You're the best pitcher in the game. You can't. Okay, fine. But this is one way to see what the market would give you if you try and trade him. And if we try and accurately reflect what that market might look like, there's a common belief, Gator, and I think it's pretty valid, that because he's in the last year of a contract, teams won't give up a heavy price tag. Do you think that's safe?
I think there's always be a heavy price tag, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I don't, because there's only just the 1 year. Yeah,
there's a possibility that what the Tigers would need to pull the trigger on this trade will not be offered because teams are leery of, but we only have him for 1 year. Or only guaranteed to have him for 1 year. They can try and sign him beyond that. Then we heard this coming out of New York today on SNY. Kang, this is a great find by you. This appears to be some sort of Mets talk show. The names you're going to hear are Andy Martino, Emmanuel Berberi, and Sal Licata. I don't know if the name Sal Licata could be any more New York. Is that like the most New York name? Sal Licata is the most New York name out there. All right, so here is Andy Martino on SNY this morning with the report that the Tigers and Scooble, whether this is accurate or not or where they stand right now, who knows? But the report that there is a $250 million gap, which this is how it's being interpreted by this Mets broadcast in New York. Okay, so that is Andy Martino. So a couple things about that. McClain is a 23-year-old pitcher with a high. 24, sorry. So they'll trade anybody but Nolan McClain, which sounds like the Tigers will trade anybody but our top 4 prospects. And I mean, my response is kind of like, Nolan McClain and what?
Well, right, 100%. Yeah, I get it. Nolan McClain's a young stud. He's 24 years old. Actually has the same birthday as my father.
Hugh.
He was 5-1 this past year with the Mets. He made 8 starts with the Mets and was electric. 48 innings pitched. Gave up 34 hits in the 48 innings. Hitters batted a whopping 200 against him. He had 57 strikeouts in that time and a 2.06 earned run average. He is their number 1 prospect in the organization. And I think it's hysterical that
they wouldn't give up
anybody but this guy.
Yeah. Okay. So, but here's the most important part as we try and find out what the market's like. The Mets will be aggressive. Okay. They'll be aggressive. Is that maybe an indicator that the market if this guy, if Martino knows what he's talking about, and he says he's dialed in, he's been around the team, he covers the team, his belief is the Mets will be aggressive. Maybe the market won't be as soft as perhaps we are portraying in others.
Well, what you need is one team already to show interest, and look, it's their fan base is showing interest. It's media members out there that are salivating over this, as you would expect. It's Tarik Skubal. So yeah, I mean, the first thing the Tigers, it's the number one priority in this offseason is finding out where his head is at. Can you get a deal done with Tarik Skubal? And if you can't, if he's going to push it and wait till free agency, then I think you really have to consider strongly. Like 90% trade him. There's 10% of me that says, okay, ride it out for the season, try to win the World Series, and at the end of the year, if you lose him for nothing, at least you'll have won a World Series. But that's a dangerous game to play, right?
Yeah.
I don't like that game. If the Mets want to get involved, they've got some guys. I think I'm sorry, but it would start with Nolan McLean.
Yep.
And then one of their everyday players that they have right now, because the Tigers don't need prospects. The Tigers need players. Nolan McLean's a player. So is Brett Batty, who is a third baseman, young third baseman, 25 years old, played 130 games with them this year. I think it's his fourth year in the majors. Hit 18 home runs, 254 average, a 748 OPS, and was a 3.1 WAR player. He's trended upwards each of the years he's been in the league. 6'3", left-handed hitter, third baseman. That guy and Nolan McLean is a great start.
Yep.
But that's the kind of thing of here at the Tigers, like, okay, yeah, let's get robust here. That's the Mets. What do the Yankees got? What does Boston have? What do the Cubs want to do? Hello, Dodgers. Are you ready to do all this again? Do you want this? San Francisco, you involved? San Diego, hello. I mean, San Diego might want to get rid of one of their big contracts.
All right, so now I'm going to play another cut here for you. This is Emmanuel Berberi and Sal Licata. Listen to this reaction to this news today, that there's this wide gap between the Tigers and Skubal. What? Okay. I mean, if you're going to drum up a market, these guys know what they're talking about. I have to ask Valenti if he knows Licata. Berberi, Martino. Are you down with it? You know these guys? Are they really dialed in?
Well, shouldn't we be celebrating getting Nolan McLean?
Well, no.
Nolan McLean's going to be a Tiger. No. That's the first guy you ask for. You say he's untouchable, by the way.
Do we have the cut of them talking about? No, we don't. Because at some point, they're talking about Nolan McLean as he can't be dealt with. You're like, well, I just got to leave him off the list. He's untouchable. He's the only guy who's untouchable because you're not sure what his future is going to be. It's so bright. I mean, which point I kind of laughed out loud. I'm like thinking, okay, so you're going to turn down making a trade for the best pitcher in baseball right now that you'd be willing to give a contract to, apparently, to make him the big addition to the team. But you're hesitant on giving up that piece who's pitched 5 games in the majors.
Or
8 games in the majors.
You're worried. Let me make sure I got that. You're worried that McLean will be better than Skubal. Right. But whatever. Do I think that media members in New York talking about Skubal's availability is perhaps significant? I mean, not really, but in a way I do. It reflects the big market thinking. Okay? Detroit isn't a small market, but New York is a monster, and it reflects what their thinking is, and it reflects what they're accustomed to thinking. So I might stand down a little bit when the topic of soft market for Skubal comes up. Now, if these guys are a bunch of yahoos, then I suppose. But that's Valenti. We'll get Mike's take on Martino, Berberi, and Licata. Tarik Skubal's going to be a Met. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Get your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. All right, here we go. Feedback coming in. Skubal's going to end up in Dodger land. You can be an average pitcher in innings pitched and win 20 games. I'm sure Kershaw would tell him so. Another unnamed texter. Skubal can't go 100 pitches in a win or go home. A win or go home playoff game. Sorry. If Skubal can't go 100 pitches in a win or go home playoff game, trade him and spend the money on some bats. You know what's funny? I was thinking about. I think that there are some unreasonable takes out there in the world, and I don't think it's unreasonable to question why he came out of that game. Here's what I do think. I think if you come out of that game in New York, it is, you get skewered. If you come out of that game in Philly, like I think we're Midwest nice here. Is that a good way to put it?
All right.
I mean, don't you think the way the markets respond are different? And do you think that some of those markets, like if Skubal, wants to go into that environment, sure. How does Detroit's reaction to that? And some people are really mad about it. I got it. How does the reaction in New York if he comes out of that game at that time?
Well, I
think it's different.
I think they probably attack the manager for taking him out, and they attack the player for not fighting to stay in. I mean, I think it's a two-pronged attack.
And I look, something.
And not that it shouldn't be. I think, look, we all had
there are
questions.
It's worth questioning.
Why was he taken out?
But we're not really in the ready, fire, aim camp as much as maybe some other.
No, but New York has higher standards, Doug.
Yeah, right.
They're just trying to win a World Series.
Yep.
As they got eliminated by Toronto.
Skubal has already had Tommy John and ulnar subluxation surgery. Both major arm surgeries. He's great, but the clock is ticking. I wouldn't give him more than a 4-year deal. He's going to end up like Jacob deGrom, under contract, pitching 1 month a year. I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
Well, I think all pitchers are destined to get hurt. They're going to have an arm event. The question is, when is it going to happen? How long are they going to be out for? And are they susceptible to further arm events? Some say once you have the arm event, you're good.
Yeah, it's interesting science, because it used to be once you had an arm event, you're more likely to have another. But now there's people getting voluntary Tommy John surgery. So it feels like the science on this is changing. Unnamed texter, it's clear to me Skubal and Boras want out of Detroit. Just trade him and reallocate the money for offers to other parts of the team. Yeah.
Is there anything that says it's clear that they don't want to be here, though? I mean, just because, Skubal, because he wasn't.
I think Boris's mere presence is, he doesn't care where you land, but he's going to talk to the prettiest girl in the room.
Understand, but it's not. It's still a little unfair to say it's obvious that they want out. That I don't agree with.
Obvious or not, I draw the conclusion he wants out because Boras is his agent. But that's different than saying it's obvious. That's just my take on the situation.
What might be obvious is that he wants to get to free agency, whether that's signing with the Tigers or somebody else. That might be obvious. That's what Boras wants to do because that's what Boras has done for his clients.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's fair to say that that's what that he wants out of here. That is a different thing. I mean, if the Tigers make a competitive offer or make an interesting offer, they offer him 5 years and $200 million or 4 years and $200 million, make it a $50 million a year thing. I mean,
you mean now?
Yeah, now, because you can't negotiate that with the Yankees. You have to come up with yes or no.
So, sure, yeah, you can't negotiate with the Yankees. I think Boras would tell Tarik Skubal, I bet we can get more out of New York or L.A. And if you look at the most recent flirtation we had with a Boras client, not only did he go elsewhere to one of those bigger markets, he also signed a contract in that big market that gets him right back out there. And that's the way Boras operates.
That's why the 4-year deal might be intriguing to him.
Yeah, but I'm saying the point is Boras is not loyal to anybody other than the money. And
correct. But what I'm saying, with a $50 million a year offer, that's LA money. That's New York money. That's big boy money. And it's on a shorter term deal.
Well,
that still allows him to go get even a better contract after that.
I don't trust that Boras would advise his client to take the offer that you just came up with. But
he did with Bregman.
I'm not talking about shorter. I'm talking about without taking it to a bigger market. I think I think he would say
think regardless
this is
if those go
nice.
to
This
free
is a
agency.
good offer, but we can get more from Boston, New York, Chicago, LA.
Yeah, I think the Tigers, unfortunately, are in a bad spot. And I agree with you, Gator. I don't think Scooble wants out of Detroit. I think what they want is the most money possible, and that may be out of Detroit. Detroit be in a spot where, like, we got to kind of offer him something almost unreasonable for him to want to, not test the market and extend here. But then when you get that offer, I think Boris would be like, well, if the Tigers are willing to offer this, I mean, I can get this from the Dodgers and Yankees or Mets then. You know what I mean? So I feel like the Tigers are in a bad spot. Like
it can be, right. And then this is where it comes down to, as much as Tarek says it's out of his hands, it's not. It's completely in your hands. You're the one who makes the final decision. What is important to Tarek, which is what they have to find out in the next couple months. What's important to Tarek Skubal? Because we can make you a real competitive offer to be here for, say, 4 years or 5 years. We can give you a great offer for that. Okay, but we can't compete on an 8-year deal. That can't happen. We're not going to do that. We can give you a shorter-term deal. You're a free agent after next year. So we're giving you this first year. We're ripping up this first year, or this last year, I guess, with us before you hit free agency. And then we're going to give you 3 more years at a really competitive rate. And then you can hit free agency after that point.
Let's go to D in Southfield. You're next. Hello, D.
What's up, fellas, man? Y'all gonna give me a heart attack, man.
Uh-oh.
Oh, why?
Every time I try to forget about this, something comes up.
Yeah.
I get up this morning, go to work. I'm watching ESPN Sports Center. Who do I see yelling at the pitching coach, yelling at the manager to stay in the game because he's dealing 100-year-old curveballs? Our good old buddy, Scherzer.
Max Scherzer.
Oh, if y'all seen that video, they came to take him out, and he went off. The manager ran back to the dugout. He didn't walk. He ran back to the dugout. And what does Scherzer do? Throw a dime. Bottom drops right out the curveball, strike the man out, and goes crazy. Oh, how I wish that was Skubal. We would have been playing to go to the World Series this week.
Do you know how many pitches Max Scherzer threw in that game?
Nope.
87. And he was pulled after 87 pitches. Why didn't he stick around for more? He threw 87 pitches.
The dude 100 years old, man.
He's not 100 years old.
Skubal is 28.
I mean,
Skubal's 28, man.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, D. No,
and Max was finally having a good game.
And Max, I don't know how many pitches he'd thrown when that mound visit was made, but I mean, yeah, there's a want to know what would have happened, and a want to know how adamant anybody was about staying in or leaving that game.
I mean, people going crazy. Was it just to see I can get this next guy? Was that it? Because he didn't make it out of the 6th inning.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, I said it earlier. I want to change my answer. We will get to that today at 11:48. Just a reminder, you can stream this show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today. So in the middle of this winter, when you're away at Thanksgiving or your Christmas holiday, and you hear the news that the Tigers are close to finalizing a trade of Tarek Skubal, you will want to know what's being said in Detroit, and you're going to wish you had the app. So download it today, AUDACY. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. More and more people are doing it all the time, and we do appreciate it. And it's a way to make the station easily accessible if you're out of market or at the office and can't get it or whatever. Also, you can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. There is a streaming chat on both those sites where people exchange ideas, Scott. But on top of that, it's got video. So thank you for being with us. And hello, 248-539-9797. I want to change my answer. We'll get to that at 11:48 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So yesterday, Kang asked the question in the Blitz thingy. We're about a third of the way through the NFL season. What's been the biggest surprise to you so far? After one more day of evidence, I want to change my answer. It's Joe Montana Flacco. That game last night, I could not take my eyes off it. Joe Flacco just got there. Some of the throws he made in that game were blowing my mind. Additionally, they won the game. Joe Flacco's now won 2 games this year, both over first-place teams. He beat Green Bay when he was in Cleveland. Now he beat Pittsburgh when he is in Cincinnati. Did you see how many times he threw the football to Jamar Chase?
Yes, which is something that I think Jake Browning is going, oh, that's what I should have done.
Last night, Jamar Chase had 16 receptions on 23 targets. 23.
For 10 yards of reception.
Scott, do you know how many targets Jameson Williams has this year in 6 games?
I don't think it's 23.
It's not. It's 28.
Oh.
Jamar Chase had 23 targets last night.
And they needed every one of them.
That combo of Flacco to Chase would have won 4 Super Bowls in the last 3 years. That's how good it was.
He had 2 things going last night. One, he was wise. Actually, there were 3 things going for him. He was very wise to throw to the guy that you have to throw to, making concerted effort to really get the ball to the best player on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Second, they had a running game. Chase Brown was able to run and really gashed them at times. But the most important thing he had was time to throw the football. And he could move around a little bit and buy himself a little extra time. And it was really impressive. I was impressed with both quarterbacks. I don't like Aaron Rodgers and all the, look at me stuff, but I still respect that he is a Hall of Fame quarterback. He was doing some of the same stuff, buying himself extra time, hitting receivers. He was impressive. Flacco was more impressive. Rodgers got him in the lead with 2 minutes to go. And then Joe Flacco said, hold my insure, and went out there and led them to another drive, albeit with a couple of big plays that happened, some missed tackles and whatnot. Yep. But you'll take it. That's what was going on in the game. It was back and forth. It was actually quite fun to watch these old gunslingers go out there and really throw the football around. And I can't believe Joe Flacco did what Joe Flacco did. You've got TJ Watt on the other side. You've got Hayward coming up the middle. And they were able to handle those guys and get the job done. It was an impressive
late in that game, he throws an absolute dot to T. Higgins, who then slides to basically seal the Steelers' fate. It was brilliant because now they got a chip shot field goal to win, and there was nothing Pittsburgh could do about it. Aaron Rodgers lost. Bonus.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers blew up at a teammate because he didn't like a celebration where he got tackled. Double bonus.
I don't blame him.
And you know who was tortured today? Triple bonus. Cleveland. They just gave in-state rival Cincinnati a quarterback that went out and led the in-state in-division rival to a victory over Pittsburgh.
The other in-division rival.
Something that the Browns would covet. I mean, I find the whole story to be amazing, and I can't believe a Thursday night game that I went into with this much interest became that entertaining to me.
Well, add to the intrigue that Trey Hendrickson didn't play, and they won without him. And this is a team that is still in the hunt to make the playoffs now. Can they actually make themselves better by trading Hendrickson, or are they making themselves better if they hang on to Hendrickson?
I don't know.
Well, they just beat the number one. They beat the top team in the division without him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it would be a formula I would roll with. Moving
I wouldn't
forward.
recommend it. I'm just saying that's the reality. Is the fact is they won without him.
Yeah, I'm going to guess here, given that their defensive issues, probably not something I'd try and pull off. But still. 248-539-9797. Anyway, the whole thing to me was just really, really entertaining. Steve, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. Yeah, that Icy Hot Bowl last night was pretty good, huh?
It really was.
I hope we, I don't know, I haven't looked at the schedule. I hope we get one more of those this year, too.
Do they play again? I would guess that they do, and they do, like in 4 weeks.
Awesome. Yep. Well, I called in regards to Skubal. One point that's not really getting talked about enough is the Tigers still have leverage in this whole thing to kind of appeal to Skubal, where he's betting on himself right now to make it to free agency to kind of break the bank. But we're the only team right now that can offer him guaranteed money beyond next year because, you know, he could, God forbid, you know, get injured again and then screw the whole pooch.
Yep. I mean, Steve, you're 100% correct. If he has any concerns about that, you know, I mean, it is guaranteed money right now. That is their and Gators pointed it out several times. That is their strategic advantage in this entire story. And good for, I mean, look, he's earned this opportunity. I really, really, really hope that that I'm wrong and he would sign a deal with Detroit. But I don't know that you hire Boris to not go to free agency. But sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just Boris can get him the best deal wherever. I just hope that Skubal gives us an opportunity to match. Whether or not Ilitch wants to do that, it's beyond our control.
Thank you, Steve. 248-539-9797. John and Fenton. Hi, John.
Hey, how goes it, guys?
What's up?
Well, I don't think the Skubal deal really matters if we don't get an owner in here that wants championships. I mean, he proved to me at the deadline he didn't want to fix the holes that we had for any supporting cast. So spending all this money on Skubal is going to limit filling holes that we obviously had need for. I don't see a championship coming here, keeping him or letting him go because of the owner, period.
Okay. I mean, you know, there's no, like, if that's the belief, then they're screwed. I don't think they're screwed.
Yeah, I was disappointed they didn't add a bat at the deadline, but the only bat it seemed that was available or that got moved really was Suarez. And Suarez didn't exactly pay dividends for Seattle down the stretch. He was as much of a failure with Seattle as the Tiger bats were for the Tigers in the second half of the season after the All-Star break.
Let's go to Jim in Dearborn. You're next. Hello, Jim.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Good. I just was calling to say that any of the trades talking about trying to get an everyday major league ready players, it's probably not going to happen because you think the teams that are going to trade for Skubal, you know, you got your typical, the Mets, Dodgers, Padres, because they're going to trade for Skubal. They want to win now, so they're not going to make themselves worse by getting rid of their everyday players or their major league ready players. And, you know, so if they give up their prospects, that's just, you know, that's what you're going to end up getting.
It's something to consider, yes, and we've talked about that a little bit. What stunned me was when we played that stuff from New York, and they were like, the Mets will give up any player that on their roster that's not named Nolan McLean, and I'm like, well, there might be something could be worked out there.
I guess I'd push back a little bit, Jim, because I think we do see blockbuster trades happen all the time between two good teams. It'll swap really good players.
Yeah, because I've seen just thinking like the Juan Soto deal and certain things like that, the Lindor deal when he got traded to the Mets. It's just prospects because they're trying to win. And but it's just thinking too with the McLean thing where you were saying, Doug, about just making fun of the guys because they're worried that McLean's going to turn into a better school. That's why we're trading him. It sounds like almost like our, you know, they don't want to be haunted by the thought of that, just like our GM.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, Jim.
It's their media guys, and they're saying the only guy maybe that is untouchable is Nolan McLean. And in reality, I mean, if you're the Mets, you want a full season of Tarik Skubal, which is more of a guarantee than what you'd have with Nolan McLean, who's made 8 starts in his major league career.
So yeah, look, I was surprised a little bit about the aggressiveness with which the Mets show wanted to pursue Skubal. And we just look, these could be yahoos, but they seem to be dialed in. In fact, Stoney gave one of them a called in and let us know that there's some credibility there. But at the end of the day, it will be hard to find the perfect trade. you can try, but the haul of prospects. Let's say they do trade him simply for prospects, which would be wholly unsatisfying because the Tigers still should try and win next year. It would have to have me go, okay, I'd do that. It would have to be like, oh my God, they got that much? Like, it would have to be like the most impressive prospect haul you've ever seen.
Yeah, and again, the Tigers in the market for prospects, probably not at this point. They've built up their organization to the point where they're ready to promote some of these prospects, and then they still have a bunch. Taking on more while giving up the best pitcher doesn't seem like that's the ideal way to go. But they can find deals with other teams. Let's say, for instance, what's going on with the Padres. Padres have some high-priced players. They didn't go as far as they wanted to. Would they be willing to give up one of those big-time contracts to get Tarek Skubal and then pay Skubal?
Go ahead, say the name.
Well, I mean, let's see, Fernando Tatis Jr. They got to pay him for 10 more years.
Yeah.
And he's coming off probably a disappointing season. His OPS was in the 800s, was low 800s. And it's been declining here. From 2024 to 2023, it had declined. Both years were in the 800s. But they got to pay him for 10 more years. Would they be willing to say, let's take a chance on pitching. We'll sacrifice a hitter and move on from there. Now, maybe not, because they have absolutely – and maybe it can get done because you can also give them some prospects because they have nothing left in the prospect pool.
By the way, before we get the calls, all the people say, I don't want that contract. Sure, right. Gator's just throwing out an example.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out an example. And contract's not terrible.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing. In an effort to win their 4th consecutive game, the Red Wings face the Lightning tonight at Little Caesars Arena. The Wings relied on 3 straight impressive performances in net from goaltender Cam Talbot, who had 20 or more saves in every game. But Talbot has the night off, as it will be John Gibson between the pipes tonight. Gibson started the season opener and allowed 5 goals to the Canadiens before being pulled in favor of Talbot. We're still waiting the decision on Lucas Raymond, who missed Wednesday's game against the Panthers, and whether or not he will play tonight against the Lightning. We should hear very momentarily from head coach Todd McClellan, as the Wings have just finished up morning skate a moment ago. You can catch the broadcast tonight on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. Pregame show starts at 6:45. Lions coaches and players are set to speak with the media today ahead of Detroit's Monday night game against Tampa Bay. Defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard just finished speaking with reporters and laid out his expectations for the season debut of defensive tackle Aleem McNeil. The Lions take on the Buccaneers 7 o'clock Monday night from Ford Field. Michigan football takes on Washington at home tomorrow at noon from the Big House. The Wolverines' playoff hopes are hanging on by a thread as they look to bounce back after last week's 31-13 primetime loss at USC. Michigan State has arguably its toughest test of the season this week. Spartan football faces number 3 Indiana in Bloomington at 3:30. MSU QB Aiden Childs left last week's game against UCLA in the third quarter after taking a hard shot, but is, quote, expected to be available to play tomorrow against the Hoosiers, according to CBS Sports. And Michigan State basketball officially announced today that it will face Oakland on December 20th at Little Caesars Arena in downtown Detroit, renewing a tradition that has taken shape now in 3 of the last 5 seasons. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up, Gator. I'm still finalizing it. So,
you're fine-tuning the menu?
Fine-tuning it, yeah. So that's coming up later this hour. I did get word, by the way, Birchie Kid, who's live from Allen Park every Friday, is 1:30 today.
1:30.
1:30, the Birchie Kid, due to the practice schedule being a little bit different because of the Monday night game. So, anyway. That is coming up a little bit later, so we'll find out the latest what Coach has to say.
What were you eating today?
It's leftover, basically some sort of chicken dish from HelloFresh.
Chicken casserole, some kind of chicken rice?
No, it's rice. You want me to look up exactly what it was?
No, I was just curious what was in it.
Yeah. I really like the HelloFresh meal kits. It's like some sort of chicken stir fry.
Okay.
But I guess I have to look up exactly what it is. I'll let you know. Why, it smells good or it smells bad?
No, it smelled fine.
I always worry.
No, if it smelled awful, I would be ripping on it left and right.
I had a HelloFresh meal a couple of weeks ago, and it was, we'll bring in the leftovers, send them to lunch, and it was salmon. And I said, should I go heat it in the microwave and bring it in studio?
Dangerous.
Yeah, well, I live on the edge.
Yeah, you do.
Danger is my middle name. Doug Danger Karsh. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We'll go to Alex in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1. Hi, Alex.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
I think that we should try and find somebody that's willing to do a sign and trade for Skubal. Scott Boras factor is just, I don't think that we can keep him. So I think that we should try to do more than just get the compensatory draft pick.
Yeah.
And I mean, if the Mets are interested, whoever's interested, like whether it's more draft picks or whether we can plug up some of the holes, because unfortunately the Tigers do kind of seem to be a Moneyball team. So let's get as much capital in return and see what we can actually do with it. Like, it is unfortunately like a spaghetti at the wall kind of approach, but I don't know what other options we really have.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a Tiger team. It's made the playoffs the last 2 years. They've been a game away from reaching the ALCS the last 2 years. So I guess I think it's more than just a Moneyball team. I understand what you're saying because they don't – it's just kind of strange how they've cobbled it together, and yet they have. It's 2 years in a row where they've done it. So I believe in it more than just the throw everything against the wall approach. I do think you can trade with a team and get players that can help you now. as opposed to having to wait on
Do you?
prospects.
I'm worried about that.
I didn't, let me clarify real quick. I didn't mean that we as a team are a spaghetti against the wall. I mean, like, that's what we should do with the trade of just maximize whatever return we can get.
No, I understand
just to
that.
plug up some holes. Like, I'm definitely not trying to take away from what the team has accomplished, but I also just real quick before I go up and let you guys talk. I do have a personal, wonder, I'm wondering if Scott Boras has definitely burned the Tigers before, and I kind of wonder if maybe Chris Ilitch is a little bit reluctant to do business with him just based on some of the previous content that were not in the Tigers' favor that we've done with
I hope not. Before. I mean, if there is the feeling the spring, feels like it was yesterday, with the Alex Bregman, that whole thing, it was, okay, the Tigers have made this great offer. And at that time, nobody else had. And it felt like Bregman and Boras were waiting for anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And Alex, you bring this up, and it's almost like the fans, and look, I don't begrudge anybody their feelings, but it's almost like fans would say, F that guy. He had his chance. Screw him when it comes to Bregman being back on the open market.
Right.
No, don't come crying back to us. Like, I hope an owner doesn't act that way, because I think it's letting pride get in the way. So is it possible? I suppose it's possible. Would he have reason to feel that way, that the Tigers were used just to up the market for the client, and then they were going to take him as soon as they had another offer or get a competitive offer from somebody else? Does it feel that way? It feels like that could have been the Tigers were used in that regard. But if you operate that way, that your personal feelings get in the way, I don't know it's in the best interest of the organization.
Earlier, Gator, you said, Terry Scuba has the ultimate say in this because it's his life, right? He can tell Boras exactly what he wants to do, or whoever his agent is. But I think we're all thinking, because he chose Boras as his agent, we know what he wants, which is the most money possible, because that's what Scott Boras is known to do. And so I feel like he can go out and get another agent that would give him a good amount of money to stay in Detroit if he wanted to do that. And I'm not saying he doesn't want to stay in Detroit, but I'm saying the fact that he has Scott Boras as his agent tells me he wants the most money possible.
I mean, you can glean that if you will, and that's fine. I just think that it's I think in some regards, some people just want to go with representation by who's the best and who's known for getting the most, and that's Boras clearly. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that's exactly what he wants. Like, would he be willing to take a deal right here and now with the Tigers? I mean, if the money's right, it could happen. This is why I think it's vitally important. Find out. And it may very well play out that's the thing. Hey, I'm not talking to you. Talk to Boras. Well, we want to talk to you. Would you take a short? Don't talk to me. Talk to Boras. And if that's the case, if that's the attitude, then you know what it is. And then, okay, fair enough. Let's pick up the phone and we'll talk to the Mets and the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Padres and the Cubs and the Phillies or whoever.
Well, what you just brought up is possible. If I were to guess, I would lean more towards what King said. He wants the big contract, and he has every right to, and I'm not mad at him. It sucks. It's part of sports. Feels like, because of the business, we might lose our guy.
And a lot of times, if you want to go to the player, which I have no problem with asking to, look what happened to Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons when he kind of hey, I want to talk to you. And Parsons is like, well, I got to talk to my agents. And that whole thing he got traded. He ended up getting traded.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up a little bit later on. Also, we will talk with the Birch Kid from out at Allen Park. Gator, the answer? Mushu Chicken Bowl. So reheated Mushu Chicken Bowl with cabbage, scallions, and rice.
Yeah, I'm down with that. That's good.
Just making sure.
Soy sauce.
Yeah. Well, there was no need for soy. It was pretty
stir-fry sauce.
Yeah, it was pretty sauced up.
Fair enough.
We got to pick some games a little bit later on too. 4-2 last week, Gator. Isn't that 2 weeks in a row you went 4-2?
That's right.
He's getting back. He's got his fastball. He's got his fastball back, people.
I'm trying.
I went 4-2 as well. We'll have our picks coming up a little bit later on here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so college football tomorrow. Both local teams in action, Michigan and Washington. I'm going to warn Michigan fans that Damon Williams is much better than you want him to be. This is the Washington quarterback. As much as John Mateer and Jaden Mayava gave Michigan problems, this guy might be the toughest to get to the ground. He can fly. And then last week against Rutgers, who has a bad defense, but he threw for over 400 yards. And I said it, I've actually said it all week long. I think this is the fulcrum game of Michigan season. They can get the arrow pointed back up, and I think it can stay up for a while. Or the arrow will point down, and I don't know how steep down it will point. A lot of people have a lot of problems with the performance last week, and I understand it. I thought particularly concerning was the run defense, and hopefully their fits and their tackling will be better this week. Washington hasn't really run it between the tackles that well in recent weeks, but they've got a big receiver on the outside. They've got some guys coming back healthy. They got a weird situation with a linebacker, Jacob Manu, who got hurt last October, right after he played too many games to redshirt, and he's been out until recently. He can play 4 games this year and take a redshirt. It's his last year. And so he's played 2, and they might start rationing games, have him play only 2 of his final 6, but they're appealing it to try and get him last year back so that it won't matter. They have not heard on the appeal yet, but he's a good player. They got good safety. They got big corners. Anyway, yeah, this game is absolutely massive for Michigan and for what's going to happen this season.
Well, I think it has potential to be a shootout with these two teams because it sounds like Washington can score some points, and with a dual threat quarterback, anything can happen. But Michigan's got a dual threat quarterback too, and they may have to rely on his legs a little bit more. If Justice Haynes isn't, good to go, do you expect the whole load to go on Marshall, or is he going to have to share that load? And that sharing that load might be that the quarterback's going to take off and go.
Yeah, I think this is a win at all costs. Washington's an interesting team. And the non-conference against Colorado State, UC Davis, and Washington State, they were averaging like 58 a game. And then they came back. They scored 6 against Ohio State. They scored 24 against Maryland all late. Last week, they exploded and had 38 against Rutgers. They also gave up a bunch of yards.
But they only gave up 24 points to Ohio State.
Yep.
And they gave up less than 400 yards in offense. I think Ohio State had 350 yards in offense, Nick.
It's the big feather on their defense. That's the bullet point 1 on their defensive resume this year for sure. But yeah, I mean, this is a huge game for Michigan. I think it's a huge game for this team. Needs a feel-good win after last week.
Running the football, and I know that fans don't like the hear because fans love to see throwing the football, but running the football might be the best way to go, best route to go. Keep their offense off the field, have long sustained drives if you can do it. Of course, it's all based on if you can run the ball. But if you can do that to a team that's traveled cross country and playing on a body clock that looks like 9 o'clock in the morning for them, maybe that's an advantage Michigan. But unfortunately, if they don't have Justice Haynes, and that's a big loss if they don't have him.
And I suspect that won't be known until tomorrow, as far as Justice Haynes is concerned. But we shall see. Michigan State and Indiana. I'm just saying. College football.
Let me just say one more point about Washington, Michigan.
Sure.
We talk a lot about how important the game is for Michigan because obviously it's the team that's in state here. And I think if they have any dreams at all of getting to the playoff, they have to win this game. For Washington, it's the same stakes. This is a team that's knocking on the door to get into the top 25. They only have the 1 loss on their resume at this point. For them to beat Michigan would be a nice feather in their cap, and they don't play anybody until the end of the season against Oregon.
I think if Washington loses this game and runs the table, they're in.
You do?
Yes, because that would include a victory over Oregon, unless Oregon completely falls apart.
Fair enough.
As far as Michigan State's concerned, I made the comment earlier in the week. It feels like quite often college football will just college football, and something that will make you go, what? Something that will stun you can happen. And I know this is going to, like, people scoff at this and make fun, and I don't care, because Indiana has got all the makings of a vulnerable, heavy favorite. This is all the trappings of, you just played arguably the biggest regular season game in program history, and you won. And the pats on the back are coming in. And the ranking now, number 3 in the country. Head coach, huge amount of guaranteed money no matter what.
Who saw that coming?
He says sarcastically. Here comes Michigan State. You're going to kill those guys. They just lost to UCLA, blah, 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 blah. Under normal circumstances, I think you can make a case that this game would be closer than the experts think because of where Indiana is in the schedule. There's not a lot of faith right now for Michigan State fans, but think of the best version of this team, okay? What if the best version of this Michigan State team shows up? That's closer than the number, if you ask me.
But the thing is, with the best version of Michigan State, not only do you have to have the best version of Michigan State, you have to have that best version for 4 quarters, which is something that we haven't seen. Yeah. So I don't know what that best version looks like. I know what the best version looks like for about 3 quarters, and it can be good, but is it good enough to beat Indiana? I think Indiana is just validating what they did last year. They've got maybe the top quarterback in the country. They just ooze confidence right now. They're playing at home in this game. It's really tough for me to cobble any kind of plan at all how Michigan State wins this game. They need to compete in this game. They need to show that they're still in the fight. Their coach is probably battling for his future here, and has to make sure that this team is still giving an effort, is still willing to play and not quit, because the second that they look like they quit, it's going to be known, and it doesn't bode well for the head coach, even though he's only in his second year, and it seems like it's ridiculous to even discuss this about his future, but it's what college football is these days. You're hired to be fired, and next man up, they'll find somebody else. Donors will go ahead and foot the bill, and that's what happens. And Michigan State's got big donors if they want to go that route. You got a new athletic director who's sitting on the sidelines watching everything unfold. This wasn't the guy that he hired, so does he already have an idea, and is he just waiting to pull that trigger? We'll see. I hope it's not the case. I hope what we see tomorrow from Michigan State is a team that does show some fight. I don't expect them to win, but I do expect them to compete. I don't know if Aiden Childs is going to play.
Yeah, it makes it hard for me to pull the trigger on any sort of bold prediction.
And it feels like Jonathan Smith's future is completely tied to how Aiden Childs plays, because these two were brought in together as a package deal, along with Jack Velling, by the way, who has been kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
Because he was supposed to be this great tight end, and you see ability, but he's hardly used, and he's dropped passes here and there, so I don't even know what to expect there. But with Childs and Jonathan Smith together, I mean, if Aiden Childs plays and he plays mediocre again, what do they got? They got a quarterback who's clearly got talent. He's got a cannon for an arm, but sometimes his footwork is just a disaster, and his off-platform throws are awful. He can run with the ball when he needs to. Sometimes he's been careless with it. His good is great, but his bad is awful. And it feels like there's more bad than good to him. And he hasn't progressed anywhere near what you expect him to in year 2 at Michigan State, let alone year 3 of working with this coach. So we'll see if he plays, but it's a big game for Aiden Childs too.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're in a weird place where I know some people are rooting against their team because they want to see the coach replaced. I find that to be so unhealthy. I think, getting like one shot in both towns, like I'm building my team and I'm maybe not coming. I'm coming in a bit shy. Do you only get one shot? Do you get one shot? I guess in this day and age, you only get one shot.
I feel like we should be playing Eminem in the background.
Well,
dun, 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 dun.
Well, it's what it is. And as Kang said, I hate it because the first to say fire the guy gets the hot take credit, and I don't like hot takes.
Yeah, and I guess from a standpoint, if I even entertained the thought of moving on, it feels like it's such a different world. Like, I don't even know where you begin looking at coaches anymore, because it's a totally different criteria that you need.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that you've got NIL backing so that you can go get players in the transfer portal, all while still being able to coach X's and O's. You got to know X's and O's, but you also got to have the Jimmies and Joes.
Yep.
It seems like it's a way more difficult job than it was before, when you had the luxury of time to develop the recruits that you brought in out of high school, that these guys are going to, they're going to work at the trade for the first couple years and not really see the playing field. But the time they're juniors, they're ready to roll, or redshirt sophomores, they're ready to roll. You don't have that time anymore. You don't have the luxury. Everything is about right here, right now, and it's transfer portal.
Okay, well, we will get to Are You Going to Eat That coming up. And we'll talk more about the Lions and Buccaneers on the field as well, because we barely touched on that.
We got all Monday to do that, too.
That's a good point. But still, leading into football weekend, I like to do it. Anyway, all that straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, sports fans, rejoice. Twin Peaks is ready to welcome everyone to an action-packed weekend that you don't want to miss. Got local college football action all day on Saturday. Monster matchups like Ole Miss, Georgia, Bama, Tennessee. And you got the full slate of Pro Football Sunday, saving the best for last as the Kings of the North in the game of the year, Monday Night Football against Baker. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? That's a no-brainer. Twin Peaks is the best place to catch a game, period. Never miss a game with 50-plus high-definition TVs with capabilities of showing up to 8 games at once. There isn't a bad seat in the house. Pair that with a scratch kitchen, serving up your classic tailgate favorites like the house-smoked ribs and wings, hand-cut and breaded to order, boneless wings and tenders, and hand-smashed and seared burgers. Pair that with 29-degree draft beer. My favorite, they got bucket specials, rounds of shots, Bloody Marys. Vibes are high at Twin Peaks. Of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Come catch the greatest game day atmosphere outside of being at the game. Mark your calendars for Tuesdays. It's tequila and tacos. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Another win tonight for the Red Wings, Scott?
Well, we'll see, but boy, they're playing better hockey. They got Lucas Raymond back probably tonight.
Yeah.
That's going to help.
Sounds like he might be coming back.
Yeah, that's going to help.
This Red Wing team. Yep. Did they say, I'm sorry, did I miss who's starting in net?
I have not seen it. Kenny, have you seen who's starting in net for the Wings tonight? If it's Gibson or if it's Talbot?
It's Gibson.
Gibson is?
Talbot's getting a little breather.
All right.
So they're going to go Gibson, his first start since the opening night when he did not look good. So we shall see.
Okay, you remember during the crosstalk I said I was excited for Are You Going to Eat That because of what something is called?
Yes.
All right. Let's go. All right, Scott. At Seattle Mariners games.
Doesn't stop.
At Seattle Mariners games. They have something new at the concession stands for the postseason. Gator, the Huckle Nut Cannoli. Are you going to eat that?
I'm sorry, the what?
The Huckle Nut Cannoli.
Huckle nut?
Yes.
The hell's a huckle nut?
A new concession item for Mariners fans featuring a rosemary-scented ricotta cannoli shell filled with huckleberry sweet cream, toasted hazelnuts, and drizzled with smoked huckleberry caramel. The Huckle Nut Cannoli. Are you going to eat that?
Yes. I'm all about those nuts. That's, yeah. That sounds good. Interesting, a little sweet and savory.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the rosemary cream with with the huckleberry.
It's obviously been through some sort of testing kitchen because I would never think that these things would go well together, but they obviously do. Somebody liked it. Make it available. Kang, the Huckle Nut Cannoli. Are you going to eat that?
I don't know if I can get past the name. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even want to hear what that was. I was just no. Right when you said it, then I didn't hear the description. So I would just ask Gator how was it?
Yeah. Well, actually, my brother-in-law was out there. If he's back, if they host another game, I might Venmo him and say we'll pay for it. You get the Huckle Nut Cannoli and report back.
Yeah, it sounds delicious.
All right, next I'm a no on that. Next up, Nature's Touch has a flavored milk out there. It's root beer flavored milk.
What?
Gator, root beer flavored milk. Are you going to eat that?
I don't understand the application for this. Like I'm curious as to the flavor, so I'm probably going to say yes just to try it.
It's a tasty way to get your vitamin D, Scott.
If I'm having milk, I don't really drink milk. I use milk, for cereal. That's great. As a base for soups or something like that. You can do that. But I just don't drink it anymore. And if I were to, I don't want it tasting like root beer. I'm confused.
Are you? So I
don't know.
I'm confused to whether or not.
Do I even want to try it?
Is this a yes or a no? I'm
you know what, Kang? I take it away. No.
Okay.
Flush it.
Oh, you switched. Yeah. All right. Switch. All right.
Yeah, there's no point.
Kang,
I don't need to go with root beer flavored milk.
I'm out. I don't drink milk. I don't really enjoy milk. Root beer is not helping this cause at all. So no, thank you. Doug?
I'm a strong yes.
There you go,
Give
buddy.
me the root beer flavored milk.
Why are you strong yes?
Because I drink a lot of milk, and I think this is fascinating. I like the flavor of root beer, so I'm willing to give this a shot, and I think I'll like it. So when I was in Australia, they had Big M milk, which is banana milk and caramel milk and chocolate and strawberry and vanilla and
that all makes sense. Yeah.
All these different flavors of milk, and I liked them all, except black licorice. But root beer flavored milk, I think, would fall into this strong yes category.
I do have to say this because when you say root beer, I started thinking of there's one of those new Progressive commercials, Don't Become Your Parents.
Yeah.
And the one guy's telling the kid at the checkout counter how to load up the bag of groceries.
Yeah.
And he uses the term root beer, which always makes you laugh. And he follows it up with sandwich cookies. I die every time I see the commercial.
Those commercials are so great. So just me. Next up, Taco Bell, Gator.
Yeah.
Jumping on a craze. They apparently introduced this in restaurants in Oklahoma City, and they went viral, and everybody loved them. And now, arriving at Taco Bell locations nationwide is the Flamin' Hot Grilled Cheese Burrito. The Flamin' Hot Grilled Cheese Burrito brings all the elements that you would like together, taking the heat. We're talking about the heat, the crispy Fritos crunch, and the cheesy goodness on the inside and out of the classic burrito. Gator, the Flamin' Hot Cheese Burrito. Are you going to eat that?
No, I want to because I love burritos, grilled cheese burritos. I've had those. Those are really good. But I'm not the Flaming Hot Cheetos guy. That's not me. I don't like them. So I'm going to decline. It hurts me to say that because I love Taco
I think they're
Bell.
Flamin' Hot Fritos.
You love Taco
It does say Fritos.
Flaming Hot Fritos, is it?
I don't want the crunch.
Okay, Kang, you?
I'll try it, but it'd probably be one and done type thing for me. I don't despise. No, you don't despise Flaming Hot Fritos, but you're not that guy. I'm not really that guy either. But my wife is one of those people. Like, there's that whole. That's why these all exist, the Flaming Hot stuff, because there's a movement. People love the Flaming Hot stuff, and she's one of them. So it's everywhere now. They put it on everything.
I respect Kenny's opinion when it comes to Taco Bell. Where are you on this?
So I'm not a Flaming Hot guy at all. I actually kind of hate the Flaming Hot people. I hate's a strong word. Strongly dislike the Flaming Hot crowd. I think they're a little much. They're showing off. That's what they're doing. It's like, oh, look at me. I can eat this bright red powder.
It's a flex.
Bleep off. That's what I have to say to you, Flaming Hot guy.
Noted. Kenny, not a Flaming Hot guy.
I tell you,
Proudly.
That paid off.
I'd give this a shot. I do like spicy stuff. I do like Fritos. The question is, when will I ever roll up to a Taco Bell again? But if I do,
You're assuming that chicken's an option for this.
I'd eat the cheese.
Well,
It's
I
just
just don't know
cheese.
what it's just cheese?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still out.
All right, next up, Pop-Tart has introduced a protein
Okay.
lineup of snack pastries, 10 grams of protein per serving. They have Slammin' Strawberry, Boostin' Brown Sugar Cinnamon, and Bumpin' Blueberry. Gator, the protein Pop-Tarts. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'll try them. And I'm hoping that they don't taste too much like that fake, awful protein powder can taste. Sometimes it's awful.
What about that drywall Doug gave us? Is this like one of those?
Yeah,
I
if
gave
it's
you the
anything like
protein
the
Pop-Tarts
spackle.
before.
What is
Yeah.
that, a spackle? Yeah, if it's anything like that.
Gator was worried because it was bendy.
It was bendy.
I think I saw them using it on 696.
Yeah, they did actually to plug up. Remember they had that leak?
Yeah.
And give you 5 grams of protein.
Yeah.
I think Tom Cruise
696 with now with more protein.
Tom Cruise used it in one of those Mission Impossible movies to instead of plastic explosive. I would try it, but I have the fear that it's going to taste too much like the fake protein taste, which is it's so disappointing when you get that.
Can you?
I'm out.
We know, Doug. We know.
Doug.
I'm so in.
So you
And
have
by the
some
way,
already, right?
For the record, the Boostin' Brown Sugar Cinnamon would be the protein Pop-Tart of choice. And I'll report back and let you know how it is. All right, Gator, this one's a little different, but medical professionals are now recommending the kiwi fruit. Kiwi fruit, instead of a high-fiber diet, is a great first-line treatment for constipation, according to new guidance from King's College researchers in London. Gator, the kiwi fruit, so good, so hard to get to. Where do you stand on kiwi?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure if I've ever had kiwi.
Whoa.
I think because it always looked kind of weird to me, I didn't go for it. And knowing that, it's like a fuzzy nut, right? It's how it looks like when it's.
It's not a nut.
No, I know. I know it's not. I say it looks like it, right? It looks like
Well, it's like a fuzzy like plum. I don't know.
Is that even better?
I don't know.
Like fuzzy plum.
It's fuzzy.
It
It looks fuzzy.
name for a fantasy team. My fuzzy plums.
I play fantasy basketball just so I can name my team my fuzzy plum.
My fuzzy plums. Better than my fuzzy nuts.
Yeah, definitely better than that.
So, But I've always been curious what it like. I don't even know what it tastes like. I have
Really?
no idea.
Kiwi is so good.
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
good.
so hard.
Is it good?
Hey, am I wrong? It's
I
hard to
love
get
kiwi.
to. It's like the worst packaging ever for a food.
Well, the fuzzy part.
Yeah, it's terrible.
But I'm all for what it allegedly does. Is the
First line defense against constipation.
Maybe I'm alone in this. I've never had an actual kiwi, but I've only had kiwi flavored things.
You've never had a kiwi?
That's not real kiwi, man.
Obviously not. But
Gator, I don't know. You ever going to try a kiwi?
Yeah, I'd like to try it. Sure.
Can you?
Wow. Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not like you, Doug. We had two in here that have never even tried it.
I know.
I've got nothing against New Zealand.
Here's the thing about kiwi. I want to bring in a selection of tools to try and get to the kiwi and make Kenny and Gator have to get to the kiwi, either peeling off the fuzzy outside or cutting it, and it's
then feed each other.
Yeah, it's hard.
That's sweet.
Hey, Doug, would you eat kiwi out of Kenny's beard?
No, I would not eat kiwi out of Kenny's
What if
beard.
it had extra protein?
I don't eat kiwi because it's a pain in the ass. But hey, when I have it, I'm like, if somebody else cuts it up for me, I'm like, this is great. And there it is, another edition.
Huh.
Are you going to eat that? And all anybody's going to remember is My Fuzzy Plum. It is. Carson Anderson, we talk some Lions next on 97.1.
Hey, I know you see them, the red, white, and blue trucks. They're everywhere. They're everywhere for a reason because they belong to the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Tell you, in the last week, not only have I closed all the windows, I had to turn the heat up a little bit in my house, and I'm glad I did because I know that it works and it works well. It's because the guys from Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling came out to my house a few months ago, made sure the AC was working well, and they tested out the furnace. Good news. It passed with flying colors. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A+ rating they get from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, your boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, couple things. Follow up. Sorry, you're going to eat that. One, the Hucklenut cannoli.
Yeah.
The word Hucklenut.
It's one of the funniest things I've heard in my life.
It sounds to me like a wrestling move.
I don't know what kind of wrestling you're doing. Sounds like an Urban Dictionary entry. The old Hucklenut.
Yeah. And the thing, too, is Jimmy brought us in studio for us to try as part of a on-air, are you going to eat that? He froze the Reese's PB&J cup.
Strawberry one.
I have a grape. Now, I will tell you.
You're good because you don't like strawberry flavoring.
I don't like strawberry flavoring. Thank you. I will tell you that I accidentally once bought the peanut butter and jelly M&Ms.
Yeah, I'm sure it was an accident.
It was. I thought I was grabbing just the peanut butter ones, and they were the peanut butter and jelly.
Okay.
And I was like, I like M&Ms. I'm good for them for branching out, but I was so disappointed. I decided, and I've seen these. I don't want peanut butter and jelly flavored stuff. Just leave the Reese's. I love Reese's. I think saying bad things about Reese's is blasphemy. However, we're gonna give it a shot.
Yep. Says they're different when they're frozen.
Yep,
so
Power's frozen. So Gator is taking a bite. I'm still trying to get it out of the packaging. I suck with packaging. All right.
It's better frozen, but for the wrong reason.
Yeah, I'm not.
The reason why it's better frozen than unfrozen
is
because you don't taste the jelly. All you taste is it's a peanut butter cup.
Yeah. I mean, you get, well, I don't know what the strawberry one's like. The grape one, I get a little bit of flavor, but
I get no strawberry flavor.
I could do without. I'm not, you know.
I just get regular peanut butter cup.
I know, right? Is that what you're left longing? It's like,
I think this is a move. I like it.
do you?
Mhm.
Did you have strawberry or grape?
Grape. What'd you guys have? I'm sorry.
I had grape. And I could
I had
taste a little
strawberry.
bit of the grape, but
I can taste the grape. I like that it's more firm. You know how like sometimes if you leave Reese's
is
cup
that
out
only
too
because
long?
it's frozen?
Well, yeah, that's why.
Oh,
I like
okay.
the frozen part. Like,
All right.
that's-
I mean, I thought you were saying you like this. It's more firm than a regular peanut butter cup.
I like
Whatever.
it.
Yeah. All good.
I should make an ice cream version. Now I'm thinking about it.
I taste nothing in this.
What are you,
really?
Your taste buds dead?
Well, I mean, it doesn't even taste as good as like a normal peanut butter cup. Maybe the
You don't taste anything?
I taste no.
Dude, I think you got COVID.
Well, that doesn't bode well for me. I think
I
you
taste
need
very little.
No, you
It's just
taste the
very
no, you
faint.
taste peanut butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't taste any jelly.
Yeah, but even the peanut butter is not as pronounced as it normally is. I think that's the counteraction from the jelly. I don't like it. I
Okay.
wouldn't do it. Thanks though, Jimmy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, if you're given my choice, regular peanut butter cup or PB&J peanut butter cup, I'm taking the regular.
Peanut butter cup.
Yeah. Okay.
And, King, and you'd be for this
Yeah, I
over
like
the regular
this.
peanut
No,
butter?
yeah, if you're making me pick one or the other, I like it. I might put all my I might steal all my kids' candy this Halloween, put it in the freezer.
All right.
All right, let's get to the Lions in Tampa. Practice report yesterday. Full practice for Zach Cunningham, who's been a long time NFL football crush of Gator and I can't believe now that he is in Detroit. Understanding he's a depth piece at a position that's got good frontline guys. Aleem McNeil, full practice. Taylor Decker, limited practice. This is yesterday's practice report. We wait to find out what happened today. Did not practice Sione Vaki, DJ Reader with a back, Avante Maddox, Kirby Joseph with a knee, and Terrion Arnold with a shoulder. All in all, that practice report to me is a negative, but I guess having Aleem McNeil at full practice is a very good thing, and Taylor Decker limited. Hopefully that's, we still got Friday's practice and Saturday's practice to deem whether or not he's going to play on Monday. So there's still time for him to get back to full practice. But Gator, what do you make of this?
Well, I think it's nothing but great news. You want to get your offensive line back to 100% if you can do that, and Decker getting back to practice, this is good. They still have Saturday to go through, and then Sunday's the walkthrough, and we'll make the determination on Monday night. I suspect he's going to play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm encouraged with the Zach Cunningham stuff. He is a depth piece. He doesn't necessarily have to be ready to go on Monday night, but having him ready to go for the season matters. It's been a hamstring injury. It's kept him out for a couple games. But, yeah, we've been big fans of his. So I think that's good news. Waiting to hear more on defensive backs. And I suspect that, look, keep guys out another week. You have the bye week after the Monday night game. It just means more rest for the players that really need that rest. So hopefully they come back after the bye week and we'll see that Terrion Arnold is back to being a full participant in practice and ready to go, hopefully. And most importantly, let's hope that we don't suffer more injuries on Monday night's game. Kirby Joseph, I feel like they're just playing with time here because he looks so injured against Kansas City, left the game, and then comes back into the game like nothing had happened, which is always concerning.
That was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, great, and like, wait, he's not limping anymore. He's blowing people up again.
Yeah, strange. Very strange. I was thinking about this earlier today, too, that, Lions have gone through so many injuries, right? And I wonder if this is one, because of depth, that they go, oh, wow, this really sucks. They drafted a safety out of Georgia in the late rounds, Dan Jackson. And it's disappointing because he's been out the whole time. You wonder what kind of contribution he would be able to make. Just comes from a great program, obviously. Well thought of back then.
I think they envisioned a role on special teams for him, but
he would have been forced into action.
He might have been forced into action. Yeah, I mean, they probably went in this season thinking we'd be more likely to play him than Jamie Robinson, who they signed yesterday and is on the active roster and may be forced into action. They may be more likely to play him than Thomas, who's number 12, Harper, who last week was making plays and having everybody that cared scrambling to see who number 12 was.
Their list of injured reserve or out players is lengthy when you look at it. It really is quite lengthy, and it's
starting all over again. I guess it has started all over again.
Let's just hope that certain people stay off that list, and guys that are currently on that list get off that list quickly. Aleem McNeil coming back on Monday night, that should be a nice lift to this team as well. So, but still waiting on guys like Pascal. We haven't heard anything about him.
No, you're right. So, Jeremy Fowler reported that the 49ers are really looking at pass rush additions, and they enthusiastically consider Trey Hendrickson an ideal fit for their defense if the Bengals would part with him for reasonable compensation. Now, Fowler added, I'm also told Cincinnati has no plans to trade Hendrickson at this time. Cincinnati plans to remain all in on the season, and the offense showed signs of life with Flacco. Showed signs of life with Flacco on Sunday against Green Bay. Probably only got more signs of life with what they did last night, beating Pittsburgh. So Trey Hendrickson, I suspect when you see a team that is managing to hang around now at 3-4 and can be a wild card team, if they piece together a couple more wins before the trade deadline, they can find themselves in that. It's like if they do 2 of anything, 2 wins, they may say, yeah, we're going to go for it this year. 2 losses, they may pull the plug. But as far as the key part of this statement is reasonable compensation. What is reasonable compensation?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. The 2 games they have left leading up to the trade deadline, they play home against the Jets and home against the Bears.
Yep.
So are those 2 winnable games? Those are 2 winnable games. They might find themselves at 5-4 right before the trade deadline, which certainly puts them in a position to make the playoffs. There was another article in ESPN.
Yeah, this one.
Where
you know how sometimes I worry about things creating unrealistic expectations.
Yeah, but he gave the compensation and what it would take to land not 1 but 2 players for the Detroit Lions.
Well, let's get to that at 102. It is Carson Anderson. We'll get an update from Allen Park with the Birch Kid at 1:30. 97.1 The Ticket.
The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight, hoping to extend their winning streak to 4. Lucas Raymond getting better, but still day-to-day and won't skate tonight. Pregame at 6:45 right here on the ticket as John Gibson gets the starting goal for the first time since opening night. Tigers Free Press writer Evan Petzold reported today that the offer Detroit reached out to Skubal about in the 2024 season was 4 years and less than $100 million. John Heyman reported yesterday the gap in negotiations is around $250 million. Petzold says that it might actually be closer to $300 million. Lions defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard said that the NFL sent out a memo regarding defensive players trying to punch the ball out and cause a fumble. They used Brian Branch as an example. Quote, they want to make sure you're punching the ball and not the player, whatever that means, end quote. Rams coach Sean McVay revealed today that receiver Puka Nacua has been ruled out against the Jaguars as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So I'm in a weird place, Scott. I'm in a very weird place professionally because things I used to love, I'm starting to think, I don't know if I love them anymore. Those two things, and you know this, they are things that I loved. One, artist renderings.
Yeah.
Love artist renderings.
They're great.
Artist renderings make everything look like Xanadu. Like, what a perfect setup. Oh, that's perfect.
Idyllic.
The problem is then the real thing happens and everybody's screaming, where's the Red Wing logo? And that on the roof.
Top of
that Detroit
LCA.
sign looks nothing like the Hollywood sign, right? I mean, people get disappointed because the artist renderings show one thing and then in reality,
where's that guy selling gelato outside the stadium?
Yeah, I don't see any kids ice skating between hay bales with a fiddler outside of LCA. I mean, it's just it's artist renderings are cool, but they don't reflect reality. I don't have cotton candy right here being handed out free to small children. And the other thing is trade proposals.
Probably a good thing.
Trade proposals. Because the first one is yes, 1,000 times yes. That is, but now people are going to say if it doesn't happen, they should have done that deal.
Right? Yeah.
You mean the one that Bill Barnwell just came up with in his head on ESPN? And so you sent these, and I'm like, okay, what Barnwell is proposing is never going to happen. Ever. Go ahead and tell the people what he proposed.
So the Detroit Lions would talk to the Cincinnati Bengals and acquire edge rusher Trey Hendrickson.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lions also would acquire a 2026 fourth-round pick. That's the part that, come on, man. The Bengals would get a 2026 second-round pick.
Okay, so let's think about this. The Bengals they'll convert their fourth-round pick into a second-round pick. And Detroit will get Trey Hendrickson out of this deal?
Right. I don't know what to tell you.
Let me just say, Bill Barnwell is, that's cool. That's really cool. If I were in Cincinnati, I would be livid. Okay, Hendrickson for a second-round pick alone is something that I could see being the best offer they get. But that's to imply that nobody else who's likely to pick ahead of Detroit in the second round would offer a second-rounder. That means it's quite possible that the highest other offer they would get is a third-rounder. But them having to throw in a fourth-round pick seems crazy to me.
I agree, and yet I guess you look at it, how many other teams have cap space to acquire Trey Hendrickson for the rest of the year?
Well,
even though it's prorated,
yeah,
but I mean, it's a lot of money, and the Lions do have that space available to them. And then the teams that would acquire them are going to be teams that are in the same boat as the Lions, that they're likely to be really good playoff teams. So if you're looking at how good is that pick going to be, that's all going to be roughly in the same spot.
Additionally, if they lose him to free agency and they get the compensation, that might be a third-round pick. I mean, I don't know if this makes any sense whatsoever, but God bless Bill Barnwell if he's right. But he's not done.
No, he's not done. He is doubled down, in fact. He has another trade in addition to Trey Hendrickson. The Lions talking with the Dolphins, where the Mammals would land a 4th-round pick in 2026 while giving up their 7th-round pick and the rights to edge rusher Jalen Phillips.
Okay.
Now,
so let me get this right. Detroit, who's acquired an extra 4th-round pick, he wants both these deals done. So Detroit acquires an extra 4th-round pick from Cincinnati, then takes that 4th-round pick and gets Jalen Phillips and a 7th-round pick.
Now, Phillips is realistic to get because he has been oft injured.
Mm-hmm.
He's healthy this year, but he's been oft injured, and I could totally see him being traded for something like a 5th-round pick.
So the net of this is Detroit gives up 1 2nd-round pick and gets Trey Hendrickson and Jalen Phillips.
Right.
And a 7th-round pick.
Okay. You don't think that's realistic?
And so, again, if I'm in Miami, if I'm in Cincinnati, I'm like, what the hell is in it for? Like, why are we doing this?
He says it would hurt the Lions to trade multiple draft picks for Hendrickson and Phillips on the short-term contracts, but they would be in a position to recoup some of those selections later on. Given the amount of money they'll need to spend over the next 12 months to keep their young talent on their new contracts, it would be a surprise if the Lions were heavy spenders in free agency this upcoming offseason. Hendrickson and Phillips should both be in position to garner Detroit compensatory picks in the 2027 draft. I mean, this is what's crazy about this, is that not only is it a sweetheart deal for the Lions,
yes,
that the Lions would then let these guys walk to free agency and then acquire compensatory picks for them for the 2027 draft.
Right. And Detroit's takeaway with this would be no 2nd-round pick next year. That's it. That's all they'd be giving up, essentially, because they acquire an extra 4th, then trade a 4th for Jalen Phillips.
And they get a 7th.
And they get a 7th. So they basically swap a 2nd for a 7th and get these 2 edge rushers. Now, would I be happy? I would be ecstatic.
Of course.
But this is why this is the artist renderings of trades.
Yeah, it is. And, and by the way, is this a top need for the Lions?
Well, at this point, I don't know. I mean,
well, I think it's safe to say no. It's not the top need for the Lions.
I mean, we're going to invariably get the call. You know what helps the secondary is a pass rush.
It does. No, and that's and
you know what else helps
true.
the secondary is secondary.
Having healthy guys back there is probably the best way to do it, and that's the route that I would look. I would look directly at corners from teams that are going to be out of it. We keep hearing that Reek Willen's name out of San Francisco, out of Seattle, that he's available in trade, or that and he's mentioned in one of these trade proposals, but it's with the Eagles. But that's where I'm looking. I'm not looking necessarily defensive end. Now, if that offer is if you could get Trey Hendrickson for a 2nd-round pick and you acquire a 4th-round pick in addition to that, yeah, of course. But that's not realistic.
Kang, what do you make of all this?
So Barnwell, he's usually pretty good, and honestly, he's thought out. He kind of digs deep usually. I would say to be kind unlikely, right, with these scenarios, and I would be all for it. Well, I'll leave the door open and cracked a little bit, as in this, guys. There are times, it happens in every sport, where the end result of a trade, you're like, that's all, right?
Yes.
And I think Trey Henderson might, and I say might, be on that trade, borderline where you're like, that wasn't that much. I still stand by. I think the Bengals aren't going to trade him because I think they're very, look, they just went and traded for Joe Flacco and it worked for one game or whatever, right? I think they're very reluctant to give up on the season. But if he does get moved, I don't think it is for a 1st-round pick. Now, of course, the Lions are going to have a late 2nd-round pick, and that's the issue here. So I think it is an early mid to 2nd-round pick. But yeah, I don't think this is likely.
So here's the weirdest thing. If you had said at the beginning of the season, the reason the Lions won't win the Super Bowl is because of Joe Flacco, you would say, what? But if Joe Flacco gets traded to Cincinnati and wins enough to keep Cincinnati from moving Trey Hendrickson to Detroit, and the Lions, that missing piece that could put him over the top, Trey Hendrickson, doesn't come to Detroit because Joe Flacco brought that team off the mat and actually upset Pittsburgh last night and keeps them from making moves. Yeah. The Lions don't get the missing piece and don't win the Super Bowl because of Joe Flacco.
Crazy.
The world is a crazy place.
Well, I mean, it's a world where the Ravens are 1-5 in that division.
Also crazy.
That's crazy because they're tied with Cleveland for the basement at 1-5.
That's another reason why they won't give up.
I know. It's becoming abundantly clear that they probably won't, and that they could be like the next two games I mentioned earlier. They're against the Jets and the Bears. Both games are at home. So the Jets are 0-6. Cincinnati's probably feeling pretty chesty that they can beat the Jets. And then the next game's against the Bears. Now, the Bears are in a little bit of a heater here. I think they won 3 in a row. But the fact is that they're still the Bears. But if the Bears fall to them, then it's 2 wins and it's a 5-4 record going to the trade deadline. And if you're Cincinnati, how could you possibly trade Trey Hendrickson? It'd be the same. But I mean, it's the same thing with the Tigers, right? With Skubal.
Well,
do you trade a guy that is integral for you getting to the postseason?
Well, only for getting back guys that also will help you get to the postseason.
Doug, don't we have a lunch bet with Gator on the Trey Hendrickson bet or
Yes.
trade?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said he was going to get traded.
All right.
And we said no.
He'll get traded.
Dude, I think at this point the Bengals are more likely to call the Lions and see if they can buy from the Lions. Do you have any spare parts that we could use? Linebackers.
Go fish.
Zach Cunningham.
Hey, let's make it even swap. Zach Cunningham for Trey Hendrickson.
Okay, Bill Barnwell.
And I want your 4th round pick.
See if they'll throw in Jamar Chase. All right, we will go out to Allen Park and get the latest from the Birch Kid today at 1:30. Picks will immediately follow that. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. They are the specialists in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms, they don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law, and it's why Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto and truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. There's a reason why other personal injury lawyers send their car accident cases to Michigan Auto Law. More lawyers in Michigan refer accident cases to Michigan Auto Law than any other law firm. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket, 248-539-9797. It's Karsch and Anderson. This is the time to go get your big name. Detroit sports are overdue for winning a big free agent. Let's get some New Jersey in our closets. Let's get some New Jerseys. Oh, God, he capitalized both those. And I'm like, the state? Let's get some New Jerseys in our closets.
Sauce Gardner's coming to the Lions?
No. Oh. Can someone please explain to me why the Tigers, the Oakland A's, why are the Tigers the Oakland A's these last few years? The Tigers should not be a cheap organization. You know what's funny? Kang and I were talking about the cheap tag. There's this middle ground that you want to be. You don't want to overpay anybody, but you don't want to be considered cheap. So you start balancing these things. Right now, the Tigers have one player that can be argued as overpaid, and that player was maybe their best in the postseason. So maybe he's not overpaid. When you overpay someone, people get so pissed. But when you're not doing more, people get pissed. So there's a sweet spot, and they could do more, and I hope they do more.
Well, I think it's a little unfair. The Athletics had payrolls in the $60 and $70 million range. The Tigers are expected to have 130 before they hit free agency.
So are you saying this person exaggerated?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Joe is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Good, sir.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Awesome.
I was just calling about the Hendrickson article on ESPN. I remember coming across that, too. And I think it was called, correct me if I'm wrong, like trades that need to happen before the deadline.
Yeah.
And I remember reading that first one with Hendrickson thinking, yeah, that absolutely needs to happen. Like, that would be great as a Lions fan. But then I clicked out of it because it was just such, clickbait nonsense in the sense that why would they give up so little for Hendrickson? And, I've been looking at it like with Micah Parsons, for instance, And I understand that there's an age difference between the two.
There's a huge difference. But the one thing, Joe,
go ahead.
I always think if we're doing the show in Cincinnati, if we're doing the show in some other town, do I look at this and go, yes? No.
You look at it and you go, what the heck are we doing?
Exactly.
Oh, they would be so angry. And, I know there's a big difference between the two with Parsons, but just one point to that is, I know Hendrickson's 30 years old. Parsons is a young kid. He's got a long career ahead of him. And, the difference between the ages in the NFL is huge.
Yeah.
But, Hendrickson the past 2 years still has 17 and a half sacks. It's not like he's not a dude still. And he can still give you great production in the league. And, especially if you're in Cincinnati and you see Parsons goes for, 2 first-round picks or something like that, you're sitting back going, why the heck would we give up, a fourth and Hendrickson for a second-round pick? I just thought it was just utter nonsense and just one of those that makes for good talking points. And, but I just thought the article was just so funny that right when I read that, I didn't even get to the second
yeah, that was the other thing.
And on top of that, go get Jalen Phillips, which is actually a realistic.
It probably
name to go
is,
after.
but the funny thing about it is that has that whole scenario of all the trades. The Lions would walk away with Trey Hendrickson, Jalen Phillips, and a 7th-round pick for a second.
Right. And the first one being such a joke, I didn't even get to the one that would, like you guys mentioned, is much more realistic of a possibility for us to pull off. I mean, and hey, I hope he's right. I cannot stress that enough. Like, if that happened to be the case, more power to that scenario.
I'm with you.
But, yeah, there's just no way.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Look, it's great to be in this position. Really credible NFL team, doing a lot of things really well. I was sitting down there in the office yesterday, and Valenti was talking about how he thinks, I don't know if he said it for the air, and he likes the Lions this weekend because the Lions don't mess around. And I'm like, think about the world we're living in. I still am in awe that they are this credible as an NFL franchise. And I will celebrate it all the time.
Yeah, the turnaround is amazing. I mean, they
win it all.
Finally, of course, you want to see them win it all. But, I mean, the turnaround leads me to say they finally got it right. They have the right owner in place, the right member of the Ford family. She has surrounded herself with the right brain trust to help advise. And then they went out and got the right coach before they got the right GM, but they were of the same mind, and that's what's best for this franchise moving forward. And they done an amazing job at completely rebuilding the organization.
Okay. We started the show with a story, and I guess, I want to find out if anything's being said out there in Allen Park, and we're about to go out there and talk to the Birchie kid. If you've been with us for all 3 hours and 22 minutes here, God bless you. You're awesome. If you did miss the first hour of the show, you missed a story that percolated overnight and into today because NFL Films does something in conjunction with ESPN called Turning Point. Turning Point, they got the mic'd up players and the coaches and all that, and they look at key moments in big games. They did a breakdown of the Lions-Chiefs game, and the turning point, I guess, was the Chiefs' drive after the Lions made it 20-17. The Lions went right down the field and scored 8 plays, 81 yards, all through the air, no incompletions, touchdown in the third quarter. The Lions didn't have a first down after that. The Chiefs, meanwhile, answered that touchdown with a touchdown of their own, and the Lions didn't do anything at the end of that game. But then they dropped this at the end of it, and we'll play some of this for you here. They dropped the following at the end of it, which felt like it was a smear campaign against Brian Branch. Okay, so ESPN put this out, NFL Films tweeted out that part you just heard right there. Now, let's be clear about what they're referencing. They're referencing a showed up by Brian Branch, or showed up by Patrick Mahomes. That's the taunting that they didn't flag. Lit up, or took a shot, from Juju Smith-Schuster. That's the crackback block that
Illegal
they didn't
block,
flag.
yeah.
And they said Branch had a bad day, or the Chiefs got away with some stuff. However you want to look at it, they tweeted that out promoting Turning Point. They took the tweet down. Turning Point is still up. You can see the whole thing. It is still on the ESPN website. But there's more to report on this story. Kang, what's the very latest?
So Pat McAfee, he said that he spoke to NFL Films and asked them about the Brian Branch video that was released and then taken down, the one they teased, right, through their Twitter account, or formerly Twitter, now X. They thought it was overly critical to Branch, so they took it down, probably because of all the feedback they were getting, because you're the ones who put it up there in the first place. Yep. They also said, according to Pat McAfee, that they also should have never put it up to begin with. Now, I have not checked since then if it's still the whole entirety.
The whole thing is
it?
still there.
Okay.
I just logged in and it's still there.
So, I mean, they only took down the promotional part, I guess, of it, but it's still there.
That's weak. I mean, you're saying, well, we took it down. Okay. Is it down? No, but we took it down.
We took down the tweet.
What'd you take down? We took down the promotion of it, but it's still there. Oh, yeah.
So,
it's there in its entirety.
Look, player got suspended. He obviously crossed the line.
He deserved to be suspended.
But this coming from a branch of the NFL Films, feels like a smear campaign. Now, with that said, Birchie Kid is at Allen Park. We'll ask him next if this has been a topic at all out there today. That is straight ahead. Our picks coming up a little bit later on. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Hope everybody's doing well on this Friday. We'll have some picks coming up in about 12, 13 minutes. Scott, when the Lions don't play on Sunday, does it dramatically change your Sunday?
No. I mean, sometimes it does, absolutely. But this Sunday, I don't know if it's going to do it this Sunday.
Nothing particular big going on.
Had I not thrown my back out playing golf last Sunday, I would probably be playing golf on Sunday, assuming that the weather's good.
Yeah.
That would have been something would have been under consideration.
Kang, family man, 2 daughters, Sunday.
Yeah, what's wife telling you got to do?
It's smart time to get,
it's a huge difference, man. When the Lions aren't on at 1, that means I'm free. That means I'm available. And then when they're not on at all on Sunday, I'm available all day.
There you go. They are playing on Monday night, and the kid will be there covering it, the Birchie kid. Yes, we are merely Doug and Scott, and this is Will Birchfield. What's up, my man?
I appreciate that. Not much, man. Just got back from practice. Some positive news to report on the injury front. Terrion Arnold was back out there today, which was a bit of a surprise to see. Just a week after the Lions feared he might have been facing a potentially season-ending injury. Obviously, the follow-up reports were more optimistic, but this would suggest that there's at least a chance he could play on Monday night, and the extra day probably only increases those odds. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But an encouraging sign for this defense, which obviously needs more bodies and more talented bodies in the secondary. So that was obviously a sight for some sore eyes, and the way he was moving in a cone drill sorry, we got some reporters flowing through here, so I apologize for any background noise. But
it's quite all right.
Yeah, he was back out there, as was Taylor Decker.
It's Burkett, isn't it? It's Burkett.
It's all Burkett. He is making an absolute ruckus as he comes through. The guy can't resist.
Yeah, he usually comes through with a marching band too. Watch out for that guy. So, I mean, it's exciting with that, but I mean, in all honesty, they have the bye week after this game. Would it behoove the Lions probably just to let them sit for another week and get the rest, or is this game so vitally important you got to have all hands on deck?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I don't want to speak for their thinking. I obviously think the Bucs are limited themselves with some of their offensive weapons, and maybe that makes the Lions a little bit more comfortable to roll with the guys they have. The bye coming after this would also support the fact that maybe you get him out there and maybe you get Taylor Decker back out there. I will note on Terrion, he said yesterday in the locker room, just in sort of a casual setting, that he wasn't expecting to play. He felt like the team was going to play it safe. So probably still less likely than more likely that he plays, but we'll see how it shakes out Monday night.
Has there been any discussion about the video that was tweeted out and as part of Turning Point? I know some Lions players have now tweeted about it. They're not happy regarding Brian Branch and Turning Point like going at him.
Yeah, no, there hasn't been yet. We haven't been to the locker room today, so certainly we'll ask around when we get in there. Kelvin Shepard was asked about it at his press conference this morning. He hadn't seen it, or at least he said he wasn't aware of it yet. He said he obviously stands behind Brian Branch, and no matter what the NFL might be saying or twisting about him. So, no, I haven't heard a whole lot of reaction in response to that yet. Shep did say, though, that he sat down with Brian Branch this week, and I assure you he wasn't the only one to do that. But he said, first of all, he's missing him. Branch isn't allowed in the building this week. He isn't allowed on the sidelines on Monday, so they won't see him again until next Tuesday. But before he was sort of shunned from the building, Shep had a chance to sit down with him, and he told him that at one point, he kind of played the same way and towed the same line that Branch does as a highly emotional player that plays with an edge. And Shep told him, just understand, you have 60 minutes over the course of a game to, quote, do whatever you want to do to another man, and then kind of leave it right there. And he made the point that, off the field, Branch is one of the most soft-spoken, politeful, respectful young men you'll ever meet, but emphasized to him those 30 seconds in the national spotlight can entirely shape and change the way people perceive you, people view you. So just be mindful of that and remember how badly we need you on the field. I don't want to speak for Branch here, but part of me believes that he waited until after the game to take his well-deserved shot at Juju as a way to avoid costing his team 15 yards in the middle of action, and in the process cost his team himself for the ensuing game.
Yeah, one of the other visuals from that game that is hard to shake is that Kirby Joseph left the game and limping all over the place on the sideline, stays out for a while, but then comes back in like nothing ever happened. What's his status? How has he looked at practice?
Yeah, dude, I think they shot his knee with Red Bull inside that medical tent and then sent him back out there because he limped off the field. I agree.
Gives you
like
wings.
We weren't going to see him again that night. And then he comes out of that 10 minutes later and lays an absolute lick on Isaiah Pacheco, like came 15 yards charging upfield just to lay the lumber on him. So he was not at practice today. And again, the game is Monday, so there's still a chance that he could practice tomorrow and get himself ready to go for Monday night. But that's a hard one to read. If you're asking me, I think it does behoove them in this case to give him the 2 weeks of rest and then get him right for the back half of the season. Again, I think it matters that the Bucs are entering this game without Godwin, without Ibuka, who was looking like a rising superstar, even without Bucky Irving. And if they can just keep a lid on Mike Evans, you feel like the secondary should be okay, even if it's missing its 2 star safeties.
Okay, they don't lose 2 games in a row under Dan Campbell. They've seen
Not allowed to.
No. Well, I was about to ask you, did you get it after a loss? Is the building different? Like, is there a secret to the sauce? Do you sense anything from them after a loss?
No, and I think that's part of why they haven't lost 2 games in a row in almost 3 years, because after a win or a loss, it's just back to work here, and it's back to striving for their standards, which are incredibly high. And certainly they want to get rid of the taste they had in their mouth last week, and I think they're looking forward to this stretch of games that includes not just Tampa, but on the other side of the bye, Minnesota, and then Philly and Washington, knowing that they'll be tested pretty stiffly here over the next month. But this team is always highly motivated to play. And, you look at the game last week, really just a couple plays that were entirely uncharacteristic of this team that swung that game in the Chiefs' favor with some help from you-know-who. So I don't think they feel like they played terribly last week, and they're ready to fix it on Monday night, and they're always ready to go.
So I wonder what they, as a team as a whole, is there a different look to them in practice this week? Is it a more focused look from them? I can't imagine that losing does not sit well with them. So is this like a raring to get back on the field and prove everything wrong?
Yeah, I think they feel some of that. I think they're raring to go. I think of one player in particular, and David Montgomery, who obviously only had 4 carries last week, which was the low of his time with the Lions, and no carries in the second half, just 2 second-half touches. I can promise you that he is raring to go for Monday night. And, it felt like at this time last week, all of the angst around the lack of touches for a certain player in the offense centered around J-Mo. And then, he lines up Sunday night, catches 6 passes for 66 yards and a touchdown. And a week later, we seem to be fixating on Demo. And it would not shock me to see the Lions make a concerted effort to get David involved and keep him involved over the course of the game, no matter how the game script goes. One interesting note on Demo is he has faced, I believe the last I looked, the 3rd highest rate in the NFL this year of 8-man boxes. So when he's on the field, defenses are really committing to stopping the run. And maybe that has dissuaded the Lions a little bit from handing him the ball, but this is a guy that needs more touches than 6 over the course of a night and needs more than 2 certainly in the second half. So in a game that feels like it could be decided in the mud between 2 physical defenses, this might be a Demo kind of night.
All right, when can we see you next on television?
You'll see me on Sunday morning for our usual Lions game day live slot, and then you'll see me possibly Sunday night. I should probably go consult the schedule, but you'll see me on there whenever you feel like it. Quick note for you guys entering this game: the matchup to me to watch here is how Graham Glasgow holds up against Vita Vea, who's obviously just like one of those rare defensive linemen that can wreck a game from the inside out, from like the dirtiest, muckiest parts of the defensive line. And it cracked me up yesterday when I was talking with Graham about Nada. He was like, the thing that stands out about him is that because he's short. He has good pad level and built-in leverage. And I went to look at how short Vita Vea is. He's 6'4". It gives you a sense of the scale for humans in the NFL, especially up front. And when I asked Graham if he's consulted Frank Ragnow for any advice on that matchup, because Frank had faced him so frequently the past couple of years, Graham said, nah, he's probably in like Canada fishing or something. So it sounds like Frank is living his best life. But the matchup to watch Monday night, offense-defense, to me, is Glasgow versus Vita Vea.
Birch Kid, always good to hear from you. Thank you.
You got it, guys. Talk soon.
From the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions, our reporter, the intrepid Will Birchfield. Let's pick some games. All right, Gator. Our guy Scott here, it's been hot of late, so keep riding that train. 8-4 in your last 2 weeks in picking games. On the year, my strength is NCAA football. I'm 14-7. The Car House Lock of the Week is 5-2. Overall, I'm 23-16 against the number. You're 18-21, which is improved.
Thank you.
Yes, let's get back over 500.
Yeah.
I will start. Interesting football game taking place in Boston. Boston College is a 1.5 favorite over UConn. UConn is 4-2 with a top 15 offense. I will take the 1.5 in the Huskies.
Tonight we got a matchup taking place in Miami. The Hurricanes are hosting the Louisville Cardinals. The over-under set at 49.5. I like a lot of points scored in this game. I was looking at the spread, but I just didn't feel comfortable with giving up the points if I'm Miami. But I like the over 49.5 points.
Next up, game tonight, Big Ten. Minnesota is getting 7.5 at home taking on Nebraska. Nebraska, I think, is one of those Big Ten second echelon teams that is good. I think Minnesota can give them problems at home on a short week. I'll take the Gophers plus the 7.5.
They really don't have to row that far.
No.
I also, another game tonight. Cal is giving up 8 points at home against North Carolina. North Carolina. The Fighting Belichicks.
Yeah.
What do they got? I don't think they got enough. In fact, I think they're in such disarray. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week. Cal -8 against North Carolina.
All right, final game for me is the Car House Lock of the Week. Two great defenses. They rank 11th and 12th in the country. BYU and Utah, both top 30 offenses, BYU and Utah. BYU's at home with a quarterback who wears number 47 and his name Bear. They're getting 3.5. My Car House Lock of the Week, Bear and BYU plus 3.5.
It's underrated great rivalry
It
game
is. It
with
really
those
is,
two
yeah.
teams. My last college game, USC is getting 9.5 points as they travel to Notre Dame. I think it's a ton of points to give up. Now, Notre Dame may win this game, but I like USC getting those points. They are able to run the football, and they're able to stop the run, too, which is going to be key for them against Notre Dame.
Let's shift to the NFL. Indy plus 1.5 is playing in LA against the Chargers. I like Indy indoors. Indy likes being indoors. I'll take the 1.5 in the Colts.
Miami is at Cleveland. What might be just a big wind fest out there. The Dolphins are getting 2.5 points. I think with their little come to Jesus meeting that they had this week being played out in public with Tua and the rest of his team, I think they're going to be on the same page. I like them getting the 2.5 at Cleveland.
I got the same game, but they're going to have 20-mile-an-hour winds or worse. They're going to have sideways rain. I'll take the under 36.5 in that game.
Chicago is playing some pretty good football right now. I believe winners of the last 3 games. They are at home against New Orleans. The Bears are giving up 4.5 points. I just like what they're doing lately, and I don't think much of New Orleans.
Final game is, I think everybody's on board with the Giants because of the dart scataboot thing. Denver's too good. I'll take Denver and lay the 7 and go against the grain, the Giants.
People are off the bandwagon of the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. And they don't like them right now, but they're only a point favorite on the road at Minnesota. Who's playing quarterback for Minnesota? We don't know. J.J. McCarthy could be ready to go. I still like Philadelphia. I think they're a better team than what we've seen lately in the last couple of games, and they've lost. I'll take the Eagles -1 at the Vikings.
Those are our picks. Kang, every week you love a pick and you hate a pick. Which one do you like the most?
All right, I'm going to have to go with you only, Doug. Gator, you forgot to send your picks to me, and I wasn't paying close enough attention to figure out which
Damn
ones
it.
I like and don't like from
Sorry,
you.
You're
Okay?
right. My bad.
All right, so Doug, you get the love and hate. The love, BYU, man, 3.5, I agree. They got a 44-year-old quarterback, you said?
No, he's a kid. He wears number 47.
Oh, okay. That was 47. Okay, all right, sorry. And I don't like Indy, man. You got Indy plus 1.5 at Chargers. Usually that's a road game for Chargers home games, but I don't think Indy fans travel that well. I'll take Herbert and the Chargers.
There you go. Those are our picks every week for If I Bet It.
Sorry, King.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. A few things here, Gator. Getting caught up on baseball. Toronto has tied the series with Seattle. Road field advantage in full effect in that series. It's been weird.
Well, they've been 4 blowouts too, right?
Yeah, and they've all gone in favor of the road team. Well, okay then. Dodgers up 3-0. How do you feel about that Dodger team?
I don't like them.
Okay.
I don't like them at all. It's the best team money can buy, and I don't like that they've just outspent everybody else. It's the disparity of baseball, and I can't stand it.
That's sports and stuff. This is sort of sports related. Vanderbilt has a freshman basketball player named Chandler Bing.
Come on. Does he have an extra nipple?
On his person, you know how like you'll hear, here's his stats, here's what his awards were,
Yeah.
here's all that, and then personal. Under personal, he wrote, it's been written, has never watched Friends.
Come on. Come on. His name is Chandler Bing, and he's never watched it?
Yep.
He's obviously aware.
Well, to say I've never watched Friend, I think that's probably because he gets asked all the time. I feel like this would be one of the cruelest tricks to play on a kid. Name your kid after a television character and then they don't watch, they know nothing about it. Because they'd spend their entire life explaining it.
I feel like Chandler was probably one of the least polarizing of the characters on the show. Like everybody kind of like Chandler. Right? There's nothing to dislike about him.
Didn't everybody like everybody on that show?
I think Ross is kind of a pain.
Neurotic.
Yeah, he's whiny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know.
So what kind of basketball player would Chandler Bing be?
Could he be any worse? I don't know.
Joey would be hard to coach because he couldn't understand anything.
Right. Yeah. Right. But Joey's the most athletic of the three.
He would be the most athletic. He'd be the athletic guy that doesn't follow the play.
Yeah, I feel like Ross and Chandler would fit in the episode of The Office playing basketball.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Just completely.
There's no way his parents didn't watch Friends, right? Because why would you? But if they did, then why did they name their kid Chandler?
You like the name Chandler, but you have the last name Bing. Why would you do that to anybody? You're
that's
right.
what I'm saying.
Why do you do that?
They could not have watched Friends. That's the only reasonable explanation.
You're saying that it's just a
coincidence.
Cruel coincidence.
Yes, because if to purposely do that, what's wrong with you, parents?
Their parents do that stuff all the time, though.
Do
name their kids after TV characters?
Well, name their kids after something that you know the kid's going to be like, why did you do this to me at some point?
I knew a guy who worked in an office named Michael Bolton.
Here we go.
It's not his fault Michael Bolton sucks.
No, it's not his fault. Not his fault at all.
Why should I change my name?
Right.
Yeah. So Chandler Bing. And I am now suddenly. Now, I will tell you, he looks nothing like Chandler Bing.
No?
No.
Huh.
Wrong ethnicity.
Okay.
Starting there. 6'5".
And he's got no nubbin?
I don't know. There's no reference of the nubbin. Chandler Bing on the TV show, for people who did not know, the TV show Friends, he was a character, and he had a third nipple called the nubbin.
He called it his nubbin.
Yeah. So anyway, there's that, which is probably far more interesting than the updates on the NLCS and the ALCS, because I'm still pained, Scott. I'm still pained.
It's all right. Root for Toronto. You'll be all right. Although that's tough for you.
Yeah, it is tough for me. I mean, if Logan were playing, it'd be.
But if he's less tough if he's not on the roster.
Yeah, he's not. He's on the taxi squad, so he could get activated next round. So that would be very cool, because the next round would be the World Series. Jesus.
Do you think what Jeff's doing right now is lazy, or is it just being he's so excited he doesn't have time?
He doesn't want to sit down?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, you could just grab a chair.
Yeah, I know, but the crosstalk lasts for like a minute. So lazy for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I was giving you the benefit of doubt. I said, "Or you're just so raring to go, ready to let's go, let's
Jeff
get
is
after."
a ball dude. You get it done.
Oh, thank you.
How's it feel, my brother?
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. My wife finally is okay with it too. My daughter's okay with it. So that was the big hurdle.
Was it?
Well, yeah. What about you?
I had no hurdles whatsoever, and I wished I'd done it years earlier.
Yeah, it is quite freeing. Scott, why don't you try?
No, it's okay.
You got good hair.
That's why. So does the dog lick the top of your head at all?
Sometimes. Yeah, Bouncy's 14, so I let her do whatever she wants.
Great.
Yeah.
Bouncy?
Yeah.
Bounce.
Yeah, she's a shug, a shepherd pug, and she's getting up there. So what is 14 times 7? Do you want to do that?
Well, that's 98.
She's 98 in human years.
Nice job.
The 7s I'm okay with because it's football.
Nicely done.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk about Scooble, kind of a different way to go about it. TJ Lang's going to join us at 3 o'clock. No Mike today. He's back on Monday. And Who Said It, guys? I love playing Who Said It. It's an honor, a privilege.
All right. We'll have some
and
fun.
other stuff.
Yep. I'll have a great show. Everybody have a great weekend. We leave you every Friday with the Friday Rant. Cater trying to get some more time in front of the TV. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings will be without one of their best players again tonight, Lucas Raymond. Tom McClellan said he's getting better, but still remains day-to-day. The Lightning in town tonight. Tampa Bay has gotten off to a rough start at 1-3, while Detroit riding a 3-game winning streak. You can hear that 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions corner Terrion Arnold was back at practice today. Defensive lineman DJ Reader also back after missing yesterday with a back injury. Kirby Joseph was absent once again. Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin is out for the 4th straight week, according to head coach Dan Quinn. Tigers Free Press writer Evan Petzold reported today that the offer Detroit reached out to Tarek Skubal about in the 2024 season was 4 years and less than $100 million. John Heyman reported yesterday the gap in negotiation around $250 million. Petzold said it could actually be closer to $300 million.
Is that a lot?
A little bit. Well, would you take $250 as opposed to $300?
I don't think they're going to sign him.
The LCS is a new series again, tied at 2 apiece. Kevin Gausman heads to the mound for Detroit as Bryce Miller tosses for the Mariners. First pitch at 6:08. The Dodgers also look for the sweep over the Brewers at 8:38. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Rico, I got to tell you, that's one of my favorite ever Hatchet-isms. Colored is fine. So I feel very honored that I'm filling in for Mike today, and you guys led with that. Thank you.
I had nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay.
Neither did I.
Why is everybody looking at me? I didn't do anything.
Well,
Blame Gator.
I definitely didn't put that in there.
Okay.
What's going on, everybody? So no Mike today. He's back on Monday. Well, we're going to have TJ at 3 o'clock. And I know TJ's all fired up about the Jared Goff play. I know TJ's been yapping on social media. And now you saw what happened with NFL Films. They put out that hit piece on Brian Branch. I know TJ has strong thoughts on that as well. He'll join us at 3.
Yeah, I have some questionable thoughts on that. I don't know if that's real or not.
You think that's AI?
In this day and age of AI, yes, because
it was their account, though. They got like 500,000 followers.
Doesn't mean that somebody couldn't put it up on their site.
Weirdest thing ever.
No. I guess because it's like, who does a hit piece on Brian Branch? Who in the NFL really cares that much about Brian Branch outside the city of Detroit?
Is that the NFL's way of fighting back after Dan Campbell went on the morning show and said, no, the NFL probably lied to you?
This is the epitome of never let a one-day story turn into a two-day story.
Well, it's not really a story, though. Like, nobody national's talking about it.
Well,
that's what makes it a story.
We'll get to that.
Yes. All right, so TJ Lang at 3 o'clock. All right, the big news, though, from last night to tonight is the John Heyman article that apparently the Tigers are $250 million away from trying to sign Tarek Skubal. Then Evan Petzold comes out today in the Free Press, and Petzold was the first one to report that non-competitive offer, remember?
Yeah.
And he said that offer was somewhere to the likes of 4 years, just shy of $100 million. And if you read the Petzold article, he believes that the Tigers and Tarek Skubal / Scott Boras are probably like $300 million apart. So either way you look at it, we already knew this was going to happen. The Tigers are not going to extend them. Skubal's not going to be a Tiger for life. I think most people are okay with it. But now that the numbers come out, Rico, I have a question I want to ask everybody, and I think the answer is different from everybody. But how do the Tigers win this? How does Detroit win this thing so when it's all said and done, they come out looking as good as they possibly can? Because they can trade them. And they can win it like that if you get prospects or proven players that help your everyday ball club. They could play with them and make the ALCS or the World Series. And, yeah, you get a comp pick at the end of it. But, damn it, You made the ALCS a World Series, and you did it with him. Or you simply can extend him, I guess, but we know that's not going to happen. How did the Tigers, at the end of the day, come out as winners?
Rieger, the only way the Tigers come out as winners is if I think that they re-sign him. But you'll be a temporary winner. People will be happy because you kept your Cy Young Award, back-to-back Cy Young Award winning pitcher here. But other than that, unless you get a king's ransom in a trade, which I don't think you're going to get, look, if you came out and told me that they pulled a Bregman and they put an offer out there and he just turned it down, I guess maybe. But I think the only way they win is if they somehow retain him. Because if you trade him, you don't know what you got. You don't know if you won that trade for another 3-4 years, maybe.
I think there's two ways to win. I think if you trade him and you get a nice package in return and those players end up playing pivotal roles at your major league club, I think you turn out to be a winner. And I think people are already starting to turn against Tarik Skubal. I also think you win if you keep him, which I think you should do. I think you should keep him and go to war and maybe, dare I say, sign a Bichette, sign a Bregman, sign a Dylan Cease as another starter, and try to win with him because he's under contract. And hopefully you go to the ALCS or the World Series. I have a stat for you, and I do think it's important. This is from Petzold. And the last 2 seasons, Tarik Skubal, when he starts a game, the Tigers are 42-20. Pretty damn good, right? Every other start, the non-Skubal starts, the Tigers are 131-131. The guy is important. I know people are kind of agitated with him right now, but you know what? I'm going to keep him, and I think that's how the Tigers win if they make it far enough. Now, if they keep him and have to trade him at the deadline and you don't get as much, Tigers are losers.
You can't trade him at the deadline. Right. You'll get nothing.
Yeah, but if you're out of it, you got to trade him.
You'll get nothing.
Understood, but that's why the Tigers are losers.
That's when you fall flat on your face, and
correct.
It would be the most egregious mismanagement of talent, I probably think, in Detroit history. And I'm not trying to exaggerate. That you could have gotten something from here years ago, and you end up trading them away for somebody's 6th and 7th farm prospect.
I still think you would get a decent amount, just not the amount that you would get right now.
Because it would be pennies on the dollar. Because the other team knows he's a rental.
Understood, but there'd be enough teams that would want to win a World Series with Tarik Skubal, at least for as a rental, that you would still have a bidding war. So I still think you'd get something, but I agree with you. You'd be a loser.
Okay, so you get Dollar Tree and Dollar General. Way to go.
I like Five Below better, to tell you the truth. But you'd be a loser in that regard. If you sign him long-term and his arm blows out or he isn't as good, you'd be a loser too. So how do the Tigers actually win this thing? It's a bad situation to be put in. The second thing I wanted to ask you, Rico, and we could hit the calls. But I have a theory. You could tell me if I'm wrong. The people can tell me if I'm wrong. I think people wanted to keep Tarik Skubal until a week ago today when he came out at 99 pitches. I think the fact that he didn't come out for the 7th inning rubbed people so wrong, and then it was only added to when they saw Max Scherzer yesterday beg Schneider to stay in the game.
Hey, and beg Schneider, he pretty much said,
"Get the hell out of here."
Right. You can leave.
Well, you also saw Yamamoto throw a complete game for the Dodgers. People are like, why couldn't Skubal do that? And then I also saw Freddie Peralta for the Brewers. He went up to Pat Murphy. He took him behind the tunnel, and he's like, dude, give me one more inning. It was game 2, I want to say. And Murphy said, fine. They did a whole big story about it. And then he came out, and unfortunately, he did give up a home run. But I think because Skubal did not even campaign that we know to stay in the game on Friday, I truly believe Detroiters have gone from, I want him to be a Tiger for life, to whatever. If he goes, he goes. Am I wrong about that?
No,
I truly believe this.
Rieger, I don't think you are. I think that it's still too soon. It still hurts because a lot of people say if he goes out and pitches in the 7th inning, Tigers are probably playing right now. They would be playing or tied up at 2 games apiece against the Blue Jays. But he didn't. And then, that's when Seattle comes in. They score the run. He struck out, was it Cal Raleigh? He's still throwing 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, 101.
And it's like, well, dude, you still got something left. Like
14 in a row, 10 strikeouts.
Right. This is game 5. What are you preparing for? Opening day? Like, come on, man. All season long, you had this arbitrary pitch count. At some point in the playoffs, can't you just throw that out there and just do this for the team? Do this for the city. Do this for all your fans. Just go out there. Even if you say, AJ, if I get in trouble, I need a quick hook.
Oh, AJ would have loved that, but I don't think he ever campaigned.
I do think that people have now kind of it hurts a little bit because you don't see that grit, and it's Detroit. I mean, when you look at all of the great Detroit teams, they had a little grittiness to them. It doesn't seem like he had that. It was almost like it was preordained. At the end of 6, don't care where we're at in the game. I'm out of here. I'll be in the dugout. You guys take it from there.
I actually think, and I'm not saying the Tigers are trying to make Skubal look bad, but I truly believe the public perception has shifted from give the man whatever he wants. He's the best we've had or the best since JV and Max. You got to keep him a Tiger. I think it's shifted from that to I don't care if he leaves because of Friday night and because more of those instances are going to happen where you want him to go out for further pitches and he doesn't. So I wonder if Friday was a deal breaker for Detroit. I think it was.
And also, Rieger, I think you're touching upon it. So does this mean, let's say you sign him for another, let's just say a 7-year deal, that he's going to tap out into 6th inning of every game he pitches? He'll never give you that big game. We'll never tell the story about how Skubal threw that complete game. It's always going to be play it, Mr. Let's be safe about it. Keep it under 100 pitches, keep it under 6 innings, and that's it. I think people have a problem because that's my deal breaker. That's why if I'm Scott Ayers, I'm like, I can't pay you, dude, because I need if I'm going to pay you to be the man, I need you to go out there and be the man. And you'll get the money.
He has been the man,
No. But when I need you to step up in a moment, the playoffs are where people make –
I agree.
It's where they get their legacy.
I agree with you.
I mean, it is. I mean, Vlad Jr. is like – he's going to be adored, especially if Toronto goes on and win. Like, he's crushing the ball. Like, this is where you become who you are. And unfortunately, in that moment, you chose to opt out and just sit the 7th inning out and let everybody else take it over.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. 2 questions. How do the Tigers come away looking good? Like, what has to happen for them to look like they've won the Tarek Skubal, I would say sweepstakes, but it's a disaster. Let's be honest. And it's not the Tigers' fault. It's not.
It's not really a sweepstakes. Right now, you're just bidding against yourself.
How did the Tigers not look awful? That's number 1. And then number 2, did Friday ruin it for you? Was that a deal breaker on Tarek Skubal because he didn't come back out for the 7th inning, as Rico said, after having retired 14 in a row, 10 strikeouts, and throwing 101 to the big dumper? Also, Kenny has something to say.
I think we may be looking at this a little bit backwards, and I'll get to why.
Oh.
That's right.
He plays the open song. He drops the Kenny, you keep this up.
I didn't play the open, so what are you talking about?
Kenny, you keep this up, and you'll be doing
fine.
BET ads.
Well, he can't take those from David.
Well.
Go watch the BET programming.
What days, Kenny?
You know what? 97.1.
97 The Ticket. All right, we're talking about Tarik Skubal. The news comes out yesterday from John Heyman that apparently the Tigers and Skubal are $250 million away from extending him. And then Evan Petzold this morning says, maybe it's closer to $300 million. So we knew this from the get-go. Skubal's not going to be a Tiger for life. So we're trying to figure out, how do the Tigers come away looking good in this situation? What needs to happen? And then the secondary question, the hook, if you will, was Friday a deal breaker for you? Did you lose a little respect for Skubal? The guy's an absolute beast. He's going to win another Cy Young. He's so damn dominant. But did you lose a little respect? Do you now don't care if he leaves you because he didn't come back out for the 7th inning?
Yeah, I mean, Rieger, I think this city is based on toughness. And I give it to caller DJ. He sent me something. But
what up, Doe?
He said something that's true. This is the exact opposite, the antithesis of what Isaiah Thomas did when he was on one
100%.
leg in the playoff, and he just went out there and gutted it out. And Detroiters fell in love with him. So, yeah, I do think a little bit of this is, okay, well, we've been told pitchers don't pitch and pitch count, and you don't see complete games until all of a sudden, a week later, you see a complete game. Okay, well, they just, when the manager comes out there, you don't argue with him until you see players saying, no, turn around, go back to the dugout, I'm staying in the game. So now you're like, well, okay, well, how come if they can do this, then why isn't he doing that? Why isn't Skubal fighting to stay, hey, this is game 5. If we lose, we're going to Cancun anyway. But if we win, we're packing our bags and we're going to Toronto. I'm staying in here. I've had, 10 strikeouts, retired 14 in a row. They can't hit me. I'm going to take pressure off the bullpen. Everybody hop on my back. I'm gonna drive the bus to Toronto.
Especially when you're leading by a run and you were so close. And let's be honest, if you get through the 7th, then you give it to Will Vest for 6 outs and away you go. But of course, Finnegan and Holton could not hold on to the lead. I agree with you. I think it was a bad look for Skubal, but it's been going on all season long. I'll tell you this, though. Max Scherzer did the same thing in 2013 in Game 2. He took himself out of the game. It's before he made the big-time money, and Big Papi ended up hitting the grand slam in that game, and the Tigers ended up losing the series. So I think we look at a guy like Verlander, or we look at a guy like Pedro Martinez, or Randy Johnson, or Kurt Schilling. We look at all the heroes of the past, and we're like, it's the postseason. You need to do whatever it takes to stay in and win that damn game. The fact that he didn't, I'm telling you, Detroit will never think of that guy the same. I'm not saying it's fair, but I think it's fact.
No, I'm with you, man. Down from the bloody sock to whatever. I mean, to Schilling and Randy Johnson each throwing every other game to win a World Series.
Let's go to Dave and Troy. You're on the ticket. What's up, Dave?
Hey, run this one up the flagpole for Scott Harris to look good. How about if we trade him to Houston for Hunter Brown, bring him home, and Houston can have whichever catcher in the minor leagues they want. They got Yadier Diaz, who's older than I am, and we've got a Gold Glove catcher with Dingler, plus we'd have the second catcher. And, Hunter Brown's a hometown guy.
With the Wayne State.
Skubal's from Arizona, so he's close there. And Houston has been gutted with Springer and Tucker and Bregman, so they got some money to throw at him. They get a Cy Young winner. We get the second best pitcher, and they get a catcher.
Yeah, Dave, I'm not quite sure they're going to want to give up Hunter Brown, but I would do that deal, considering you're getting a younger Tarik Skubal. I think he finished with his second best ERA in the American League. Maybe it was third behind Garrett Crochet. But, yeah, I don't know that deal is going to happen. I appreciate the call. I'm telling you, if I'm the Tigers, I'm hanging on to him. I'm not trading him.
Really?
Your best chance to win is with him. Scott Harris said it at the press conference the other day. Expectations have changed.
Okay,
we
but
still
here's the
got to
thing,
win. We
Rieger.
can't just wait for Clark and McGonigal.
Okay, but then prove it. Show me. Show me with your actions. Show me with your words. Go out there and bring in some other players, because I don't think you can win a World Series with your current roster.
I agree with you.
So it's easy to say, oh, no, we're going to keep him. We're going to win. All right, well, I'm going to win the Powerball tonight.
No.
I got to go play. I got to put some money down. You at least have to make an effort. You have to make an attempt.
I agree, and that's part of it. If you decide to keep him, the onus is on Harris to bolster this team. Now, bad on me. We never got to the Kenny Cott brilliant tease.
Awful by you.
You said we're looking at this the wrong way.
I had a thought, and feel free to call me stupid for having this thought because I'm
Kenny,
still
you're stupid.
Thank you. I'm
I'm
still
gonna
working
wait to
on it.
call you stupid.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people call you stupid, Jeff. But my
I
thought
feel
is
there was no reason to say that.
Let the man speak.
You would say it yourself. So I was thinking about this. I was talking to David about this. And me personally, speaking for myself, not the Tiger fan base, but myself, is I believe the reason that he took himself out of that game wasn't necessarily all a him decision. I think that kind of came from Scott Boras.
Well, I agree.
So my thinking is, once he signs this long-term deal for gigantic amounts of money, is there a chance that doesn't happen because the contract's been made? He's getting the money. He's guaranteed the years, yada, 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 yada. So what would be the reason for him to take himself out of a game at that point?
No, I agree. I mean, Scherzer yesterday, that's the comp, despite it's not the same because that was the fifth inning, the fourth inning. It was at 70-some pitches instead of 99. But yes, he had got his big contract, so you would think he would stay in. But I'll take it a step further.
If you're the team to pay him, though, is my point, is now you might not have to worry about that anymore.
Right. And look at Max Scherzer. We all know what happened when they offered 142, and he said no, and Dombrowski wrote that email to everybody. And next thing you know, Scherzer bets on himself, goes to the Nationals. He's made like $300 million since, and he won 2 Cy Youngs. He's won a World Series. He's balling out in game, what was yesterday, 4 to tie it up with the Mariners. So maybe you keep him. The problem is, we all don't think they're going to keep him. I don't think anybody thinks the Tigers are going to pony up for that dude that kind of money.
See, you're right, but the whole thing about being upset about what happened last Friday and that being a reason for some fans saying they don't want to pay him, if Kenny's right, and he's probably right, then just pay him. Stop being upset that he did it because that on Friday. You pay him and he'll be just fine. Now, you can't make that your reason anymore.
In a perfect world, you should pay him, but they're not going to.
All the people that say, though, that, we can't pay him because he's not a plus 6 inning pitcher. He won't go past the 6th inning. He won't go past 100 pitches or whatever his number is. That argument, it's a chicken and the egg thing, really. But I think that argument goes away.
Maybe, but the threat of injuries don't go away.
That's the bigger thing for me is he's due for another one in the next, call it 5 years.
Yeah, you're hoping. I mean, I wouldn't go 10 years. Let's just say it's 7. You're hoping that you're not just paying for what he used to be in those final 3 years. That this doesn't turn out to be that Miggy contract where it's just like you're on the hook for him. But you remember the great times because
there's going to be some bad years if you sign him.
He'll be in the
sure.
bullpen. He'll be doing other stuff. He won't be that same Scooble that we all remember.
See, the unfortunate thing is Scott Boras is making everybody look bad. Now, in the end, Boras is going to get his money. In the end, Boras is going to be rich and gets his way. But Scooble looks bad because he has to endure people thinking he was soft on Friday. And the Tigers look bad, too, because in the end, they're not going to be able to keep a homegrown ace, the best in baseball.
No. But see, that's on Scooble because Scooble is a grown man and could easily have said, yep, I'm going to go out there. And if something happens, have a guy in the bullpen warming up. I'm going back out. I'm going to get you to the 7th inning. Have Vest ready for the 8th, but I'll get you to Vest.
248-539-9797. How do the Tigers not look bad? When it's all said and done, what has to happen for you to think back or look back on the Tarek Skubal thing and say, okay, Tigers handled that well? Because it's a really tough situation. 97 won the ticket. All right, 97 The Ticket. The Valenti and Rico show. No Mike back on Monday. Talking about Tarik Skubal. $250 million away, the Tigers are, from extending Skubal, according to John Heyman. Evan Petzold said maybe $300 million away. What's the scenario where the Tigers end up looking good? Is there a scenario when this is all said and done? And how much respect, if any, do you lose for Skubal, what happened in Game 5? Friday night, a week ago today, when he came out after 99 pitches and in the 6th inning. 248-539-9797. You want to bust out some calls here?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Shane in Roseville, you're on the ticket. What's up, Shane?
Yeah, what's up, Rieger? Yeah, I mean, I can't believe he didn't fight to stay in. You know, throwing gas, still 101, 10 strikeouts, really looking good, efficient, and then you pull him. I mean, at least put Vest in for those final 3. I mean, give him that save and close it out. I don't know what this pitch count thing is. I mean, it's supposed to be related to endurance and ability, but if you're still throwing what you did when you pitched the first pitch, I don't see what the problem is. I mean, the analytics are good, but at the same time, they're looking into these numbers. You can't measure momentum, and right there at that moment, we had all the momentum.
Shane, if you look at his stats throughout the course of the season, like any pitcher, his ERA balloons when he goes against the order the third time, and that would have been the third time. With all that being said, though, I would trust a third time through the order Tarik Skubal than Kyle Finnegan or Tyler Holton or whoever else you got in that bullpen.
Right, exactly. And then that's my point. Even if they pulled him, Will Vest can go 3 innings, close him out with those 3. I don't know. I don't understand. All these relief pitchers used to be starting pitchers originally. Why can't they pitch longer? I don't understand the whole point about all these matches. And in the end, that's what Leland did. They look into these matchups too much based on the scouting report.
Yeah, but it's also,
and then in the postseason, it's always different.
Shane, it's also endurance, right? They train these guys differently because they're worried about arm injuries, because there's so many arm injuries, and these guys are such a massive investment. And that's why you see guys go 80 pitches and come out of a game. Like, do you know how many complete games they were this year, Rico? How many complete games in Major League Baseball?
I don't know, 20.
9.
Okay.
Yes.
A little off.
Exactly. There wasn't a single no-hitter in Major League Baseball. Tarik Skubal had one of the complete games. He had that Maddox against the Cleveland Guardians after losing 3 in a row, like way back in May.
Oh, yeah.
But it's pathetic, man. It is. But it's never going to change back.
Which is unfortunate because I don't see why. Look, I guess I missed the part where all these other pitchers just died and their arms fell off. Like, they went out there and they're still doing pretty good, even after they're done pitching. But for some reason, analytics has taken over, and this is where you can't do this, you can't pitch this long. If I'm paying you that amount of money, you're going to pitch. You're going to earn the money. It's Rigger. I've said it before, and I say it again. It's why I have a hard time if I'm Scott Harris paying him, because I need to know that if you're grooving, if you got this thing going, you can give me a complete game. You can give me 8 innings. I don't want to sit here with a clicker in my hand saying, oh, we had 98, 99. All right, go get them.
But again, Scherzer, like Jeff said, did the same thing before he got his money.
Understand.
After he got his money, he was throwing complete games.
Okay, so are you saying right here and now is the best option for the Tigers to extend him? Like, if every fan voted and the Tigers said, whatever the majority of fans agree on, we're going to do, what would Detroit fans say? To extend him?
No, Detroit fans right now would say trade him.
Interesting.
I'm saying trade him.
I would love to extend him. I just don't think it's reality, so I'm going to keep him. I'm going to keep him and try to win with him. And I hope that means they're going to bolster the players around him. I'm not trading him right now. I hope.
It's a great strategy.
What are you going to do? I am not trading the best pitcher in baseball when you went to the ALDS this year.
What about what Scott Harris has done this far? And this is not necessarily an insult or a compliment to Scott Harris, but what about what he has done or said thus far has given you the belief, that the ability to have that hope?
Listen, it's a fair question. It is, but to be fair, you were in Game 5 of the ALDS. You were 1 pitch, 1 inning away from the ALCS. You still got a good ball club. You got to go figure out what happened to the bats in the last month of the season. I guess my point is expectations have changed. So you can't go back to stinking. So you can't trade away Skubal, I don't think. And what?
What happened this past offseason? Because the same thing was said. They made the playoffs miraculously. You have Skubal, and you're going to build. What did they do other than Torres?
Did you miss the stat I gave you? They're 22 games above 500 when Skubal starts. They're dead even over the last 2 years when he doesn't.
But they went into the offseason last year after making the playoffs and did nothing.
You're not going to get what you think you're going to get for him. It's not going to be this life-changing
This is not about trading Skubal. This is about adding around him, which is what you said. Keeping him and adding around him.
We had the same
They
conversation.
didn't do it last year.
We had the exact same conversation last offseason. They got to build around him. We're in the Skubal window. Yada, yada, yada.
I can't prove it's going to happen. But if you keep Skubal, that's what comes with keeping Skubal.
Well, that's why I say hope is not a strategy, though. That's my point.
They spent $65 million in the offseason. The problem is they did it horribly. Go to Steve. You're on the ticket. Hey, Steve, hello.
How's it going, guys? We've been talking about, this being a Skubal issue, whether he stayed in the game or not. I think it's a business decision that was made upstream before the game even started. Like, I'm going to give you this amount, and Hinch agreed to it. The rest of the front office agreed to it. That's what we were doing, right? So what my question is, whether we pay him or not, is it the front office that isn't getting what they need to out of these players? Like, what are we doing when it comes to not pushing them to their limit that makes them worth that 140, 200, 300, whatever he might be
He's
worth?
still back-to-back Cy Young winner, Steve, or at least he's going to win the Cy Young. It's not like he's not a dominant pitcher. He is. I think this one incident, this one example, yes, people wanted him to stay out longer, but if you can erase this from your memory banks, he's still maybe the only reason that the Tigers were to where they were the last couple of years. So if you look at it like that, you keep him and hope it happens again.
But my point is, with the front office not getting what we could, we should have gotten more from him out of it in that game, right? Is there a possibility where he goes a couple more innings and we get a few more out of him that we need it in that scenario?
You can't force him to go back out there, though.
You can't force him to go back out there, but you would like to hope the competitor in him is saying there's no way. You want to see what you saw from Scherzer, from Skubal. Let's face it. Let's just say the quiet part out loud. Every Tigers fan wanted him to do the same thing in the dugout telling AJ, oh, no, I'm going back out there. Okay. That's what we wanted to see that last Friday night. We didn't.
I really wonder what Skubal was thinking. And I know there wasn't a conversation because there would have, I don't think Skubal campaigned because we would have found out about it. Like what AJ Hinch did after the game was kind of throw Skubal under the bus by saying we talked in the fifth, and he said, I'm going to take you out after 6 regardless, so empty your tank. Like, why would you say that? What sense does that make? We're going to take you out after the 6. It could be a 9-pitch inning, and you're still going to take him out after the 6? Mm-hmm. So I think AJ was telling the world in his own little secret that Skubal wanted out. And that was the plan. And yes, it was probably a plan designated by Scott Boras, which is sickening. Let's go to Bob. You're on the ticket. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, just a little something. Rico made that comment about, you want Skubal to do what Scherzer did. You kind of take a look back when Scherzer was with the Tigers, and he really did the same thing.
He did.
You look at the 5 years he was with Detroit, I think he went 7+ 19 times. In his first year with the Nationals, he did it 20 times in the first year. So, this is a business decision, guys. I don't know what we get for Skubal, but I know this. I know if he stays on this team, we'll be lucky to get 6+ from him. And the occasional time we get 8 or 9, it's because him and Boras had the same deal that Boras and Scherzer had. Hey, you don't go over 100 pitches. And, what do we got? Skubal's went, less than 5 times since he's been a Tiger. So there's something bigger than, this guy, running out there.
No, Bob, you're right. You're right. It is a Boras thing. I also think it's unfair to look at his time in Detroit and say he never goes complete because no pitcher ever goes complete. Like baseball has changed. Skubal did it once this year. He hardly ever throws over 100 pitches. Usually you don't throw over 100 pitches. The problem here is during the regular season, nobody cares, right? Because you get me 6, you get me 7, you get me 90 pitches. I'm happy. You win the ball game. The bullpen takes care of the job. But in the game 5, winner take all, loser goes home game, and he didn't come back out. That's why this is an issue.
You want to see your dog out there. You want to see your dog out there.
And you know what? To Rico's
sure,
point,
that's what I'm saying. Look at Scherzer, first year with the Nationals. He goes 7 plus 19 times.
Right.
To
Kenny's point.
think it's about the money.
Once you sign the contract, you hope that you get a different pitcher. 248-539-9797. What's the best way for the Tigers to come away looking good? 97 on the ticket. It's Friday. That means one of my personal favorites, Rico's Prop Bet Casino.
Congratulations to Mr. BET himself. The Hatchet Man ran away. He lapped everybody in the picks.
What'd he get?
He got way more than everybody else.
Oh, I thought you were going to say me, Mr. BET.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Dang it.
You're Mr. Bet. All right, let's start off in Ann Arbor, Michigan, hosting the Washington Huskies. Over under for Bryce Underwood completions, 15.5.
Over under 15.5. I think Michigan's going to try to run the ball as they always do. I'm going to say under.
Okay, they may not have their big running back.
That is true.
Rieger says under.
That's never stopped them from being stubborn on the run, though. So I'm going to say under as well.
This is completions, you said, right?
Completions, yeah.
Under, for sure.
You're right, Rico. They may not have Haynes, but they'll still try to run the ball, which means completions attempts will go down. So I'm going to go under.
You know, he had 15 last game against USC.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over.
Okay.
He'll get 16.
I feel like you're trying to steal one.
I am. Bryce Underwood rushing yards. Over under 24.5.
Over. What do you have against USC?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you might know that. No. Over.
He has a computer right in front of him. He can look it up.
Well, I'm also trying to do the game.
Right. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jeff.
Rico, what was the
I'm
number?
defending you.
What was the number one more time?
24.5.
I will go over.
What's that number that he had against USC? Rushing yards, maybe no Haynes. I'm going to go over.
Well, Bryce Underwood had -4 rushing yards against USC.
Sack yards.
I'm going to go under. All right. Washington running back Jonathan Coleman. Over under 62.5 rushing yards. I'm sorry, Jonah Coleman.
I go under. I think Washington will have success through the air.
I say over. Washington will have success on the ground.
You can name him whatever Coleman. He's going to go over.
Gary Coleman.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I like Gary Coleman. Different strokes.
I'm going to go over as well.
What you talking about, Rico?
Michigan first half points. Over under 14.5.
Wow.
You could actually bet this one.
Yeah, I like this one. I'm going to go under. I have not been impressed with Michigan's offense whatsoever.
Before you said the number out loud, I thought 13 was my knee jerk, so I will say under.
David, you're going to be saying you're supporting Big Blue here, right?
Yeah, I'm going over on this one.
All
This is
right.
just the first half, so I'm going over.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what happens in the second.
I am going under. All right, let's go to, Bloomington, not East Lansing. Michigan State, total points.
Under.
Okay, Kenny blind fired. You're
Under.
Can I guess what it is?
Okay.
You're going to say
you guys are,
9.5.
You really don't want the number?
I don't.
I think you said 9.5.
No, the over-under is 10.5.
Oh, wow, it was close. I'm going to go over. I think Jonathan Smith shows some kind of fight in this game. Aiden Childs goes off. I go over. I think it's going to be a closer game than people expect.
Is Childs playing?
Again with this baseless logic.
No, I think Childs is playing. I'm going to go over, simply touchdown early, and then Alessio will come in and throw a touchdown late because he's the guy who likes to do that and screw up the line.
That will give them 7.
No, I'm
the touchdown late will give them 7.
He said 9.5.
I'm saying they only get 7 in the game.
Oh, no. Last year they went up 10-0. Nobody remembers that. And then
that won't happen this year.
45 unanswered points.
That won't happen this year.
Indiana first half points. Over under 20.5.
Jeez.
This is the actual number.
Gosh, that feels like such an easy over. I think they force a turnover. I'll go over. Barely.
It seems like an easy over, which means we're all thinking about this backwards. So I'm going to say under.
Oh, Kenny's going to step around the rake.
I'm so confused, Jeff. Who's forcing a turnover?
What's that?
Who's forcing a turnover?
Indiana. No.
Over.
Yeah, David, I'm with you. I'm going over.
Murder is gonna
Fernando
happen.
Mendoza leading the Heisman. Over under 2.5 touchdown passes.
Over.
Under. Question mark?
Over. No question marks. Over.
Yeah, I think they're going to really try. I'm going over as well. I think they're going to try and launch his Heisman campaign. It's going to be a lot of highlights.
Pat
Trust me.
statting or stat padding. I'm sorry.
Trust me, in April in the NFL draft, you're going to see a lot of highlights from Saturday when they draft him. Promise you. Over under Nick Marsh receiving yards, 50.5.
Doesn't it seem like they should throw to Nick Marsh more? Does he average? I'm going to go under, even though it should be over, but I'll go under.
Well, quiet as kept, he's been under pretty much all season, Rieger. So that's actually sound logic on your part.
Oh, thank you.
You know what else is sound logic? That means he's due. Over.
Kenny going with the degenerate gamblers logic.
Well, I'm going to go with this, and I'm going to answer this like my 12-year-old Spartan fan in the house would do. Childs always overthrows him. So because of that, it's going to be under.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go under as well. Top 25 upsets. There's 20 games, by the way, in college. 20 games, top 25 upsets this weekend, over under 4.5.
I feel Kenny Cott always asks this question. How many were last week? Do you know?
Yes, last week there were 5.
Okay, I'm going to go, you said 4.5? I'm going to go over. 20 games is a lot. Somebody want to go here?
I'm going to go under. Go Dogs.
Maybe I should have said that to my boss. I like that commercial.
Okay, Bark Boy.
I'm going to go under.
I'm going to go for chaos. I'm going over. All right, let's go to the NFL. Yes or no? Combo meal. Can't split this up, okay? Lions win, Chiefs lose, NFL makes up for everything. Lions win, Chiefs lose. Yes or no?
No. Lions wins, Chiefs wins.
Wait, hold on. Let me make sure. Nope, scratch that. I think the Chiefs are on the bye. Chiefs on the bye, David.
So no.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
that's a
think
no
so,
for me
though.
then. Can't happen.
They play the
No,
Raiders.
they're not. They got the
They
Raiders.
play the
Yeah,
Raiders.
They got the
yes.
Raiders. Yes.
Oh.
Lions win, Chiefs lose. Yes or no?
No.
I agree with Jeff here. I think they both win, so I'll say no.
Yes.
Yeah, I also say no. It's the Raiders they have, so no.
No, I say yes. This is the league's way of saying no. There's no conspiracy. What do you mean? Look, the Chiefs can lose a game and the Lions can win a game.
They're 12.5-point favorites against the Raiders.
David,
at home.
David, their integrity.
Oh, my.
Oh, wait,
Right,
so, but
right now, the NFL is almost there, like the equivalent of Tim Donahue. Okay?
yeah, but Lions fans are going to be happy just if the Lions win. They don't
No,
care if the
they
Chiefs
need
win or
Chiefs- they need
lose.
the Chiefs to
Correct.
lose.
You're right,
Yeah.
Jeff.
All right, more
No.
passing yards.
And they still need the Chiefs to win.
More passing yards. Baker Mayfield or Jared Goff?
Baker Mayfield.
I will also say Baker because the Lions will be in the lead, and Baker will have to throw more. you
Mike
see.
Evans is coming back, too.
Yeah, that's the only receiver he'll have, and we don't know
That is
how
true.
healthy he'll look.
Luka might play as well.
So golf.
Going Baker, more. Oh, will it be a Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery touchdown combo in this game?
yes, home game, rebound after a loss, Dan Campbell after a loss, absolutely.
Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, yes.
National TV
Kenny.
for sure.
Can I ask a critical question of has this how many times has this happened this year? Do we know?
This
This
year?
year?
4. In all their
Ooh.
wins, it happened.
Yeah, in every win, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
in their
then
losses,
yes.
it did not.
Then yes.
So basically, if they do this, that means they win.
Correct, because they
I
have
think
so
they're
many of
17
them.
or 18-0
Yeah.
when they both score.
So I'm going to go yes at home Monday night. Yeah.
Kenny, did you say yes?
Yes.
I go no. Laporta,
Hater.
more receiving yards, J-Mo or Laporta?
Doesn't it feel like J-Mo's just getting started? The touchdown against Kansas City the other day. I'm going to go J-Mo.
Go JMO 2, the yak factor, the Yakter, we'll call it. Yes, JMO.
Yakter.
I'm going to go Laporta. He seems to be his favorite guy right now. Laporta.
David, I'm with you. He really likes to throw the ball to Laporta. Okay. The longest play of the weekend will come from which game? From the Michigan game, the Michigan State-Indiana game, or the Lions-Buccaneers game? The longest play of the weekend.
Who's your daddy? That one.
Yeah, Michigan State.
Lions, Bucks.
Oh. I'm going Michigan.
Ooh.
All right. And finally.
Congratulations, Washington.
And finally, fourth downs made in the Lions game. Over, under for the Detroit Lions, of course.
Oh, just the Lions, not
just
the Bucs.
Lions.
Talking about conversions, right?
Fourth down
Over,
conversions
under.
made, yes.
What is it going to be, 3.5?
2.5.
Oh, I go over for sure.
Yeah, over for absolutely for sure.
Under because they won't need him.
Oh, you're predicting just bloodbath, right? Wow.
I'm going to say they pick up 2. That's your prop bet. Cause you want one more or no? All right.
Oh, we got one more. This bonus?
Yeah, longest field goal for Jake Bates. Over, under 54.5 yards.
Over.
Under.
Over. He breaks the record Monday night.
That's a chip shot, 54.5.
It really is. I'm going under. That's your prop bet casino, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight, hoping to extend their winning streak to 4. Lucas Raymond getting better, but he's still day-to-day and won't skate tonight. Pregame at 6:45 here on the ticket. John Gibson gets the start and goal for the first time since opening night. Tigers Free Press writer Evan Petzold reported today that the financial gap between the Tigers and Tarek Skubal might actually be closer to $300 million rather than the $250 million reported by John Heyman yesterday. The NFL released a statement pertaining to the deletion of the Brian Branch NFL Films video on X. Quote, NFL Films wants all of its shows to have a distinct voice and point of view. In case of NFL Turning Point, that voice and point of view is Louis Riddick. He spent time every week with the show's producers watching each segment and going over the script before narrating them. This particular sequence felt different to NFL Films as part of a 9-minute breakdown of the Lions-Chiefs game than it did as a standalone excerpt on social media on X. It felt overly critical to Brian Branch, who was taken down, end quote. Tyron Arnold was back at Lions practice today alongside DJ Reader. Rams coach Sean McVay revealed today that receiver Puka Nacua has also been ruled out against the Jaguars. At the Corwell Sports Desk. It's the 10-year anniversary of Trouble with the Snap, according to Rico. At the
Who cares? 10 years ago.
At the Corwell Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, that was back in the days when Harbaugh could not beat D'Antonio. That's right. Well, he beat a lot of bad teams. It's hour number 2.
He was James Franklin.
It's true.
And then he said, I'm cheating.
Until COVID happened.
And then I cheated.
And then he cheated. That's right. And now he's with the Chargers, who, by the way, hosted the Michigan Wolverines last week. That was exciting.
How'd that work out?
They lost. 248-539-9797. TJ Lang will be in studio this hour. Who said it next hour? So, listen, the Skubal stuff is still out there. How do the Tigers come away looking good with this whole Skubal issue? You can feel free to comment. And was last Friday, did that turn you against Tarek Skubal? Because it seems like you are turned against him, considering he came out of the game after just 6 innings and 99 pitches. That's out there. However, big talk of last night, not only Skubal and Boris and the Tigers being $250 million apart, but weird video on NFL Films. Have you seen this video, Rico?
I have. And I was a little like, okay, is this really legit?
You didn't believe it. You thought it was AI.
Well, because everything is AI. I'm like, okay, why would you single out Brian Branch? Like, I thought maybe it was just a Lions fan who just came out with something. But
it was on NFL Films' Twitter handle. They have 500,000 followers. It was Louis Riddick voicing how Brian Branch had an awful game against the Chiefs, and he gave examples. And then all of a sudden, the video pops up on social media, and everybody's like, this feels so strange. It's like a hit piece on Brian Branch. And the first thing I thought of was like, is this the NFL retaliating for what Dan Campbell said to the morning show that got everybody thinking that the NFL lied to the Lions and Lions fans? And then all of a sudden, NFL Films took it down. And you heard in the Jeremy Otto update what their reasoning was, that Louis Riddick sits down with them every week. And at first, it's a 9-minute segment about the Lions-Chiefs game. And then they break it down into little vignettes. And when the vignette about Branch popped up on social media, they took a look at it. They realized it was probably too negative, and they yanked it down. Now, it's funny, because I think why they thought it was too negative, because every Lions fan, including Dan Skipper, who plays for the team, were bitching at NFL Films for putting this thing up. So, Rico, now that it's down, I do wonder, A, do you believe their explanation? And B, more importantly, does the NFL now owe you something? Like, are you looking at Monday's game as you're going to get every call in the book against the Bucs, or does it go the other way because the NFL is pissed at you?
You know what? Here's the thing, and I'll give Mike full credit. This may be the easiest bet of the weekend. This may be. Look, this was supposedly going to be a great game between two teams. The Bucs have no chance. I think their fans are going to be sounding like Lions fans all next week.
So you think every 50-50 call is going to go against the Bucs?
The NFL got caught cheating, and now they're trying to buy flowers and candy, and they're going to do whatever they can to the Lions. If I'm John Morton, my game plan is just to go back and go full arm punt and just throw the ball as deep as possible.
And if you're the Lions DBs, just pass interfere as much as you want because they're not going to call it.
Just don't punch a player, and you'll be okay. because you won't get called. Like the NFL will have to go above and beyond because now they've got caught slipping twice. They got caught with the whole, well, we didn't buzz in. Well, actually, Dan Campbell said you buzzed in, and Dan Campbell's a man's man and really can't see why he would lie. As a matter of fact, he reluctantly didn't want to say it. I mean, that was the coldest yes. you've ever heard in your life.
He knew it would cause some issues, and it's not the Lions' problem.
Right, and then, Louis Riddick, you come out with this hit piece on Brian Branch, and it was like, well, that was weird and unnecessary, and then you pulled it down only to draw more attention. Look, Rigger, the thing is the saying, never turn a one-day story into a two-day story. The NFL has tripped over themselves so badly that this is a weak story. Now, as I was telling David, here's how you know how legit this story is, okay? When it comes to conspiracies, a lot of times it's what's not being said that you should pay attention to. You know where you haven't heard this story? ESPN, Good Morning Football,
Adam
on the
Schefter,
NFL channel, like all the NFL,
Ian Rappaport, Jay Glazer,
all the NFL plants. It's a code of it's silence. It's radio and TV silence. Nobody's saying now. This is the NFL. So on all these channels, heaven forbid you do anything, and they'll have every different angle and they have every different person coming in there talking about it. Well, here's Tony Dungy, and they'll bring back people from everywhere. Not on this. Nothing is being said. The longer this goes that nothing's being said, the longer I'm really buying, you know what? This happened, and they're embarrassed, and they've told people, don't you dare mention this. We're going to hope that this goes away. They're going to hand the Lions probably some double-digit disco victory and hoping that Detroiters will let this thing go.
So you believe that the script writers this week are writing the Lions win?
Bro, it ain't no script writer. This game, this is Hallmark, okay?
Okay, but
this ain't a script writer.
Okay,
this is a Hallmark
let's say you're right, though.
Dear Detroit, we're so sorry. You deserve better. I'm going to try to be a better league to you. I promise you from here on out, you're going to see nothing but love from me. Signed, Raj.
But let's say you're right. And maybe you are. I have no idea. I think they're going to win regardless over the Bucks on Monday night. But then why didn't they just unsuspend Brian Branch? If the NFL was interested in making the Lions and Lions fans happy, why not just overthrow the suspension once he appealed it? He's still suspended. You still have no cornerbacks.
Because at that point you couldn't. Because at that point, now you got to try to save face. So right now the NFL knows my name is Mud with Detroit, but for the rest of the league, I can't have players punching other players. Okay? That just can't happen.
I just don't think it's going to go to the levels that you think it's going to go to, because then it will just prove more that the NFL is in bed with trying to get teams to win.
No, so long as the Lions don't go out there and do something stupid and shoot themselves in the foot, and Goff goes out and has 5-6 interceptions, I can't protect you from your own self. But trust me, you got to get out of jail. You have multiple get out of jail free cards. If there is a close play, you're going to get it.
Okay, so I wonder, do people buy what Rico was selling? That after the Brian Branch hit piece was released and then deleted and everybody was yelling about that the Lions are going to get all the calls moving forward, or at least the Tampa Bay game. 248-539-9797. I know TJ Lang's coming in here. He's on his way in, and he has strong feelings on all of this. Of all the people that were very vocal about the Jared Goff touchdown that did not count, that probably should have counted, but it did not count, Lang's been all over this. So it's going to be interesting to hear what he has to say. But I'm curious, do you buy what Rico's selling? That because they took down the hit piece, that you're going to get a lot of calls coming up on Monday night?
I think so.
97 win the ticket. All right. So that was part of the video, the hit piece on Brian Branch. Now, Rico believes a ton of calls are coming your way because the NFL is going to show up with flowers and cookies and say, we're sorry, Detroit.
Put it this way. I have more confidence in the Lions winning this game than I do Indiana football against Michigan State.
That's insane. But that just goes to show you really believe what you're saying.
Oh, I do.
And I'm not saying you're not.
I have. Oh, you're going to get – because when the video came out, I'm like, man, this is probably some Lions fan put it up there. The NFL had to take it down. This was actually us. We took it down. They have gotten caught red-handed all week long. I don't think PR-wise they could have they couldn't have the Lions lose on a controversial last-second play.
No, and I agree, but let's be honest, too. That just might add to everything. People talking about the NFL is not the worst thing in the world. People thinking the NFL is fixed. Who cares? You're still going to watch. You're still going to gamble on it. It doesn't change anything. People can't wait till Monday. So even though you got screwed on last Sunday, if they screw you again, nothing's going to change. They can do whatever they want. They print money. But I wonder, do you buy their explanation that when Louis Riddick showed up and they put out the big piece that airs on, ESPN?
It doesn't look as bad.
Yes, it doesn't look as bad. But then when you, for some reason,
when you take that one Brian Branch clip, then out of context, it looks like, oh my God,
it looks like they're after him.
Because it's probably something, and it could have been like earlier in the game. Look how great Brian Branch is playing. But you cut that off right there. He gets dusted and he gets toasted. The NFL has screwed this thing up so badly.
They have, but I'm surprised that they didn't also say, like, hey, Brian Branch has been suspended for this many times, and he's been fined for this many times.
Right, but he got suspended. You can't punch a player.
And I agree.
Right, because if they let him off for that, now anytime anything happens, you can appeal and say, but you didn't do anything to Branch.
NFL Films is the nicest, most neutral thing, I think, out there. And for them to do that was shocking. I just don't know that it's going to go the way you think it's going to go. Let's go to Brian in Waterford. He's on the ticket. What's up, Brian?
Hey, I was sitting on my fantasy football league. We were texting back and forth, and after 20 seconds went by, when they stopped that play, I said, someone up top, I thought it was in the stadium that was telling them to review this, but I didn't know it was New York. But what does this really do for the Lions? It doesn't really do a thing for them if whatever happens. If they win against Tampa, do you think that Kansas City now, being 3-3, has a better chance of making the playoffs than being 2-4?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying is who cares? Because of the Calvin Johnson touchdown in Chicago, the Dallas.
Brian, I agree.
No, Brian, I think the reason why I'm saying I'm confident is because they have to make this look good for Detroit because Rieger, in 1 week, they have lied to your face. They've
Rico,
hand in the cookie jar.
Nobody's talking about it. Other than us in Detroit, nobody's talking about it.
It's being talked about. It's not being talked about ESPN.
Understood.
Or all the prominent beat writers or NFL Network. But other stations that across the country have picked up on this story, have picked up on Cookies and Jansen's interview. It got played multiple times in New York. It's being played. People know about it. It's just for the NFL. It's very embarrassing, and they're not going to talk about it.
I just think if they go out of their way to make things so-called right, and if they give the Lions the 50-50 call, and it looks obvious that the Bucs got screwed, then it just proves to everybody that your conspiracy is right, that the league has their hand in figuring out who wins games. So I don't expect things to be as severe as you do. But I'm curious, do you buy what Rico's saying that now they took down the Branch hit piece, that the NFL is going to try to make good with Detroit and the Lions, and you're going to see a favorable reffing job on Monday night? 248-539-9797. I'm curious. Kenny and David, are you with Rico?
I'm more with Rico than not with Rico. I don't think it's going to be intensely dramatic the way that a lot of people would assume, but I do think the NFL, it is an entertainment product before it's a sport. I think they've made that abundantly clear. So if that's the case, I expect the Lions to get a few more calls go their way.
The Lions aren't getting any more calls than normal. They're not. The NFL is not going to make up for anything. They're just going to call the game the way the game is called.
No, see, David, I think in some way they have to show Detroit. It's kind of like when you go to dinner and your dinner screwed up, and the manager comes over and comps it and says, "Hey, we screwed up. We'll admit it. We'll please don't go on Yelp and don't do all of this stuff. We'll just comp your meal for you." And I think the comp of the meal for Detroit will be, look, you got Tampa coming into town, right? Anything close, we got your back. Don't worry about it. Now, yeah, I kid when I say they could just go out there and basically do whatever they want. But I do think that if it's in the final 30 seconds, if there's some type of a play that they got to go and do a review, I fully expect the Lions to get the benefit of the doubt of that review, whether they're right or wrong. Make it work, make it happen, show the angle that can kind of show that we're correct.
And I think where you ultimately see this is, if this was the Lions of old, the basement-dwelling, not America's team or whatever they've been deemed Lions, I would have the exact opposite opinion. But because they are the shiny new toy of the NFL, I think now they have to a little bit more than they used to.
I wonder if maybe it's going the opposite way. Maybe if they're trying to create a rivalry, the Lions and the Chiefs in the next Super Bowl. The whole thing is so freaking weird. It's so bizarre. And I agree with you. I think they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. I think all the conspiracy theorists were proven right over the last couple days.
And that's what hurts them But
I think if they just go about business without making any or giving any attention to it, it just goes away. Because this is the one product that nobody could ever quit.
You can't quit it, Rieger. But the quickest way to have people lose faith and credibility is for it to start getting compared to wrestling. And now all of a sudden, you'll get a different audience, but you no longer see it the same way.
Yeah, but if you're making
it's just like when the NBA, when you found out that referees were actually betting on games, we all said for decades, man, that ref got paid off.
Right.
Wow. Guess what? Refs were actually getting paid off. And the NBA had to come out and say, no. It was just that one guy, and we're on the up and up, and you could trust us. I think that's what the NFL has to go. NFL is going to need a little PR rehabbing because right now, not a good look.
I agree.
And you can't even come out and admit it, because if you admit it, then you're in trouble again.
Then yes, you are guilty of what everybody thinks you're already doing.
At this point, Raj has to die with the lie.
But I just don't think you can do anything so severe that Tampa Bay on Tuesday morning is like, we got effed. And then they're like, Lions got effed. This league is crap. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Doesn't.
I don't expect anything crazy.
So what you're saying, Jeff, is that you can't go too far in the script.
Correct.
Because I think the most important thing here with this subject here is that, Rico, you now believe in the script.
Oh, no,
because if the NFL has to put in place some things to fix and help the Lions, that's a script then.
No, it is, David. As the days go on and on, I'm like, well, so you guys are going to not speak upon this. You're not going to address this. You're just going to kind of leave Dan Campbell out there to hang and dry. Like, he said it happened, and you said it didn't. You're going to make this he said, she said, but I think the world believes Dan Campbell and Mr. Gopher too. And now you put this, it was the video getting leaked. Because before, I thought, okay, you know what? This is some Lions fan who just knows how to use AI, put it up there, hacked it. No, wow, that was actually you. Wow.
And they don't even have to go full script either. They just have to dip their toes in the water just enough to affect the outcome of a game. They don't have to make it super obvious.
Right. And David, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, maybe it won't be double-digit disco, but I do think that, if it's close, it's going to you. Ty is going to Detroit.
Let's go to close. Maddie in Plymouth. You're on the ticket. What's up, Maddie?
I would love to see a game. Part of me would love to see a game called in favor of the Lions. But I have to lean towards the fact that New York, the NFL, they might try to not get involved. I think there's a microscope on them. I think people are talking about it, not just in Detroit. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see a game where they try to be really uninvolved, to go, see, we didn't do anything. We didn't touch the Lions. It wasn't our fault.
Maddie, I see what you're saying.
Why are you looking at us?
Now, I see what you're saying. I kind of just feel like if it were just that one incident that maybe you would be correct, but I think now with this branch thing coming out as well, it looks as if, seems like, feels like you're kind of picking on the Lions, and you're living up to everything that Lions fans have said that you've done throughout the decades, and you got to show up to the flowers. You got to show up to the house with some flowers. You got to give them something to show we're sorry, won't happen again.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. TJ Lang is in the house. He'll join us next. We got some picks. We got Who Said It. 97 won the ticket.
The other day, over at a friend's house, pumped to watch football, but the setup, man, it was a hot mess. It was lagging, it was buffering, it was switching between apps, trying to find the game, claiming he was the big fan, air quotes, but I felt like I was fan fish. See, if you call yourself a big fan, you must have Xfinity. It is the ultimate sports destination. I can find all the best games and my favorite teams all in one place, and the way I watch, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right there in my living room. Plus, Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K so clear you could feel the beat down in Bloomington. Sometimes I go 4 games at once. Why? Because, why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications and live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K capable TV box.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight at Little Caesars Arena against the Lightning. Lucas Raymond remains out, but Tom McClellan says his upper body injury is getting better. You can hear that 6:45 pregame right here on the ticket. The NFL explained further today why NFL Films took down the Brian Branch video and asked, quote, this particular sequence felt different to NFL Films as part of a 9-minute breakdown of the Lions-Chiefs game than it did as a standalone excerpt on social media. On X, it felt overly critical to Brian Branch, so it was taken down, end quote. Terrion Arnold back at Lions practice along with DJ Reader. He said today, quote, I'm solid, just old, end quote. Kirby Joseph was not in the field either. J.J. McCarthy will remain out for the Vikings game this week. Carson Wentz will start in his place against his former team, the Eagles. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 497.1theticket.com.
.97 won the ticket.
Come on, Jeff. Get
All right,
into it,
TJ
buddy.
Lang
Let's
in
go.
the house. TJ, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Everybody in a good mood?
Oh, yeah.
Good Friday?
I think so.
I just said
Rico, you okay over there?
I am, man. I
You
just
sure?
said I'm more confident Lions are going to get a victory than I am that Indiana football will get a victory. That's how confident I
Wait,
am.
do you think the NFL is going to be like, we kind of owe the Lions?
Yes, that's exactly what he thinks. Do you buy that?
They're showing up to the house with flowers and candy. Sorry we got caught. Hey, you know we love you, right?
I'll tell you what was wild was when I had about 5 texts yesterday about the video that
The Branch
came out
video,
on-
the hit piece?
that came out on NFL Films, and I'm like, there's no way this is real. I mean, like my mom will text me videos.
what I said.
My mom will text me something. I'm like, Mom, come on, that's clearly fake. Like, that's AI. That's not real. Nobody would have said that. And when it was confirmed that it was a legit video, I was like, this is insane to me. Like, they're basically rubbing the Lions' nose in it. Like, yeah, we let Patrick Mahomes taunt on you and let Brian Branch get hit in the back and, he's being a little baby about it and kind of rub their nose in
And
it.
it was
It's like,
Louis
this
Riddick,
is
too.
wild. Yeah,
and
this
that's what
is
I was
wild, man.
until David sent me that. TJ, I was like, Dave, I think this may be AI.
I
and
said the same thing. I said the same exact
David,
thing.
did I not
I'm like,
say?
There's no way they put that
I
out.
don't want to go on air with this because this may not be real, and I don't
Yeah,
wanna
you don't
look
want to get
stupid.
duped. Yeah.
And sure enough, no.
When it got confirmed for me from several people that I trust, it was like wow, that is a wow factor.
Do
That
you
they're
believe their
basically-
apology? Did you read it? The fact that they're like, well,
I didn't see an apology.
They did. They had a
Yeah.
statement, and Louis Riddick apparently goes there every Monday and talks to them, and they make like 9 or 10-minute videos. But then for some reason, they decided to make a 2-minute vignette of Brian Branch and put it on social media. So they said, as a whole video that was 9-10 minutes about the game, didn't look that bad. But when you focus on the Branch part and you post it that by itself on social media, it looked really negative towards Branch, so we took it down.
Oh yeah, of course it did. Like, and look, if you're gonna say, hey, great route by this guy, but instead they made it a point to
Right, he got owned.
Oh, look, he got owned. Oh, look, and Patrick Mahomes is gonna flex on him and point in his way.
Right, it's like,
yeah, you're my little
he
bitch.
got toasted, and
it's kind of like the way they put it out was like, whoa, that's. If you,
You know
want
what
to
it
highlight
is?
something that the Chiefs do, that's fine. But the whole that whole video was like, no, we're just gonna point out every bad thing that you did. And look, Travis Kelce juked you out of your shoes, you little baby. Like it was
TJ,
it was
it
very,
looks
very.
like-
I thought it was fake.
Look at-
I thought it was fake.
It looks like when we're recording things and we have fun in the recording booth, and you'll just say something knowing it's never going to make air.
Right.
That's what this seemed like. It's
That's
like,
dangerous, by the
it
way.
did.
I would not
It
advise
did.
that.
It did. And I thought that, even looking back to last week and people talking about that, I agree with Amon-Ra. He did a podcast at some point this week that said, like, look, the refs didn't cost us the game. We all feel that way. But when you watch that game, and Rico, remember last Friday being in here, it's like this just feels like a very predictable game. This feels like you're going to have to play really good football, not make mistakes, because the refs aren't going to give you any help. And that's the way that it felt. And bottom line is the Lions didn't play good enough to win that game. But I think that you being one of the guys, along with Costa, were like, oh, come on, there's no, they're not trying to favor any team.
But he believes
I
now.
think for guys like you, it'd be hard to say, like, yeah, okay, they did call down. New York called down and changed a call.
Yeah,
on a
TJ,
touchdown
when
play.
Dan Campbell
It helped
admits
another
it.
team.
He reluctantly
Do
admitted
you think
it.
Dan
but-
Campbell's lying?
No, and that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
When Dan Campbell, the man's man, comes out and you could tell he was almost like, "Don't ask me, don't ask me, don't ask me."
His
Oh,
last
asked me.
his last answer when he was like,
yeah.
He knew what was coming.
He knew.
He knew that it just opened it up.
When that happened, and that's it looked bad. And then the fact that ESPN, their beat writers, NFL Network, they are avoiding this topic.
That's radio
nobody's
silence.
talking about it.
I know more about everything that's going on with the New York Giants than I know what's happening here.
Yeah,
I'll
like-
know more about Shedeur Sanders than I know what happened
Yeah.
here. They're going out of their way, and that's when I'm like, okay, it's the quiet part. It's the part that's not being said that leads me to believe, man, this is a real conspiracy.
And here's the thing that I have is if that's a 1:00 game, let's say Lions are playing the Browns, that's a 1:00 game. Does that happen?
No.
No way.
No
way. Right? Like that's a Sunday night primetime game. What I think happened, and I'm not trying to cause more, conspiracies or people to get pissed off about it, but what I think happened is Dan Campbell told us 2 years ago now when they played Dallas, when they had that 2-point conversion, hey, we went over it with the officials before the game. We talked about this. We're going to go through this procedure. This guy's going to report. Right? Like, we remember that from a couple years ago. I think what happened this past game is that they did the same exact thing. And this is just my theory. I don't know any facts on this. But I think they had a discussion before the game saying, hey, if we get a 2-point conversion or a 4th and 1, we're down by the goal line, this is going to be a play that we're going to run. So what do we need to do to make it legal? And I think that they were on the same page. I think the Lions took that as a way to say, okay, as long as we get up and we don't put our hands under center and we run the play, like, we're going to be good. And I think at that time, the refs looked at that play happening live and were like, yep, that's what we told them they could do. 75 seconds goes by and it's like, oh, hold on a minute, right? Like, somebody had to have called down. You're never going to convince me that somebody did.
On the flip side,
you could see Dan Campbell. So there's either one
the
of two
back
things that
judge
happen.
went running in as soon as it happened.
Okay,
and
he
said-
did.
But it doesn't take that long, though. It doesn't take that long. And Rico,
No, but
I know
no-
you've made this point throughout the week that, like, hey, intentional grounding, the referees get together. It's normally decided in 15, 20 seconds. When over a minute goes by, that's where it's got to be from somewhere else, right? Like, if you throw a flag right away and you're like, hey, let's talk about it, let's convene, that's fine. That happens all the time.
Yeah, if they just would have thrown a flag,
If
we're
you
not
would've
talking
thrown a
about
flag
this.
right away.
Yeah, but there was never a flag.
Hey, we,
the other way
we
around.
talked about it pregame, but you did something that, we said you just couldn't get that close. Maybe you had to be
See, I thought the
6
fact that he
inches
didn't
behind the
stop,
center.
I thought the fact that Goff didn't stop and get set, because I was like,
Which is weird. I think the Lions did everything that the referees told them they could do
Tony
to make it a
Dungy-
legal play. When they talk about that play before the game, I think the Lions did everything that they thought that was legal. And I think when that play happened, the referees agreed because nobody threw a flag. Nobody was convening. Nobody was like, oh, let's talk. Like, it took over a minute for those guys to throw a flag. And normally that yes, I agree that there's calls where sometimes the referees will convene real quick. They'll talk about it for 15, 20
was there
seconds.
anybody
And then they'll talk about
eligible?
it. When it gets
No
to like
flag.
75, 80 seconds, it's like, okay, that's clearly not coming from you guys. It doesn't take that long to discuss that. So, yes, do I think that in the rule book, did they break a rule? Like, maybe, but I think the Lions thought they were doing everything that the referees told them that they could do. So you're never going to convince me that New York didn't call down. I agree with Dan. I agree with Jared Goff. Those guys said, they clearly intervened where they shouldn't have, and it benefited a certain team. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that was the reason why they lost. We'll get into that more, but yeah, that was It was weird.
Well,
it was weird. It was weird.
TJ Lang in the house.
And I have a critical question.
Oh!
Yeah, critical question.
It's actual real question.
A real question?
It's a real question.
Have I repeated myself on the sideline? It's not going to be one of those, right?
I don't care if you did or not.
Valenti's not here.
Do you have like a bet? Never mind.
This
All
is
right.
a real one.
97 on the ticket.
Rieger, come on.
All righty, 97 won the ticket. TJ Lang in the house. Next hour, we got picks. We got Who Said It. And right now, This is exciting.
Oh, I'm ready for it.
A critical question by Rico Beard to one TJ Lang, who, by the way, is not fired up at all still about that call.
So TJ,
Better be a good one, Rico.
No. Critical question is this: as a player, I don't know if you've ever had this type of thing happen to you, whether it was your career in Green Bay or in Detroit. But how quickly do the players get past everything that happened on Sunday? Because I know as fans, outraged, and you're still talking about it, and you still want to know. But as players, you can't keep looking back at that when you got Tampa staring you down in the face.
Yeah.
How quickly, or do you put it past you, or how do you relate to it as a player in the locker room?
Yeah, fast. I think that there's a 24-hour rule that applies to, college football, pro football. It's like, hey, we can sulk on this for a day, we can enjoy this for a day, and then we're back to work.
So it's a real 24-hour rule?
Yeah, it has to be. It just has to be, because the week, even though you get a week to prepare, like it goes by so fast.
So you don't call up like one of your teammates and be like,
no, you
can
don't.
you believe what the NFL just put out there?
Well, no, because, listening to, I think Amon-Ra was on a podcast this week talking about like maybe some questionable calls, but we didn't do what we needed to do to win that game. And Kirby Joseph after the game was on social media and reposting a bunch of
he was a little upset
on Kansas City, and it's like, okay, you get a day, right? You get 24 hours to maybe get that out of your system, but you really don't have a choice but to just saddle back up and get back to work.
So when you were playing, did you ever think the script writers were real?
No, and I still don't, but I'll tell you this right now. Like when I was in Green Bay for 8 years, like I don't want to make headlines here. I felt like I felt like, and a lot of guys on the team felt like, not maybe in the moment, but when you look back, that yes, like we did get some benefits of doubt for some calls, and whether that was the Des Bryant, catch not catch in the playoff game, or some other issues that happened, some other plays, like we kind of felt like we were getting the benefit of the doubt because we were
the Golden
premier
Children
team.
Yeah.
You had Aaron Rodgers, you were the Packers.
We were nice. I'll tell you one thing though, we were nice to the refs. Like Mike McCarthy was a great coach, and we used to come in on Wednesdays and he would put up the list of the referees that were reffing the game. And this guy does this, and this is his profession. He's got kids, and he's got grandkids. So there'd be TV timeouts where you go talk to those guys, try to butter them up a little bit, and it helped because I'm not kidding you, Rico. Like you laugh at it. Like I would go talk to the back judge, and he would be like, "Hey, you kind of held him a little bit. Next time, I'm probably gonna have to throw it," and be like, "Oh, thanks, Jeff. Like I know I kind of held him a little bit,
Yeah, how's your kids'
but
hockey
it was kind
team
of the
going?
benefit of the doubt, and then. Yeah, I remember answering questions when I was in Detroit, and I think I had one holding call like 4 years in my last 4 years in Green Bay, and then in Detroit it was like 3 holding calls, and people were like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Listen, I'm doing the same thing I've done my entire career," and I'm not trying to create a conspiracy here, but like I've been blocking this way for 5 years now, and
your team
it's
with Aaron
just getting
Rodgers
called against me now, and like so. No, I would say, Rico, like you don't buy into that, and I think the Lions players and the coaches, like it's not. They're not out to get you. They're not out to favor a team. They might duck the flag a little bit if it's a close play and might say, okay, like it's got to be really egregious for us to throw one. But yeah, I would say that, being retired now for 6 years, like you watch some games and you're like, that's weird. Like, that's weird. Why does it keep benefiting one team and nobody else is getting these calls? But it's not a conspiracy. And I think bottom line is last week, like, Lions had so many chances to blow that game open, right? And I think that they really lost the game in the last 2.5 minutes of the first half, where if Amon-Ra catches that ball on the fourth down with 2:30 left to go in the second quarter, maybe you got a chance to go up. At least you're going up 13-6, if not going up 17-6, going into halftime and bleeding the clock out. You miss that play, and all of a sudden you're down. They go down and score. They get the ball at a half. They score again. You have some silly penalties where, Hutchinson's late hit on the quarterback would have been a 3rd and long. Instead, it's, first down at midfield. Like you had plenty of plays to turn that game around. But I think that you never go into a game where you're like, hey, we gotta beat the refs, right? It's like you might go into a game where you're thinking, we're not going to get any calls, so we just have to be the better team today, and we have to execute, at the most important moments of the game. And I think that's what the Lions just kind of struggled at. They had probably 4 plays in that game where it's like if one of those goes your way, that you feel like that's a different game. And I know you and Mike talk about it all the time where it feels very close. And even I remember you guys laughing at me in Dan Kimball's first year when he was 0-12, and it's like, guys, I'm telling you, like they're not far away.
I remember
it's
you
like
saying
one
that.
or
We're
two
like,
plays, and
TJ,
you're like,
he's about to
no,
get
this team
fired.
stinks. There's more than 1 or 2 plays.
That didn't help
But
that they
when you
started
look
1-6 the
No,
next
but I know.
year.
But when you look at it, you're like, you can legitimately look at an NFL game and probably pick out 5 or 6 plays that you're like, if we would have got 2 of those that go our way, that's
You know what,
a different
TJ,
game. But
here's
when
the
all
thing.
5 or 6 go against you, it's just okay. Like
Here.
we just don't have enough ammo to come back.
Let me play the role of the NFL. TJ, here's some flowers for you. You said that after week 1, where you said that offensive line looked bad. But I'm telling you guys, if it was just this happened and this line isn't that bad. And after week 1 in Green Bay, I'm like, man, this is going to be a long year. And you came in here the very next week and said, I'm telling you, they're not that close.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not that
They're
far
not far away, right.
And so there you go.
Yeah, and you see it with, we obviously know what Panay brings. I mean, he's an all-pro guy. Hopefully, we might get the injury report tomorrow because of being a Monday night game, but maybe Decker's back. But people ask me all the time about the 2 young guards, and I'm like, listen, both of these guys show 90% of the time that they can be all-pro guys. Mahogany does like some really outrageous stuff in the run game. He's able to, match up one-on-one in the pass game. Ratledge, the same thing. Like, these guys have a ton of talent. I think the biggest challenge, though, is can you do it consistently, right? Because we talk about it all the time. You have 70 plays, 69 are great, but that 70th is a quarterback sack, fumble going the other way. Like, that's a big swing in those games. And I think that these guys have a ton of talent, man. I'm not concerned about them. And if this team has shown us anything over the last, call it 2.5 years now, is that they know how to respond when they get punched in the mouth a little bit. And Coach Campbell talked to me about it after the game. Is like, you know what? Like, this one's going to sting. It hurts. But sometimes you need a game like this. Sometimes you need to be humbled a little bit and, hey, let's get back to work and, let's just grind and, kind of knock you off that little mountaintop that you might think you're on. It's a good reminder, and I don't think this week's going to be any different.
TJ Lang in studio, 4 o'clock hour just around the corner, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Terrion Arnold was back at practice today in a limited capacity. He said it's still up in the air whether he plays this Monday, but his shoulder felt good on the field today. Taylor Decker and DJ Reader were also limited. The NFL released a statement pertaining to the deletion of the Brian Branch NFL Films video on X. Quote, this particular sequence felt different to NFL Films as part of a 9-minute breakdown of the Lions-Chiefs game than it did as a standalone excerpt on social media. On X, it felt overly critical to Brian Branch, so it was taken down, end quote. The Wings hit the ice tonight against the Lightning. Lucas Raymond will miss his second straight game. Defenseman Axel Sandin-Pellikka, one of the youngsters who's brought up this year, he was asked what his biggest adjustment has been. You're the 6:45 pregame right here on the Ticket. The ALCS is a new series again, tied at 2 apiece. Kevin Gausman heads to the mound for Toronto. Bryce Miller for the Mariners. First pitch there at 6:08. The Dodgers also look for the sweep of the Brewers at 8:38. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Jeremy, sorry, buddy. I meant to play about 9 drops in your background.
That's okay. That's okay. It's great to see. Oh, and my mic
There
is
you go. Radio 101. Oh, my goodness. Rico's just looking around. What the hell's going on?
Push it. Push the button. Push it.
Do you guys want to have a conversation, or can we move on?
No, move on.
Okay, move on.
I like
Okay.
Jeremy. Next time, I'll try to hang around for the next update and hit a bunch of drops in the background. Just keep Fridays normal.
What a guy. What a guy. Yeah, I mean,
I've
exactly.
never seen somebody want to punch another man in his face more than Jeremy Otto wants to punch Mike on Fridays.
Okay, I'm being yelled at. We got to do the picks, but I do want to.
Oh,
I do want to hear the down low on the Jeremy Valente relationship.
Okay, we'll get to that after.
All right.
We get to Kenny?
Time out for the picks.
Yes, guys, it is time for the picks, and well, we don't have to talk about it. Mike's in first place. Let's move on to this week's games.
Killer week
here.
from Mike,
barely.
7-3.
Yeah, we can move past that.
Whatever. Rico, you kind of sucked. 4-6.
Yeah,
man.
Rico's in last.
You know what?
It's been a struggle so far.
Right, I started off high.
6 weeks in, man. We're just scrapping for.
Then me and TJ at the top,
scrapping right now.
and yeah,
we're scraping for.
All right, let's head over to
Leftovers.
Utah here. Utah University will head south about an hour to Provo to face the number 15 BYU Cougars. Rico, 3.5 favored by Utah, by the way.
3.5 favored by Utah. I mean, I don't even know if people need to listen to me because I haven't gotten it right yet. But seriously, I start off every Saturday 1-4. But
do opposite picks. Whatever
I
you
did
feel,
that
go
last
the
week.
other way.
I did that last week.
You
It
finish
didn't work.
every Saturday.
Didn't really help.
So you know what?
I'm gonna go opposite of what you pick, big dog.
Okay, then you know what? I'm gonna go Utah. TJ's gonna be soaking over there.
Battle of the soakers.
Yeah,
Let's
TJ,
go.
you know exactly what to do here. We're going to be soaking it up.
Oh,
this
I know
weekend.
it. Let's go,
BYU.
Kenny.
Yeah, I have to go opposite Rico here. I have to go BYU now.
Kenny, I'm just gonna lay down and have you rock the bed for me, okay? On this
I'll
one,
jump
big
up
guy?
and down on the bed for you.
All right. I think Utah is 5-1 on the road as a favorite their last 6 games, so I'm gonna take the Utes. I'm gonna take Utah.
What a stat. I go with TJ
I
and
just
Rico.
completely made that up.
Oh,
So,
did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I changed my mind. I go
believe
BYU.
it. That was a good made-up stat.
You sold it well.
Number 16, Missouri, a 1.5 point favorite on the road going to Auburn. Rico.
You know what? If this game was at Missouri, I would say go ahead and take the Tigers. But going on the road, Auburn can play defense. Auburn is just that pesky team. Go Tigers.
Yeah, it makes me feel even better when I disagree with Rico now because I'm taking Missouri laying the 1.5.
Hold on, Rico. You said go Tigers. They're both Tigers.
Great point.
Great point.
That's what
Go
he was
orange,
saying.
orange Tigers.
Right.
That's what he meant. Orange Tigers.
I'm going to go
Auburn.
Tigers as well. Missouri,
All right,
though.
Can't lose.
I'll put it this way: War Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, not going War Eagle. Missouri.
Yeah, I don't know why. Flip a coin. I'm going to take Auburn. going to take the home team.
Okay, I feel good.
Yeah, I got
TJ's
nothing
right
else
there.
to add. I'm not going to try to butter you up. I'm taking Auburn.
I'll go with the Tigers.
There you go.
I win.
Can't lose.
All right.
The
Doesn't
Tigers
matter.
are out of it, by the way. They didn't go to the ALCS. Let's move on
Damn it.
here. Number 5, Ole Miss visiting the Dogs of Georgia. Number 9 there. They're the 7.5-point favorite at home.
All right, so I'm going to try and make a pick. You know what? Kenny's not going to be happy with me.
Don't do it.
I like Georgia.
Nope.
I don't think Georgia will cover, so I'm going to take Old Miss and Lane Kiffin.
Old
Miss.
or Ole?
No, old.
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 Elderly Miss. I'm going to go with go Dogs.
Old man Miss.
Go Dogs.
I was already leaning in one direction, and then Rico made his selection. So I don't know how to feel about this, but I'm going to go with the Dogs. What is that?
I'm really feeling a little slighted here. But go ahead.
What is that? That's what I'm going with.
For me, 7.5 is too much. I think Ole Miss has the firepower to keep up with Georgia here. I'm taking Ole Miss. I'm taking the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I agree. I think 7.5 is too much. I'll go the Elderly Miss.
The aging
Ole
Miss.
Yes.
Can you get a little bit more enthusiastic about the picks here, Jeff, please?
What do you mean?
You're just boring.
Wow.
Give me a little bit of juice, buddy.
Hold on. Give me the next
There
one.
we go. Yeah.
Maybe he can give you juice
Jeff,
on this
come on.
next game.
Give me something.
In the Big
Sell
Ten,
me. Sell me this pen.
Michigan
All right,
State
Mike.
goes to number 3, Indiana. Why is this game on the board? 27.5-point favorite for
hell.
Indiana.
27.5. Rico?
If I could do this 28 straight times.
Are you taking the Hoosiers?
Are you taking the Hoosier Daddies?
Absolutely, I'm taking the Hoosiers. Absolutely.
Who's your daddy?
Okay, all seriousness, they'll cover by halftime.
And I can argue with you.
Here's why.
Yeah.
They have to. He's got to put up style points because he wants to be number one in the country, and he just got paid $93 million. He's got to show he's worth it.
I'm the choir, brother.
Okay.
I don't think I've agreed with anything Rico's had to say this segment. I'm going to go MSU.
Oh, no, Kenny, you're wrong here. Indiana all day in this one. TJ.
Yeah, I'm with you, Hatchet. I think Indiana, this is going to be a bloodbath and probably a funeral for the coach over there in the old green and white.
No, wait till next week.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath. I'm taking the Hoosiers.
We'll pull the plug then.
Hoosiers.
Jeffrey.
You don't think there's any chance they fire him before Michigan? I go Michigan State. I have tried to figure out how the Hoosier Daddies can lose this game, or at least it's a close.
that's not possible.
It's not. It really
The only
isn't.
way
It's going to be a
is
bloodbath.
It's like a 20% chance of a thunderstorm.
Okay.
A
That's
late
the only-
field. We do know that Smith likes to kick late field goals to cover the spread, though. So
Bring in
maybe
that
that's your
backup
out.
quarterback.
Okay,
He throws
if you're
for a
kicking
bunch
a
of
field goal and you're down by 30, you know
We've
what?
seen it before.
Fire
We've
that
seen
man.
it before.
Would it be the
We've
most
seen it
shocking thing
before.
if
We got
Michigan
more
State-
games to go,
sorry.
fellas.
Come on, Rieger.
Still in the Big Ten, Washington is visiting Michigan. Michigan is the 5.5-point favorite.
Wow.
Rico.
DeMond Williams Jr., give me the Huskies.
What a shock.
Oh, no, I'm terrified. I have to agree with him. Backdoor cover, give me Washington.
I agree with him as well. Washington in this one.
Yeah, I'm on the
Go
same page
Dogs!
with you guys. Yeah, Washington. I just haven't seen enough from Michigan's offense to know
that
that they
kind of
can be
dog.
explosive to keep up with anybody. That's worth a damn. I think Washington's pretty damn good too. I'm taking the Huskies.
The Huskies for sure, despite the fact that most at this station don't think, other than your show, that Michigan will lose this game.
Let's head over to the NFL. And we have a London game. What a shock.
Getting sick
The
of this.
Rams are a 3.5-point favorite against the Jags.
You know what? This is a Jags home team because it's their home away from home. David, when you originally gave it to me, it was the Rams -2.5, -3.5. I got to swing back over to the Jags.
The fact that it's over a field goal, if it was under, I would probably pick the Rams, but I'm going to take the Jags here.
See, Rico, that's where I'm confused because it was 2.5. But then after the announcement of no Puka Nacua, then it moves to 3.5 Rams. So I have to go Rams. I just have to. TJ.
I'm against you. I think Jags are playing in front of a home crowd. London's not that much different than Jacksonville. They're used to playing.
There
over
is
there.
that's right. That's Jacksonville.
Yeah, no Puka
West.
Nacua. I think that
Pretty much
I don't
what
know if they
everybody
win the
says.
game, but I think the Jags keep it close. I'm taking Jacksonville.
Did you say London's no different than Jacksonville?
Crowd wise.
Oh, I just thought you
home
meant
field,
city-wise.
home field advantage.
Think city-wise.
Home field advantage is what I meant.
No Puka, no problem. I got the Rams. I hear Kelly loves London, and they're going to do an emergency podcast before the game.
She doesn't do podcasts anymore. Let's move over to the next game.
Wait,
the
what?
Colts are visiting L.A. to face the Chargers.
You know what?
Chargers are 1.5 point favorite.
I'm
Rico.
gonna go with the hottest team that nobody believes in. It's gonna be a great state of Indiana. Give me the Colts along with the Hoosiers.
Back to disagreeing with Rico. It feels nice. Give me the Chargers.
I don't think they'll have Joe Alt back. So because of that, I have to go reluctantly to the Colts. TJ.
I'm going Colts because it just seems like destiny is on their side, at least the first half of the season, and I'm not going to get away with that. So I'm going with the Colts. Daniel Jones is playing really good football, by the way.
He is.
Yeah.
The Chargers are fake, aren't they? I go Colts.
Next game here has crossed the bridge. It was the Commanders favored by 1.5. Now it's the Cowboys favored by 1.5. Cowboys at home.
You know what? And it does not change, David. I'm going with the same pick. I had the Commanders just to flat out win the game. Give me the Commanders.
Yeah, for me, it's exact same as Rico. I'm going to take the Commanders as well.
Wow. I'm going Cowboys in this one. Not because of the bridge crossing. I was already leaning Cowboys. Cowboys.
Yeah, I was going to go Commanders, but after listening to Rico and Kenny make their picks, I think I'm going to scratch that out.
This is not good.
And take the Cowboys. I think their offense is just too much for Washington to handle. Washington looks a little bit off right now. Sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels. Hasn't been the same player. I'm taking Dallas.
Yeah, I go Commanders. After losing to Ben Johnson at the Bears, they're so embarrassed that they beat the Cowboys and Jerry.
2.5 point favorites here for the next game. The Eagles are visiting the Vikings. Rico.
Carson Wentz getting some revenge against his former team, but somehow or another, the Eagles just always find a way to win. Give me the Eagles.
Yeah, under a field goal especially. If it was over the number 3, I might be more inclined to pick the Vikings, but I'm going to take Philly here.
Yes, that is true. JJ is playing Wentz. I'm sorry, JJ is not playing. Wentz is going to play once more. The Vikings are coming off a bye week, and I don't think the book has caught up in reality to what the Eagles are. So I'm going with the Vikings.
Fair.
I'm going with the Vikings, too. Philly just looks off base to me. I mean, you got players talking about, hey, we had a meeting with these guys, and then A.J. Brown's like, I don't know what meeting you're talking about. Like, you're crazy. Something's just off with Philly right now. I think they're kind of at the top of the downslide. So I'm going to take Minnesota on this one.
All this impending doom for the Eagles. Sirianni gets it right. I got the Eagles big.
And finally, Monday Night Football. The Buccaneers are coming to Detroit. Detroit is a favorite by 5.5, the Devil's number.
Okay, Kenny, I want you to make this pick because I think the Lions will win, but all my picks have been wrong. So which way do you think I should go?
I'm picking the Lions. I think the script is in, and
Okay,
we're gonna.
you know what?
Yeah.
Lions.
Yeah. The script
You want
is
me to pick
in.
the Bucks?
Yeah, can you just do it for me? Pick the Bucks.
Fine. For Kenny, I'll pick the Bucks.
All right.
I'm going Lions here. What are we doing, TJ?
Hatch, I'm with you, buddy. I don't think there's any way that this team doesn't come out of that loss against Kansas City with some fire in their ass. And I think it's going to be a good, solid 35-27 type win. I'm taking the Lions.
Lions have 4 wins. They're against the combined teams that are 7-16. Baker always kills
Debbie
the
Downer.
Lions, baby. I got the Bucks winning the football
Yeah,
game.
but the NFL, they owe the Lions.
That's what I heard.
They
You
owe
guys
them.
keep saying that.
They
Bucks
owe
win the
them.
football
They've
game.
admitted it.
And those are the picks. A 97 won the ticket.
Your picks stink, Rieger.
You stink.
You stink.
Gentlemen, hey, all right.
You stink too.
I was going to invite you over to the basement,
Your
TJ.
basement doesn't stink.
I can't wait to see this basement.
It is, man. Final inspections are next week.
Let me hear about it.
Everything's going to get moved in. Matrix Basements hooked me up. They came out free consultation. They had this design, and it looks exactly like the design to the letter. I absolutely love it. And if you want to get your basement done, if it was totally incomplete like mine was, or you're just adding a room or a bar or a game room, let Matrix Basement do it for you. And as a matter of fact, they're offering the buy now, pay later plan. That's an interest-free and no payment for 24 months. So why wait for your dream space? That's right. Interest and no payment for 24 months. Buy now, pay later. Enjoy your basement. Let Matrix Basements hook you up. Go to matrixbasements.com. Tons of great before and after photos. You'll even see mine in there. And the next thing you know, your photos will be in there as well, because Matrix Basements will turn your basement dreams into reality.
All righty, 97 won the ticket. Who said it? Still to come this hour. Rico, I want to go back to something you said. I'm curious what people would say. You are so confident that the scriptwriters have written in that the Lions beat the Bucs, that you would choose the Bucs as the more sure thing win than Indiana over Michigan State. That's insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels that way because Rieger, they got embarrassed and they went into total denial. And I think it'll be the silent, okay, I can't publicly say I'm sorry, but I'll make this up to you. I'll make this up to you in the game. If there's a controversial call, I do fully expect the Lions to get the benefit of the doubt in this game. They'll find a way to justify, and hopefully at that point, can we let bygones be bygones and you guys stop bringing this up?
Us guys, we didn't start this. I didn't do anything.
I'm just glad we get an NFC opponent. feels like we've been playing the AFC
TJ,
for the last month and a half.
I just want
which
to
we have.
I just want to move
games.
past this game and actually just.
Yeah, everybody does.
I'm
And-
so sick of talking about Kansas. It's a 3-3 Kansas City Chiefs team. Like, it's not this great team.
Okay, but hold on a sec. You guys all picked against the Bucks, who were 5-1, and Mike Evans didn't practice today.
I
Buka
actually
did
thought I
not
took the
practice
Bucks.
today.
I took the Bucks.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Kenny
I
made me
missed that.
take
You're,
the
you're a
Bucks.
hater like me. I got you. I took
Traitor.
the Bucks too.
No,
I
Kenny
got
made
you.
me take the Bucks.
Traitor.
No, it's the reverse. Like
The
my
reverse psychology.
Yeah,
I
my
got
pick
you.
sucks.
Yeah.
So if
Oh,
I
I
pick
got
the
you.
Bucks, the Lions will
It's
win.
the emotional bet. Like, yeah, I'm going
No.
to bet against them, but if it goes the other way, I'm going to be happy. either
No,
way.
it's just
Yeah,
like my picks are always wrong, so it'll be wrong. Lions
Well,
win.
we've all been. When Mike is in first place at 33 and 37.
Well, he does do the podcast.
We've all been wrong a lot.
Yeah, we have.
See, and let me say this, and I know we don't get an injury report until tomorrow with the
Yeah.
game designations, but they do have who practiced today, and Taylor Decker was limited again today. DJ Reader was limited. Ali McNeil has been full practice all week. He continued that today. But Terrion Arnold, who did not practice yesterday, was limited today. Kirby Joseph, Avante Maddox were also no practice.
All right. Well, maybe you said Terrion was.
Terrion was limited.
It's a good sign. I mean, I know you've been beat up in the secondary. And look, one of my, I'm not going to say issues, but last week the Lions ran so much zone coverage and cover 4, and we're just not going to let you beat us over the top. And they just got picked apart by Patrick Mahomes.
They did.
Because that's not their identity. Their identity is we're going to play press man, and we're going to get up in your face. And if you beat me, you beat me. Like, have that type of attitude. And asked Coach about it after the game, and he's like, yeah, it's more personnel-wise. It wasn't really anything about Kansas City, but we're just down so many guys that, we don't want to put them on an island, so to speak. But the plays that they actually ran last week with man coverage with Amik and with Rocky Scene and some of these other guys, like it's these guys are competitive, So I think that one change I'm going to hope for this week is more man coverage, because that's just who they are. Like, that's the type of guys that they want on the roster. That's the type of attitude that they want is, if I'm going to get beat, it's going to be me, because I'm going to be one-on-one. And we're going to see. We're going to see this week. I'm really interested in watching the first drive from Tampa Bay to see how we're going to challenge these receivers and to see what kind of defense we're going to run, because last week against Kansas City just looked foreign to me. It was like, you're not a cover 4 team. You're not a cover 3 team. You're not an umbrella zone cover team. You're putting your linebackers in a really tough position. And I thought the linebackers had a really rough game in coverage against Kansas City last week, because there was just so much zone. I'd like to see them get back to playing a little bit more man-on-man. And if we get beat, we get beat. But that'll be something that, people watching the first, call it 10, 15 plays of the game when the defense is on the field is what's going to be the strategy this week, especially knowing that I think Ibuka, David mentioned, didn't practice, not going to get the injury report till next week. But Godwin, I think that, coaches came out and said, hey, he's going to be a long shot to play this week. Mike Evans might be back, but if you're missing Ibuka, if you're missing Godwin, you got to get up on these guys and challenge them.
Yeah, but
you can't be worried about, a fade or a deep route beating you over the top. Like, you got to get up and challenge them, because that's what this defense is built off of. Guys that can play press coverage, challenge a receiver, and let your front four try to get home.
Isn't the Evans thing weird, though? Because he practiced yesterday. Now he's back to not practicing. Does that tell you he's not going to play on
Maybe.
Monday?
I mean, I don't know.
But he's
Like,
been around long
yeah.
enough
I
that
get
he's
it.
one of those
Yeah, you're
guys
right.
that
He's a vet. It's
Yeah.
almost like if you see a guy practice Wednesday, and then he's out on Thursday, it's like, okay, how much do you attribute that to injury as opposed to
we don't
this
need
guy's
you out
proven
there.
himself, and
Right.
we don't need to see.
You're good to
I'd
go.
rather have you Monday night than taking a ton of reps on a Friday, which has been the same case with Taylor Decker.
Yeah.
who,
No,
it's
that's
like
true.
You get 10 years in the league, and you're like, man, like, coach, hey, a little beat up. I know I practiced yesterday. I had a good practice, but today might need to shut it down a little bit. And today's injury reports are just – I remember going in and getting a bag of ice and being like, my wrist is a little sore. Like, let me just grab a bag of ice and go in the locker room. And
That made the injury
We got to
designation?
put you on injury
Oh,
report.
really?
We got to put you on there, wrist, like, questionable. It's like, no, I'm not questionable. Like, but that's just I think that's the way that teams try to be very – precautious about some injuries, because unfortunately, there are teams that try to hide some stuff, and you don't want that coming up to bite you in the ass at some point. So, I would expect if we're sitting here Friday at almost 4:30, I would expect Mike Evans to play. I'd be shocked if Ibuka plays. I'd be shocked if Godwin plays. But I want to see this defense just get back to their identity and just be gritty and get up in your face. And, I'm just going to be all over you. I'm going to make you, I'm going to challenge every throw, because last week Patrick Mahomes just had a field day when they were running a lot of those zone coverages.
All right. I do believe we're playing Who Said It next.
Who is?
Is that right? You sticking around?
Sure.
Oh, what a guy. 97 won the
For
ticket.
you, Jeff?
Oh,
sure.
What a mensch.
I love
All right, people.
I love talking crap about our coworkers.
I know you do.
I hope at least 2 of them are you, though.
Maybe 3. You know what you should also love? Winschuler's awesome cheese spreads. Their flavors
Great transition.
Thank you. I didn't know when he was going to shut up, Winschuler's awesome cheese spreads. They're like football teams. It's hard to pick a favorite, so I keep them all on hand for game day snacking. We're talking rich, bold flavor on crackers and pretzels and burgers. Winschuler's cheese spreads will kick it up a notch. Why are you looking at me? And don't forget to visit winschulers.com for some easy, crowd-pleasing recipes. TJ, you should go there. Head to the dairy section of your favorite grocer and stock up now. Go taste. Go Winschulers.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions injury report has dropped. Kirby Joseph didn't practice. Terrion Arnold was limited, along with Taylor Decker and DJ Reader. Arnold says it's up in the air whether he plays this week. Receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown was one of the many veterans who are not a fan of the NFL films. Brian Branch video. Lucas Raymond will miss his second straight game for the Red Wings tonight. Detroit hosts Tampa at LCA. Hear that 7 p.m. face-off right here on the Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Oh, it's that time of day. Who said
Yeah!
it? Oh, this is exciting.
Oh, can't wait to make fun of some of our coworkers. Brieger, you got to ask.
David, who's eligible?
There you go.
I know what's up. I listen.
All right, let me double check here. We're going to go definitely 6 a.m.
Definitely.
Guys catch that? Definitely.
I heard that.
All right.
Kenny, you heard that too.
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
That's crap. You don't include me or
no
Wojo.
Woj.
Wow. I feel discriminated against. I got to be honest with you.
All right, number 1.
It's garbage.
He's one of my favorite players on the team, but I'm starting to waffle in terms of them giving him a contract long term because of this stuff.
Talking about Brian Branch, clearly. He's one of my favorite players on the team.
Well, he said definitely
I'm
6
kinda
o'clock,
getting
so
yeah.
I'm getting a
yeah,
Tom
but I don't
vibe
think
from that.
I don't think you would go right away with that.
I think you would.
Do you get it, Kenny?
I'm going Tom. Who would use a term like waffle?
I get a Gator vibe, kind of Gatorism.
Yeah, Gator would say definitely my favorite player.
Yeah, that's. I
Yes.
think like he's one of my favorite players, and I don't want to say anything bad about him, but
Who would use the word waffle though?
So I agree with Kenny. I get major
Gator?
Gov vibes
Gator.
here.
Gator would say that.
Gator would say that.
Gator
That's
would
not
say
a bad
that.
guess.
Yeah.
Gator would say. I'm going Gator. I'm gonna lock in on Gator.
I think Gator would yell at somebody.
Rico,
that
you
would
got to
say-
read on this.
I was thinking Gator as well.
Okay. All right.
Sounds like,
Same
you know,
track.
he's one of my favorite players. Like Doug's favorite player is Campbell. Gator probably likes Brian Branch. So, yeah, I would
All
say
right.
Gator.
I'm locked in Gator.
I'm going Gov.
Me as well.
David,
All right.
Tom
who
the
said
Milliken.
it?
Yes.
All right.
Let's go.
See, I feel like you need to jank yourself because you sit at home all day long and listen to the station.
What do you think? I'm a loser?
I think you
You
need
think
to
I
be
do
honest.
nothing
You know,
more?
there
I
was
think
Yeah,
you need to
TJ
be-
heard you on Monday.
Yeah,
There
I
was a
think
joke right there if you take the words of your sentence and rearrange them.
Sit at home and jank yourself.
I think you need to be honest.
Is that
I
what you're
think
gonna
you
say?
need to be. I think you need to be honest and say I listen to every show, every minute of the day, and Rieger should be disqualified from this contest.
No, I am a man that takes
Just
my
my
job
thoughts.
very seriously. I'm always listening, but that was an educated guess.
Jank yourself next time. You
Number 2.
I'll do that later.
All right, David.
Gotta get home first.
I was disappointed they didn't add a bat at the deadline, but the only bat it seemed that was available was Suarez, and he was as much of a failure with Seattle as the Tigers' bats were for the Tigers in the second half of the season after the All-Star break.
That's a lot. I'm gonna take Jansen out right now.
I'm going to go back to the midday show and say Doug Karsh.
Can I get that one more time, David?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was disappointed they didn't add a bat at the deadline, but the only bat it seemed that was available was Suarez, and he was as much of a failure with Seattle as the Tigers' bats were for the Tigers in the second half of the season after the All-Star break.
Disappointed they didn't add a bat does not sound like midday because I know Gator wanted to not add a bat, so because he thought the lineup was just fine. And I think Doug was similar. So I'm going to say
Morning show?
Maybe Cookies. I know he wanted a bat.
Now, that's too light
Man,
for Cookies. Cookies would be like, it's ridiculous they didn't add a bat. Scott Harris stinks.
I'm Rico. You said Karsh, right?
I said Karsh.
I think I got some Karshisms in there too.
It's either Gator or Doug. And I'm going to go with you guys. I think it's because I don't even think Gator would say I was disappointed they didn't add it
He
back.
definitely wouldn't say.
Yeah, so I go Douglas.
Yeah, there was just a lot to add after that, which led me to believe it's Karsh.
Okay. We're all locked in.
God, okay, I'm taking
This
Doug.
is tough.
Yeah, cookies.
Got him.
We're all locked in?
David, who said it?
No! I was thinking Gator.
Disappointed they didn't have a bat? That was Gator that said that?
Yeah, the same guy that was yelling and screaming, calling us morons because we wanted bats.
Number 3.
Good pull,
that
David.
felt so obvious.
Very good.
Number 3.
Bats for bats.
Can you justify paying $30 million a year for a guy who hasn't driven in 100 runs since 2019? For a guy who hasn't hit over 30 home runs since 2019? For a guy who hasn't hit above 275 since 2019? His best days are probably behind him.
Rico, I'd like to start. Did your partner say that at some point this week? That's a lot of stat-driven data there with
No, but,
Mr. Mike Valeni.
No.
Who I would think
I
hasn't
think,
done this, hasn't done
But
that.
Mike wanted to add a bat, though,
Did you
so that
hear
couldn't.
See, I'm thinking more
No, but I
of
know,
his
but-
cash the ticket partner.
Oh.
Am I a dumbass? Who are they
Costa.
talking about?
Okay, all right. I kind of took it as talking about Riley Green. Are you going to pay this guy?
Oh, I thought it was a deadline bat. That's
Oh, well, you
One
know
more
what,
time,
David? I hate to do this, David. Can we get it one
I'm
more
going to
time?
have to read it
Yeah,
again because
those things
everybody's
one more
off
time,
here.
'cause it might be
Everybody's off.
Give us a little context, David. Come on.
If you pay attention, you will get it. Can you justify paying $30 million a year for a guy who hasn't driven in runs since 2019? For a guy who hasn't hit over 30 home runs in a season since 2019? For a guy who hasn't hit above 275 since 2019? His best days are probably behind him.
What about Javi?
Yeah, okay.
Or is
All
it Bregman?
I got it. Because, yeah, Riley hasn't been
It's
playing
not
that
Javi.
long.
It's Bregman.
It's Bregman.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
That kind of takes Cookies out of it for me because he's a big Bregman
There's
fan.
no way. Exactly. And it's not John. No offense.
He's
John's
like, I
not
don't
coming up with
care.
those numbers.
Man.
I don't even think
You
John.
don't think so?
No. John's not.
I'd be honest.
no.
I'll be honest. I think I'm opposite of you. I'm kind of getting a Jansen vibe of like, this guy hasn't done this since then. Can you justify it? Blah, blah, blah.
This is Douglas J. Karsh. 100%.
Damn it. You're about to change my mind, aren't you?
He went to the Baseball Reference. He said, why don't
Okay.
I want
All right.
Alex Bregman?
You sold.
Yeah,
Sold. You're
I
a hell of
go
a salesman.
Karsh.
I'm going with Karsh.
This is the opposite.
Rico,
of,
what do you got? Or Kenny, sorry.
No, you're good. This is the opposite of what Gator said in the last one. So it's not him. I do think it's Doug. Very data driven, very analytics based. Give me Doug.
I'm gonna stick with Cookies.
Okay.
All
I
right.
think there's a trick here.
Cookie's a big Bregman fan.
Is it possibly Heather?
He's a big Bregman fan.
But
We're all
30
locked
billion.
in.
Who said it?
God
damn it.
Gator? I would have guessed Gator if
damn
the.
it.
Oh, wow. What a.
You sneaky son bitch, David.
What the heck? You know what's going on?
Well, one cut he says he wanted a bat. The next cut he says he doesn't want the bat.
Hey,
Flip, flop, flippity
boy.
flop.
All right, we got time for one more,
David,
right?
this was just your way to make fun of Gator, wasn't it?
I
That's just
want
crap,
to
by
get
the way.
the two. I
You're
want to get the
breaking
two.
all the rules
right.
that I ever thought were like.
Hey, shut up.
legitimate.
I want to
All
get the two. Let's get to it, okay? Okay, what am I? Whatever.
a key? Okay.
Because he chose Boris as his agent, we know what he wants, which is the most money possible, because that's what Scott Boras is known to do.
Simple
anybody.
Jansen. That's what that is.
I agree.
That's
Simpleton?
No notes.
Yes.
Mr. Simpleton?
Yeah,
What Jeff
typical
said.
offensive
That's
lineman.
just what they do.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go.
He's heard it so many times, he just said it again.
We're all locked in?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, we're not.
Oh,
Okay.
For the sake of argument, I'm going to go with Gov.
He's not going to do two Govs in one.
He did
Yeah,
two
I'm
did
going to
two
go with Gov. He
Gators.
did two Gators. I'm
All
gonna
right.
go with Gov.
Who said it?
God damn it.
This is impossible.
Come on, it
I
was
just
simple.
quit. I
It was
hate this
simple.
game. No,
All
that
right.
was simple for you. You knew.
No, it was well, never mind.
Yeah.
Last one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Last one.
I'm simple too. I didn't get that.
Starburst is the F. The kill is Snickers. I don't like nuts in my candy.
Here's your Heather.
Wait, can you say that again,
That's
please?
got to be. That's got to be.
Starburst is the F. The kill is Snickers. I don't like nuts
They're
in
doing
my candy.
F, Mary,
That-
kill for Halloween candy?
Kenny, you're onto something there. That had to be a news story. from
Morning
something.
show.
That's morning
What are
show.
you
Written all
talking? What the
over it.
hell are you talking about?
I just want to hear David read it one more
Wait,
time.
one more time.
I can do that.
You don't like nuts and what?
Talk about the nuts again.
Where don't
is
you like
the
the
F.
nuts?
The kill is Snickers. I don't like nuts in my candy.
And the candy.
Very good. Yeah, give me Heather.
You know what? It seems so easy to say Heather.
Oh,
Or,
man.
or would it be like Greg or something?
I
You
know.
it
Like,
wouldn't
I'm
be a
kind of
bad
going
call
back
either.
to like a gov. Like, maybe Heather read the news story and then they responded from it.
This is
Starburst is the F.
They were doing F, Mary, Kill for Halloween.
It was probably a cookie jar thing, if we're being
I think
honest.
this
Hold on.
Yeah, it's cookies. I think
Are
it's
you
Jim.
janking yourself?
No, I'm just telling you
You
what
clearly
I think.
heard what happened.
No,
because you said they were ranking Halloween
He said
candy.
Starburst is the F, and then he said Kill. Am I right in
No,
this?
no.
That is what it
No,
says.
you're
Starburst.
out.
No,
You're
I'm
out.
not out.
You cannot talk.
I am not
you clearly
shaking
heard
myself.
this.
Come on, guys,
Like, quickly, Starburst is the F.
See?
The kill is Snickers. I don't like nuts in my candy.
See?
See?
F, Mary, Kill.
You heard this.
You know
You
what?
did not.
I'm going to go Heather. Just because why would David put this
I
in?
go Costa.
Heather.
Damn it. I'm going Jansen.
Who said it?
God, I told. God, I said Gov to start with.
This was unenjoyable.
You suck because you listen to the station 24/7 and you got everything wrong.
I got
Jeff,
one right. First one right.
Both of us got one right, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, we're good with that.
Yeah.
By the way,
Stink.
I was in 2 weeks ago. I went 4 for 5.
Oh.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's right. Put it on my
Because
resume.
that's all you do.
That's
You
right.
wake up at 5:45. You listen to the
How
station.
dare you?
12 hours in a row.
Station starts at 6, by the way.
Loser. Sorry,
All right.
I didn't mean that. I'm sorry.
No, actually, he did.
Yeah.
97-1.
Oh, jeez.
That's right. Anything but Eagles and Giants is fair play.
Well, it's your NFL ranking, because Lord knows we don't do the Big Ten rankings anymore.
We do not. Awful segment for an awful conference.
So we've upgraded.
Lions number 1. And those are the rankings. David?
248. No. At number 14, the Dallas Cowboys. 2-2-1.
Drug test this man, please.
Well, Mike, I said they're at 14 because the other ones are slim picking.
Okay. Cowboys are not a playoff team, therefore.
No, okay, it's for right now. It's not. We're not forecasting. We're talking right now. Go ahead.
Just I've said everything I need to say. Cowboys suck. Next.
At number 13, the Seattle Seahawks, 3-2.
Should be 4-1. They found every way to blow that game last week. I'd probably have them a little bit higher, but they're going to get tested. They got a road trip to Jacksonville this week. The travel's tough. The humidity's going to be tough, and Jacksonville's kind of feeling themselves. Maybe Liam Cohen will come out in a bedazzled fishing vest this week. I'm good with it.
Jacksonville is on this list, and we'll get to them later.
All right.
At number 12, fresh off of their 2 weeks in Europe, the Minnesota Vikings.
Again, drug tested immediately. Get this man a urine cup, please. Are you insane?
Mike?
Carson Wentz and the Vikings ahead of the Seattle Seahawks.
Yes.
Okay. Guys, I can't work with a drug addict. I can't do it.
They did it overseas, Mike. The 2 comeback victories.
When did Charlie Sheen, circa 2013, start hosting this show? Did you just blast a rock? The Vikings at 12?
Yes.
No, someone help me.
Where would you put the Vikings?
30th.
Okay. So you put the Texans in there?
No.
Okay. Like I said, Mike, these are bad teams. Would you put the Ravens? Would you put the Cardinals, the Panthers, the Bengals? Like the teams underneath them, trust me when I say, when you get to the bottom of this list.
Oh, man. Go ahead.
David, I see you searching. Keep searching. Tell me if you find something better. At number 9, the Green Bay Packers. 2-1.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I probably have them a little lower. They've played like straight ass. They are the Cam Ward Memorial Team. Keep it a buck, as Cam says. They ass. I mean, they went from being the best team in football the first couple of weeks to losing to the Browns, having that awful tie against Dallas. I need to see more from them. You put 120 awful minutes of football on tape.
Mm-hmm. At number 8, the Denver Broncos.
Should be higher.
There's my problem. They should definitely be higher.
They're going to win the West.
8?
They got effed in Indy. They got that game stolen from them. Huge win in Philly. Yeah, they're going to go pip, pip, cheerio against Aaron Glenn and the Jets this week. That, to me, is the team that's winning the West. That, to me, they're in conversation to be the second best team in the AFC.
Okay. At number 7, I have the New England Patriots.
Over the Broncos?
Huh? Okay.
Okay, you know what? Kenny, go get him a cup.
Who the Patriots just beat?
Listen,
the Bills.
Listen.
Okay.
So head-to-head doesn't count for anything.
It does.
No, not when you struggled all year. You lost to the Raiders. You lost to old balls. Not David, as I point to him, but Aaron Rodgers, who David represents as old balls.
But they go to Buffalo, and they get the victory. You ready to complain more?
No, I've cast my vote.
Okay.
Keep moving.
All right. At number 6, I got the 49ers.
Oh, okay.
Injury-riddled team. Mike, all they've done is win games with backup quarterbacks and third-string receivers and new kickers.
If the Broncos play the 49ers on a neutral field, you would pick the Niners.
Mike, I'm not saying I would pick them, but they just keep winning.
They're
what
terrible.
am I supposed to reward?
They're terrible.
I can't reward a team for winning?
No.
2 of their 4 wins are against New Orleans and Arizona. 2
You mean
good teams.
The Cardinals team that somebody told me.
I got it wrong. That's not a flex.
Win the whole
I got it wrong.
Cardinals are not
I got it wrong.
good.
David,
I got it wrong.
David, they're undefeated in their division. They go to L.A. and win. I can't knock them for lose. They didn't lose.
I'm not saying knock them, but put them down to maybe 10.
Okay.
That's all.
They're at 6. At number 5, I have the Indianapolis Colts.
No issue.
Yes, I like that.
What? got one right.
It's not right or wrong. It's sensible and drugs.
Wow.
And that's it. That's your grading
It's
scale.
just a difference of opinion for
The
me.
Colts
That's
are a
all.
monolith, and now they're favored by 7 for the first time in franchise history. Better not screw up against the Cardinals.
At number 4, I have the New York Giants. Just seeing if you're listening.
They're not fourth in their own practice facility.
Just seeing if you're listening. At number 4, I have the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Okay.
I mean, it's tough because they keep rescuing it from the fire. I mean, that's 4 under 3-minute fourth quarter comebacks
I
for
know.
Baker. You can't live that way, but they are. They're going to get Mike Evans back. Big game this week against the number 6 rated Niners. God, I hope they blow their doors off.
You know if they win.
Oh, it's disgusting. I won't be able to handle it. Awful.
At number 3, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, no. No.
Not 3.
No. Look, it's a fun story. All the Duval and fishing vest jokes. They're not this high. They're not efficient. The turnovers are still a problem, and the defense is living off of turnover creation. I love the win. Poor Costa crying into his own balls because the Chiefs lost, but they're not number 3.
Not sustainable, but for right now, I got them
They
at
beat
3.
the Panthers, Texans, and Niners. Not impressed with that.
Oh, the number 6 ranked Niners. That's an elite win.
It is right now.
Horse's ass.
At
A backup quarterback. They beat him. That's a quality win.
Go ahead, number 2.
On the road. At number
Hold on, the Chiefs aren't on this list?
At number 2, the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, I just want to state for the record, this man doesn't have the Kansas City Chiefs in the top 14 on this list.
Mike, you got to win games.
Okay.
You know what? Here, on my list, you don't get credit for what I think you're going to be. It's where you are right now. And right now, the Kansas City Chiefs are a 2-3 team.
This segment has caused a headache.
Okay, if that's the case, you know what? Maybe I should put the Ravens in here because I think they're going to be good later.
No, they're terrible. That's okay.
Hey, Chiefs, win some games and you'll make the list.
Oh, boy. All right, number
Am
1.
I asking for too much?
Just tell me number 1's the Lions, please.
At number 1 is the Lions.
Thank
They're
God.
4-1.
I disagree.
Whoa,
Say, no,
Hold on. As Ronnie the limo driver once said, stop the clock. Where are the Eagles? You don't have the Eagles?
I do have the Eagles. Wait a minute.
Where are the Eagles?
Hold on.
Or the Steelers.
Here, do yourself a favor. Just kick San Francisco out there. Put the Eagles at 6.
Or
and we'll
the
call list good.
Steelers.
No. There we go.
Where are the Eagles?
No, I misnumbered these things.
There's no team in Pennsylvania on this list.
No.
I mean, I hate the Eagles as much as the next guy, but they're a top 14
No,
team.
I had to everybody back when I had the Cowboys as the honorable mention. Eagles are coming in at 5. The Colts are 6. Niners are at 7.
Okay, so
Green
the
Bay-
Cowboys didn't make the list.
Yeah, they didn't. They were honorable mentions.
So because you effed up,
Right.
you caused false anger by us.
But it was fun.
No, because then you cried about it, and then you made us feel bad because we were being abusive.
But it was fun.
All right. Well, listen, Eagles are back on the list.
Eagles are at 5.
That works.
Yes.
And the Lions are. They're the number 1 team in the league right now.
Riding a 4-game winning streak.
Gotten better every week. They've dropped bombs on a couple of teams. Huge test Sunday night. It's a back against the wall desperation spot for the Chiefs. You go into Arrowhead and end their season, man, oh man, that's as impressive as a regular season win as you'll get.
So that is your NFL Power 14 ranking.
Brought to you by Crack Rock.
Of course, it's a Friday, brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions practice report had Kirby Joseph missing. Terrion Arnold did make a return. He said his shoulder felt good on the practice field, but it's up in the air whether he does play. DJ Reader missed yesterday with a back ailment. He returned today in a limited capacity as well. Tampa Bay saw receivers Mike Evans and Chris Godwin miss practice. The NFL explained further today why NFL Films took down the Brian Branch video on X. Quote, this particular sequence felt different to NFL Films as a part of a 9-minute breakdown of the Lions-Chiefs game than it did as a standalone excerpt on social media. On X, it felt very overly critical to Brian Branch, so it was taken down, end quote. Tigers Free Press writer Evan Petzold reported today that the financial gap between the Tigers and Tarek Skubal might actually be closer to $300 million rather than the $250 million that was reported yesterday by John Heyman. The Red Wings will be without one of their best players again tonight. Lucas Raymond, Todd McClellan said he's getting better but still remains day-to-day. The Lightning are in town tonight. Tampa Bay has gotten off to a rough start at 1-3, while Detroit riding a 3-game winning streak. Hear that 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty, 5 o'clock. By the way, to let you in on something, Rico, Wojo coming in at 6 o'clock for a short show by himself. How about that?
Yeah, but it's like 6 to 6:10?
No, it's 45 minutes. He's going to be fatigued. Okay. So his gin guy's going to be waiting outside. He needs one of those immediately after doing a 45-minute show. Anyway, listen, we've hit on everything from Tarek Skubal to the Detroit Lions. Who said it? TJ Lang was in studio for like an hour plus. If you want to hit on anything or go back to anything, hit the Odyssey Rewind, and you can listen to anything you want. However, Rico, we talked Tarek Skubal in the first hour, and I thought we should bring it back for the later crowd simply because I think it's interesting, the question we came up. We all saw the John Heyman report that apparently the Tigers and Skubal are $250 million apart. Evan Petzold then put something on the Free Press today, and he said it's probably more like $300 million. I think we all know that the Tigers are not extending Tarek Skubal. The big question is, what the hell do you do now? Considering you could trade him, probably not going to get the full value you want. You could keep him, try to win a World Series with him, or you can extend him, which I don't think is going to happen. So you and I put our heads together, and we came up with a question that nobody has asked yet. Mm-hmm. How the heck do the Tigers come out looking the best they can? How do the Tigers not lose this situation? What needs to happen for the Tigers to look good when the Tarek Skubal situation is over? And I said simply, keep him, make some free agent acquisitions, and go to the ALCS. If you keep him and win with him, I kind of think that when it's all said and done, he's going to be on a different team. You're going to look okay. If you trade him, you better get some pieces that help this team out right now. If not, you're not going to look okay. And if you extend him, which I don't think anybody thinks is going to happen, you better hope that he's more Max Scherzer instead of a guy that after the first couple of years flames out. So how do the Tigers look the best they possibly can? What do they need to do to win this situation?
Rigger, I'm almost getting to the point where I don't think that they can win this situation because if you pay him, you're going to be stuck with him. And chances are either he's going to get injured or the final years of this contract, you're just going to be paying him for the front part of the contract. If you trade him, you don't know what you're going to get in the trade. So 3-4 years from now, you may sit there and say, you know what? That trade worked. I mean, case in point, it could be different sport, but the Grant Hill trade bought the Pistons a championship down the line. You didn't know at the time. It looked like you were getting garbage pieces. Turned out to be cornerstone pieces instead. I guess if you're the Tigers, the best thing you could do is at least look like you're trying to give a damn. Look like you're trying to do something rather than sitting back doing nothing. So if you could get Skubal, put a number out there and say, look, man, we did everything we could, but guys, he's not an everyday player, and we can't just go out there throwing money.
Oh, so you want to float a number just to look like the Tigers tried, optic-wise.
You float a number, and then you kind of Yeah, you float that number and you kind of want to make it seem like we try, but him and his agent, man, they really didn't want to be Tigers.
So let me ask you this. Do we all agree that the Tigers are not going to extend them? Like, we agree. They just can't afford them or they don't want to, whatever the case is. Is that a fair assumption? They're not going to extend them. That would be shocking if they extended it.
I think the Tigers have gotten to the point, Rieger, I'll know more in a couple months at the winter meetings.
That's probably where he would get traded.
If he's still a Tiger after that, they're going to ride this thing till the wheels come off.
And I think they should. So Tarek,
which I think is a mistake because now you've gotten nothing. So, you know what? Let me backtrack. You ride this so it goes out, the wheels come off, but you go all in this offseason.
Yeah, Bo Bichette.
You go
Alex
all
Bregman.
in and you bring
Dylan Cease.
You spend some money. You do something that you didn't really want to do, but you go all in for this year. You go for broke, and I think no Tiger fan would be upset because it looked like you gave it.
Yes, and I agree. I think the Tigers should keep them, use them, and then they'll get a comp pick for them. But I think what you can achieve with them is the big thing, and you could come out looking like winners if you get to the ALCS or you get to the World Series. Evan Petzold had this stat the other day on social media. Let me give it to you. The Tigers over the last 2 years with Skubal pitching, they're 42-20. That's insane. For every one loss, they have 2 wins. Non-Skubal starts over the last 2 years, the Tigers are 131 and 131, meaning if you lose him, it's going to affect you negatively. So I would keep him. I would do exactly what you just said, build around him, spend some money in free agency, despite the fact Scott hasn't done that yet. And I think that's the way to go. But what's the best way to come out looking good? And the other question I had, Rico, and I think this is true. I think a week ago, this time, we're getting ready for Game 5. I think most Tiger fans would be like, give him a blank check, whatever it takes, bring him back. But I think after watching him in Game 5, only going 6 innings, retiring 14 in a row, 10 strikeouts, threw 101 miles per hour on his last pitch, and he came out of the game. I think now Tiger fans are appalled by that. You saw Scherzer yesterday wanted to stay in. Freddie Peralta wanted to stay in. Yamamoto's complete game. I think Tiger fans, because of Friday a week ago today, they don't care if he leaves or not. Am I right about that? I think Friday was a deal breaker.
I think Friday tainted it a little bit. I think Friday it went from, you got to bring this guy back to you're kind of questioning, well, does he really want to help this team win? Because he had an opportunity to really put a stamp on his Tiger legacy and go out there in a money game and just say, hey, I'm that guy. And this is why you should pay me. Not saying you got to go to the complete game. You go back out there in the 7th inning.
No, with a lead.
I mean, you just struck out Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
And you're throwing the ball 100 miles an hour. You just retired, 14 in a row, 10 strikeouts.
Yes.
There was no Tiger pitcher in the bullpen as good as you were at that time. So you tell them, guys, I got this.
So you think that's a deal breaker for Detroit? I agree with you.
Rieger, big-time players step up in big-time moments. That was a big-time moment, and somebody chose. Somebody, I don't know who. Let me get that straight.
That's fair.
I don't know who, but somebody chose for him to sit on the bench rather than go back out there in a big-time moment.
He sure did not campaign to come back in the game. If he did, I feel we would have heard about it, and we did not. AJ said that both him and Skubal in the 5th inning said the 6th would be your last. 248-539-9797. What do the Tigers have to do to come out looking like winners of the Skubal situation? And then the second thing is, did last Friday take a little away from the greatness of a Skubal? I mean, is it a deal breaker? I feel more people were on Skubal's side until that game happened, which is kind of genius by the Tigers because the Tigers have kind of changed the narrative where it kind of looks like Skubal and Boris are the ones that you should be unhappy with instead of the Detroit Tigers for not extending this guy. 97 won the ticket. All right, asking the question, can the Tigers win the Skubal situation? What has to happen for the Tigers to be considered victorious? And what do you want them to do? Also asking the question, did last Friday turn you off on Tarik Skubal just a tad, coming out after 6 innings with 99 pitches? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We got some calls. Rico, you want to go to the phones?
Let's go to the phones.
Charles, you're on the ticket. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. So I'm going to start by saying Friday definitely turned me off. I think when I see, did you guys see what Scherzer did the other day?
Yeah.
They tried taking him out of that game yesterday.
To be fair, Charles, that was the 4th inning as compared to the 6th inning. But yes, you're right. And I mean,
you're right.
Scherzer's like 41 years old as compared to Skubal
Exactly.
being in his 20s. So I got you.
And I look at it like Verlander this year pitched a game where he threw 121 pitches.
Correct.
He's 42 years old. So, no, I don't really buy into it. I think they need to trade the guy. I don't think he wants to be here. I really don't think that they can let him walk for nothing. So I think you call up the Mets, get a couple of their prospects, Jet Williams, maybe a Jonah Tong, try and get Brett Beatty, and just build this team. I think they overperformed anyway. They need some bats.
Thank you, Charles.
Charles,
oh, sorry. I did not mean to do that.
Rieger,
I
you know what? No,
apologize.
David Rieger is quick to hang up on folks. He doesn't let you get a conversation in. He's very selfish.
Oh, my God.
When he's done, he's done. He doesn't think about anybody else on the show.
Well, I was just
It was
wondering.
an awkward, but Charles, call back. We'll give you to 6 o'clock.
What I was wondering is why does Charles feel like Skubal doesn't want to be here? Because
you know why?
I don't understand that part of it.
I can help you with that. I'm not Charles because we didn't get to hear Charles. 'cause Rieger was
Unbelievable.
being
Let
selfish.
it go.
I can't. You let him go.
I did.
I think because you don't see Skubal campaigning to come back, whenever he's asked a question, it's always, hey, you need to talk to my agent. It's never like, well, you know, this is my heart, man.
But that's the business side of it. And I've heard athletes before in Detroit or elsewhere
I understand.
say they want to be somewhere and then they still don't go back.
No, David, I get it. But fans, let's be real. Fans like to be lied to. They do.
That's what it is.
Fans
That
like
is
to be
true.
lied to, whether it's the organization, whether it's the owner, whether it's the coach, whether it's the GM, whether it's the players.
Yeah, make me feel good, even
Tell
if you're
me
lying.
I'm pretty. Tell me we're going to win. Tell me we have a chance. Even though you know you don't. Just lie to me.
Do I look good in this dress?
Right.
Sure you
Oh,
do.
you better say yes to that
Do these
always.
jeans make me look fat? No, the fat makes you look fat.
Oh, does that work?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I'm going to be using
Jeans
that
sure
one.
it works.
No, but to
Jeans
your
didn't make
question,
you look-
David, I don't think Skubal doesn't want to be here.
Right.
I don't think Skubal wants to be here. I think Skubal wants to be wherever the money's going to be.
See, and
I think it's that
No, but
transactional.
what
I
you
really think it
want-
is like that.
Detroiters love our Detroiters. So you want him. It's as stupid as it sounds. The second Cade Cunningham put on those stupid glasses, I knew the city was going to embrace him.
Right.
He was never going to go through what Grant Hill went through. He was never going to go through all of that because immediately, he put on the buffs. He's a Detroiter. He said, "What up, Doe?" Okay, he's our guy. It's why this town has this love with J-Mo, because you can see him at the Coney Island just eating, an omelet because he embraces the
He's
city.
also very fast and a fun athlete to watch. But I agree with you. But let me read this ticket text that we just came in. Hey, Rieger and Rico, seems like you guys are creating the story that Skubal is not a team player. There could have been many reasons why he didn't want to come back out for the 7th. Maybe he just didn't feel good. I don't understand why you guys are making him out to be the bad guy. It's kind of disgusting. Don't you guys have something else to effing talk about? Rico, you're doing it the most, making up this narrative that he's a bad teammate. I don't think anybody's saying he's a bad teammate, but yes, he did it for the money.
Well, this is Ticket Tech's guy who took the time out of his day because he's listening to us to criticize me. I don't care. I didn't say that. I'm saying big-time players play big in big-time moments. Now, if you feel triggered by that Ticket Tech's guy,
maybe you were on to something.
Maybe you realize he passed up an opportunity to cement his legacy here in the city of Detroit.
You are so right. And again, listen, Scherzer did it back in the day in 13,
It's
and
why
people
we
were
still
upset.
talk about Verlander.
Of
and you're
course.
ready to build a statue for him because I'm doing this. It's why you still remember Maglio hitting the home run. It's why you still remember certain moments. And you know what moment I don't remember? It's Skubal in the seventh inning because he wasn't there.
It's a tough pill to swallow.
Right.
It is. Well, when you go through this entire season and you see that you got a 1-run lead and you're 9 outs away and you got a guy that's just rolling and is better than anybody you got in the bullpen, and he comes out of the game and we don't know why he came out.
No.
All we got was there was a conversation in the 5th inning. Like, absolutely.
it's the
Nobody's
same
trying to
thing.
make Skubal look bad. He made himself look bad.
It's the same thing that happens in every game. And it's like, okay, I get it. You're trying to preserve his arm. But at some point, there's nothing to preserve because if we lose this game, our season is
right. You're
done.
in Cancun regardless.
Okay, so great. You know what? He'll be nice and fresh for opening day.
The guy's amazing. He's the best pitcher in the game. But it's a bad look to have come out of that game. Sean, you're on the ticket. What's up, Sean?
Hey, boys. How we doing today?
Hey, Sean.
Wonderful.
Hey, I want to bring up and get your guys' thoughts. What if the Tigers just hold him and hold for the lockout in 27? And I have a feeling there's going to be a salary cap. I don't think the Mets, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Phillies are going to be able to afford him. So this $250 that Boris is wanting now, it might not be there. They go, here's 6 at 180. You cut your legs off, waiting to sign an extension.
Yeah, but Sean, he's a free agent before that, though.
But and I'm about to say, Sean, it's the exact opposite because of what you're saying. He's going to want to try to get the money now in fear of it won't be there later. So let me go ahead and break the bank and sign. It was like back, when quarterbacks can sign those ridiculous rookie deals until all of a sudden they said, nah, it's the rookie salary cap. I think the same for Skubal. Let's make as much money as we can in fear that we won't be able to.
But he becomes a free agent when after 26, which
Correct.
is when the
In
lockout's going
November.
to start.
Yeah, no, right.
So they have him unless somebody signs him before the lockout starts. But then all of a sudden you've got the cap that you have to worry about.
Sean, you're not going to be the only team that is trying to get him, though. So even if he signs a contract after the lockout, it's still going to be a bunch of teams that are interested in Tarek Skubal, and you're not going to get any kind of discount from him. You know what I mean?
But the big teams aren't going to be able to afford him. So now you're competing with Cleveland.
Why not?
Is Cleveland going to go?
There's not going to be a salary cap, Sean. I mean, I don't think there will be. And listen, David did not give me permission to hang up on Sean. I know I had to ask, but we were up against
have
it.
Conversations.
Oh, you wanted me to keep that going?
I wanted to hear what he had to say.
That was good, Jeff. Thank you.
Can I just make a quick statement?
No.
And it's not unfair. Tarek Skubal wants to get paid. It's that simple.
It really is.
It doesn't matter about city or team or anything else. He wants to get paid.
If the Tigers come forth with the best deal, then he's going to come back and say the words that every Detroiter wants to hear. I'm a Tiger for life. I always wanted to be here.
Of course.
I never wavered. I knew I was going to be a Tiger. And that's what that's our guy. And you'll forget all about this.
You're right, Rico.
And if he walks away, everybody will be like, yeah, that's the same guy who didn't go out and pitch the 7th inning. That's how we are as fans.
After Game 5, he was asked, do you talk to the organization about your future with them? You know what his response was? All I do is pitch. That's what I get paid to. Talk to them. That sounds like a guy that really cares he wants to be in Detroit. No, he wants to get paid. That's it. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Do what I did. Why? Because Hamilton's leading the way with the unbeatable prices and top-notch service and a commitment to total satisfaction. Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, a tough truck, a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road, and a Chevy that will not only fit your lifestyle, but it will fit your budget as well. That's more important, including the October Rico deal, still a few days left. A new 2026 Chevy Trailblazer for just $289 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals I found at 14 Mile and Mound Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Yes, guys, it is time for the picks, and well, we don't have to talk about it. Mike's in first place. Let's move on to this week's games.
Killer week
here.
from Mike,
barely.
7-3.
Yeah, we can move past that.
Whatever. Rico, you kind of sucked. 4-6.
Yeah, man. Rico's in last.
You know what?
It's been a struggle so far.
Right, I started off high.
6 weeks in, man. We're just scrapping for.
Then me and TJ at the top, and
we're scraping for.
All right, let's head over to
leftovers.
Utah here. Utah University will head south about an hour to Provo to face the number 15 BYU Cougars. Rico, 3.5 favored by Utah, by the way.
3.5 favored by Utah. I mean, I don't even know if people need to listen to me because I haven't gotten it right yet. But seriously, I start off every Saturday 1-4. But
do opposite picks. Whatever
I
you
did
feel,
that
go
last
the
week.
other way.
I did that last week.
You
It
finish
didn't work.
every Saturday.
Didn't really help.
So you know what?
I'm gonna go opposite of what you pick, big dog.
Okay, then you know what? I'm gonna go Utah. TJ's gonna be soaking over there.
Battle of the Soakers.
Yeah, TJ, you know exactly what to do here. We're going to be soaking it up.
Oh, I
this
know
weekend.
it. Let's go,
BYU.
Kenny.
Yeah, I have to go opposite Rico here. I have to go BYU now.
Kenny, I'm just going to lay down and have you rock the bed for me, okay, on this
I'll
one,
jump
big
up
guy?
and down on the bed for you.
I think Utah is 5-1 on the road as a favorite their last 6 games, so I'm gonna take the Utes. I'm gonna take Utah.
What a stat! I go with TJ
I
and
just
Rico.
completely made that up.
Oh,
So,
did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I changed my mind. I go
believe
BYU.
it. That was a good made-up stat.
You sold it well.
Number 16, Missouri, a 1.5 point favorite on the road going to Auburn. Rico.
You know what? If this game was at Missouri, I would say go ahead and take the Tigers. But going on the road, Auburn can play defense. Auburn is just that pesky team. Go Tigers.
Yeah, it makes me feel even better when I disagree with Rico now because I'm taking Missouri laying the 1.5.
Hold on, Rico. You said go Tigers. They're both Tigers.
Great point.
That's a great point.
That's what
Go
he was
orange,
saying.
orange Tigers.
Right.
That's what he meant. Orange Tigers.
I'm going to go
Auburn.
Tigers as well. Missouri,
All right,
though.
Can't lose.
I'll put it this way: War Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, not going War Eagle. Missouri.
Yeah, I don't know why. Flip a coin. I'm going to take Auburn. I'm going to take the home team.
Okay,
this one.
I feel good.
Yeah, I got
TJ's
nothing
right
else
there.
to add. I'm not going to try to butter you up. I'm taking Auburn.
I'll go with the Tigers.
There you go.
I win.
Can't lose.
All right.
The Tigers are out of it, by the way. They didn't go to the ALCS. Let's move on here. Number 5, Ole Miss visiting the Dogs of Georgia. Number 9 there. They're the 7.5-point favorite at home.
All right, so I'm going to try and make a pick. You know what? Kenny's not going to be happy with me.
Don't do it.
I like Georgia.
Nope.
I don't think Georgia will cover, so I'm going to take Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin.
Old
Miss.
Or Ole?
No, old.
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 Elderly Miss. I'm going to go with Go Dogs.
Old man Miss.
Go Dogs.
I was already leaning in one direction, and then Rico made his selection. So I don't know how to feel about this, but I'm going to go with the Dogs. What is that?
I'm really feeling a little slighted here. But go ahead.
What is that? That's what I'm going with.
For me, 7.5 is too much. I think Ole Miss has the firepower to keep up with Georgia here. I'm taking Ole Miss. I'm taking the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I agree. I think 7.5 is too much. I'll go the elderly Miss.
The aging
Ole
Miss.
Yes.
Can you get a little bit more enthusiastic about the picks here, Jeff, please?
What do you mean?
You're just boring.
Wow.
Give me a little bit of juice, buddy.
Hold on. Give me the next
There
one.
we go. Yeah.
Maybe he can give you juice
Jeff,
on this
come on.
next game.
Give me something.
In the Big
Sell
Ten.
me. Sell me this pen.
Michigan
All right,
State
Mike.
goes to number 3, Indiana. Why is this game on the board? 27.5-point favorite for
hell.
Indiana.
27.5. Rico?
If I could do this 28 straight times.
Are you taking the Hoosiers?
Are you taking the Hoosier Daddies?
Absolutely, I'm taking the Hoosiers. Absolutely.
Who's your daddy?
Okay, all seriousness, they'll cover by halftime.
And I can argue with you.
Here's why.
Yeah.
They have to. He's got to put up style points because he wants to be number one in the country, and he just got paid $93 million. He's got to show he's worth it.
I'm the choir, brother.
Okay.
I don't think I've agreed with anything Rico's had to say this segment. I'm going to go MSU.
Oh, no, Kenny, you're wrong here. Indiana all day in this one. TJ.
Yeah, I'm with you, Hatchet. I think Indiana, this is going to be a bloodbath and probably a funeral for the coach over there in the old green and white.
No, they'll wait till next week.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath. I'm taking the Hoosiers.
We'll pull the plug then.
Hoosiers.
Jeffrey.
You don't think there's any chance they fire him before Michigan? I go Michigan State. I have tried to figure out how the Hoosier Daddies can lose this game, or at least it's a close.
That's not possible.
It's not. It really
The only
isn't. It's
way
going to be a
is
bloodbath.
It's like a 20% chance of a thunderstorm.
Okay.
A
That's
late
the
field. We do know that Smith likes to kick late field goals to cover the spread, though. So
Bringing
maybe
that
that's your
backup
out.
quarterback
Okay,
here.
if you're kicking a field goal and you're down by 30, you know
We've
what?
seen it before.
Fire
We've
that
seen
man.
it before.
Would it be the most shocking thing if
We got
Michigan
more
State-
games
oh,
to go,
sorry.
fellas.
Come on, Rieger.
Still in the Big Ten, Washington is visiting Michigan. Michigan is the 5.5-point favorite.
Wow.
Rico.
Demond Williams Jr., give me the Huskies.
What a shock.
Oh, no, I'm terrified. I have to agree with him. Backdoor cover, give me Washington.
I agree with him as well. Washington in this one.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you guys. Yeah, Washington. I just haven't seen enough from Michigan's offense to know
That
that
kind
they
of
can be
dog.
explosive to keep up with anybody. That's worth a damn. I think Washington's pretty damn good too. I'm taking the Huskies.
The Huskies for sure, despite the fact that most at this station don't think, other than your show, that Michigan will lose this game.
Let's head over to the NFL. And we have a London game. What a shock.
Getting sick
The
of this.
Rams are a 3.5-point favorite against the Jags.
You know what? This is a Jags home team because it's their home away from home. David, when you originally gave it to me, it was the Rams -2.5, -3.5. I got to swing back over to the Jags.
The fact that it's over a field goal, if it was under, I would probably pick the Rams, but I'm going to take the Jags here.
See, Rico, that's where I'm confused because it was 2.5. But then after the announcement of no Puka Nacua, then it moves to 3.5 Rams. So I have to go Rams. I just have to. TJ.
I'm against you. I think Jags are playing in front of a home crowd. London's not that much different than Jacksonville. They're used to playing.
There
over
is.
there.
That's right. That's Jacksonville.
right.
Yeah, no Puka
West.
Nacua. I think that
Pretty much
I don't
what
know if they
everybody
win the
says.
game, but I think the Jags keep it close. I'm taking Jacksonville.
Did you say London's no different than Jacksonville?
crowd wise.
Oh, I just thought you
home
meant
field,
city-wise.
home field advantage.
I think city-wise.
Home field advantage is what I
No Puka, no problem. I got the Rams. I hear Kelly loves London, and they're going to do an emergency podcast before the game.
She doesn't do podcasts anymore. Let's move over to the next game.
Wait,
the
what?
Colts are visiting L.A. to face the Chargers.
You know what?
Chargers are 1.5-point favorite.
I'm
Rico.
gonna go with the hottest team that nobody believes in. It's gonna be a great state of Indiana. Give me the Colts along with the Hoosiers.
Back to disagreeing with Rico. It feels nice. Give me the Chargers.
I don't think they'll have Joe Alt back. So because of that, I have to go reluctantly to the Colts. TJ.
I'm going Colts because it just seems like destiny is on their side, at least the first half of the season, and I'm not going to get away with that. So I'm going with the Colts. Daniel Jones is playing really good football, by the way.
He is.
Yeah.
The Chargers are fake, aren't they? I go Colts.
Next game here has crossed the bridge. It was the Commanders favored by 1.5. Now it's the Cowboys favored by 1.5. Cowboys at home.
You know what? And it does not change, David. I'm going with the same pick. I had the Commanders just to flat out win the game. Give me the Commanders.
Yeah, for me, it's exact same as Rico. I'm going to take the Commanders as well.
Wow. I'm going Cowboys in this one. Not because of the bridge crossing. I was already leaning Cowboys.
Yeah, I was going to go Commanders, but after listening to Rico and Kenny make their picks, I think I'm going to scratch that out.
This is not good.
And take the Cowboys. I think their offense is just too much for Washington to handle. Washington looks a little bit off right now. Sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels. Hasn't been the same player. I'm taking Dallas.
Yeah, I go Commanders. After losing to Ben Johnson at the Bears, they're so embarrassed that they beat the Cowboys and Jerry.
2.5-point favorites here for the next game. The Eagles are visiting the Vikings. Rico.
Carson Wentz getting some revenge against his former team, but somehow or another, the Eagles just always find a way to win. Give me the Eagles.
Yeah, under a field goal especially. If it was over the number 3, I might be more inclined to pick the Vikings, but I'm going to take Philly here.
Yes, that is true. JJ is playing Wentz. I'm sorry, JJ is not playing. Wentz is going to play once more. The Vikings are coming off a bye week, and I don't think the book has caught up in reality to what the Eagles are. So I'm going with the Vikings.
Fair.
I'm going with the Vikings, too. Philly just looks off base to me. I mean, you got players talking about, hey, we had a meeting with these guys, and then A.J. Brown's like, I don't know what meeting you're talking about. Like, you're crazy. Something's just off with Philly right now. I think they're kind of at the top of the downslide. So I'm going to take Minnesota on this one.
All this impending doom for the Eagles. Sirianni gets it right. I got the Eagles big.
And finally, Monday Night Football. The Buccaneers are coming to Detroit. Detroit is a favorite by 5.5, the Devil's number.
Okay, Kenny, I want you to make this pick because I think the Lions will win, but all my picks have been wrong. So which way do you think I should go?
I'm picking the Lions. I think the script is in, and
Okay,
we're gonna.
well, you know what?
Yeah,
Lions.
Yeah, the script
You want
is
me to pick
in.
the Bucks?
Yeah, can you just do it for me? Pick the Bucks.
Fine. For Kenny, I'll pick the Bucks.
All right.
I'm going Lions here. What are we doing, TJ?
Hatch, I'm with you, buddy. I don't think there's any way that this team doesn't come out of that loss against Kansas City with some fire in their ass. And I think it's going to be a good, solid 35-27 type win. I'm taking Lions.
Lions have 4 wins. They're against the combined teams that are 7-16. Baker always kills
Debbie
the
Downer.
Lions, baby. I got the Bucks winning the football
Yeah,
game.
but the NFL, they owe the Lions.
That's what I heard.
They
You
owe
guys
them.
keep saying that.
They owe
Bucks
them.
win the football
They've
game.
admitted it.
And those are the picks. A 97 won the ticket.
Well, they both stink. All right. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Look, you need to head into your local Planet Fitness right now because right now, $1 down will get you started on your membership. And after that, it's just $15 a month. That's it. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Many of the Planet Fitness locations have brand new equipment like the Hack Squat and Supine benches. They also have free weights, cable towers, Smith machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, everything needed to get you started on your fitness journey. You just got to show up. You got to sign up. $1 down, $15 a month, get you going. And if the excuse is you don't have time, that's not an excuse. They offer convenient hours that fit your schedule and your routine, plus a little added bonus, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Head to one of the 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout Metro Detroit right now. $1 down is all that you need. You can join right there at the club, or you can go online, or you can use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
All right, 97 won the ticket. How about one call before Woj makes his way in?
If we do
Casey
it
and-
right, we can take them both. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Casey in Birmingham, you're on the ticket. What's up, Case?
Not much. Don't hang up on me yet.
I won't. I have to ask permission, Casey.
Okay. So unfortunately, I think in order to win this situation, what?
That's Wojo being
That's
rude. Go
Wojo
ahead,
being
Casey.
very rude. Go on, Casey.
Hey! But unfortunately, I think we have to trade him just based on this last postseason, not just that, the Game 5 where he came out and didn't fight to get back in, but also the fact that we did not win all of his starts. And why is that? Because our bullpen and our bats are not good enough. So if we can trade him and, like a few of you said, get pieces that will help us immediately, yeah, we do that. And then also at the trade deadline, move some of these pieces that are in our farm system that's supposed to be so good. I mean, that's the only way to do it.
Case, okay. I'm with you. I just wonder, do they trade him? I have this feeling that they're going to keep him and try to win with him. Maybe I'm wrong. What does Wojo think?
They will keep him, and then he will leave. And they'll do...
Do you know who we're talking about?
Scoobs. Yeah. Who'd you think I thought?
We were talking about Brian Branch.
Yeah. No, you were.
No, we were.
No, it is. They will follow the Scherzer plan.
Ride them till the wheels fall off.
Ride them till the wheels fall off.
And then leak the offer.
And act like they made a really nice offer, then get all pissy and make the player look bad.
Yeah, we offered him 10
leave.
years at $500 million.
Yeah.
He said no to you, Detroit.
I mean, listen, Scoopel already kind of helped them out. Like when he came out of that game, and I know you think differently, Woj, but when he came out of that game, I think a lot of fans kind of turned against him a little bit, which should make it easy when he's not here anymore.
Well, I don't think that'll be in anyone's thoughts a year from now when they let him go, when they let him walk. I don't think, but remember, he didn't pitch 104 pitches in that playoff game. So I don't think that's a factor. And it is different than, because before Scherzer got his big contract, he was the same way as Scooble.
Oh, you're right about that.
Exactly
he could never
the
go
same.
complete. He had one complete game. It was against the White Sox.
Right.
I remember Jack Morris saying, it's about time. But you're right. He pulled himself out of that game, too, in the ALCS when Big Papi hit the grand slam.
And now that he has nothing to lose because he's 41 years old, he'll sling it till his arm falls
exactly.
off.
He doesn't care. He's got all the money in the world.
Scooble's not to that point. So I am in from 6 to like 6:04. No, I think 6:44.
No, you were right the first time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And this, I probably shouldn't say this. This is kind of a behind the scenes thing, but because I was out this week with all the Tigers and Pistons, and there were all these controversies going on.
Wait, you were out this week?
Yeah,
I never noticed, and I work with you.
Yeah. All those 30-minute shows, and Jimmy called
There were
me
some 40 minutes
and said, "We need an emergency Wojo show. These controversies are all over the place. I'm sorry, but my hosts are not doing a good job of handling it. They're not explaining the Brian Branch situation.
I thought he said, hey, do you want to earn your salary?
Nor the Tarek Skubal situation.
Where's that bell? Where's that bell? Ring that bell. There it
an
is.
emergency Wojo broadcast. So, nope.
Hey, Rico, do you know what Wojo did to me the other day?
What?
On Monday, he's flying back from.
Need to rehash
where the hell
this.
were you? Oh yeah, you were
Kansas City.
You were in Kansas City.
Nobody cares.
He doesn't show up for the Wojo and Rieger show,
Oh
but
my
make
God.
sure to show.
I
Make sure to
couldn't get
show up
back
for Lions
in
Review.
time. Okay, so it'll be an emergency Wojo show coming up shortly, and I will have different things to say about the two issues at hand that Rieger mostly completely screwed up all week long. And I'll be honest, Jimmy begged me to come in and fix this thing.
All right. Big game.
That's not how he told me.
Yeah, that's exactly.
He said, Rieger, you've been working so hard.
guys.
I don't want you to do 5 hours.
Well, you sound like a couple hasn't seen each other in a while.
It's good to see
Friday,
Wojo.
No, it was
and
good.
I'm ready to go home.
Yeah. Oh, does that mean Rico's leaving?
Yeah,
You want me to stick around?
Blake, Mike.
You know what?
Rieger, why don't you stay?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Rieger, you
mean
should
no?
stay.
No,
Wojo
no.
would do it for you.
I always do. I did once.
Yeah, for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, go
Woj
away,
coming up
go
next.
away, go away.
Good night.